Hi, chat. Hello. Hello. Oh, that's the noise from the browser. I was like, what the hell is that? All right. As usual, surprise unannounced stream like I always do because I'm terrible at being a content creator. Ooh, excuse me. Oy. Ah, happy Saturday, everyone. Hopefully you're not at work. You're hopefully chilling. It is a glorious day out here. Took the motorcycle for a spin. A lot of fun. But I have been seeing that hey Lex, I have been seeing that the Emperor's Children stuff has leaked, and I was like, I'm not really too interested in this because like nothing about the Emperor's Children kind of catches my attention. But hey, we can look at it together. As I said in the video, it's always good to know what you're gonna be potentially facing. So I figured we'd give that a look. So I have not seen anything in relation to this. It's like really loud. Is it just me or? All right. The sound effects at least. Opera GX is cool as shit though. I am a fan of this. All right, so let's see. We're gonna watch Auspex's video because Auspex usually does a really good job about it. And then maybe we could look at Art of Wars. So when did this come out? 23 hours ago? Oh no, 2 days ago was the full news. Okay. So let's do that. It should be capture. No. Teehee, sorry. Yeah, that's the one. Actually, for those of you who are here early, I made a new please wait screen. So I actually have to go get my coffee and my water, so I will be right back before we start, and then you get to see this. BRB. All right, we're back. um, we're gonna be watching Auspex's video on it, so please, as always, go and give this a view so he gets his view, his likes. I don't want to be stealing his work, but we are going to be commentating over it, so I don't feel too bad. Just make sure to give him a follow. Check out the video here. I'll link it on chat too, so that if you guys want to give him a look. Okay.
Space Marines, flawless duelists, sonic weapons, and
let me know if the volume is good, guys.
With an overview of the Codex of the new faction to hit Warhammer 40k in Emperor's Children.
We're going to speed this up just a bit because it is a very long video.
Hello and welcome back to Warspec Tactics, where today we're talking Emperor's Children, and in this video let's do an overview of the core rules from their codex, talking about their Thrill Seekers rule, all their new detachments and new datasheets. This one's definitely a pretty big one for Warhammer 40k. The Emperor's Children have long been part of Codex Chaos Space Marines, so it has been suspected for quite a long time that they should get it.
Is anyone here excited for this? I don't know. I really don't really care for anything Slaneshi, in my opinion. So I'm not like exactly freaking out about it, but maybe some of you guys in chat maybe are. Nah, yeah, I mean, me neither, really. The two factions I really care about is Khorne and Nurgle. And World Eaters is probably going to be replicating how this is in terms of the short model count. I've heard a little bit like they don't have Hellbrutes and Forge Fiends, which is kind of ridiculous. So we'll see.
All of their own, given that we've had that for the other deity legions, and now we have this term in all its Slaneshi glory, and there is a fair bit of fun stuff here in my opinion.
All right.
Starting out before too long.
So Emperor's Children, content, lore, miniature galleries, combat patrol, flawless blades. Oh, so that's what the combat patrol has. Lord Exultant. That model does look cool. Flawless blades are okay. I think I didn't really like how they look too much. Thrill Seeker Army Rule. Okay, 6 detachments. 6 detachments. What? All forge. That's actually kind of crazy. I'm not huge, but Sound Marines are interesting. So yeah, 6 detachments on release is actually wild considering that Tau got 4. Like and that's like been a main army for a hot minute. That's actually kind of insane. We got 5, right? Didn't we actually? And like 4 of them were shit. 22 data sheets, new noise Marines and Lucius, 6 unique units including Fulgrim, 9 generic chaos ones. Yeah, 9 generic is kind of insane. 5 allied demons. That's actually a kind of good sign that there's only 5 allied demons, because that might mean that oh shit. That might mean that they don't squat demons, which is probably pretty good. Here we go. Should have a better name now. Heretic Neck. So let's see.
For some bookkeeping for demons, and then there's 6 different attachments. 40k. Right. Advance and shoot means you'll be able.
Now this is what I want to see. All right, army rule. Called Thrill Seekers and plays into the general desire to maximize sensation that is notable for Slanesh legions. Advance and shoots are great, and fall back and shoot. Wait, advance, shoot, and charge, fall back, shoot. Wait, that is very poorly worded. Advance, shoot, and charge, and fall back, shoot, and charge. Okay. I was reading it like separately. So advance, shoot, and charge, and fall back, shoot, and charge. Just for the entire army? If your faction is Emperor's Children, a unit is eligible to shoot in a charge in which it fell, advance, or fell back, but when doing so... God damn it, I keep right-clicking. It cannot be the target... It cannot target a unit that is within engagement range of... Oh... It cannot target a unit that was the target of another unit's charge or attack. Wait, what? It cannot target a unit it was within engagement range of at the start of the turn. So basically, the way I see it is, you charge in, and then you can fall back, shoot, and charge. You just can't charge the one that you were at originally, right? Because that's what it says at the start of the turn. It cannot charge a unit, or it cannot target a unit that was the target of another unit's charge or attack this phase. Bit of a headache when doing some of the combined attacks on a big target that needs a lot of firepower to charge to take down. Yeah, that's kind of weird. Huh. So... Okay, I was just gonna let him talk.
Lines of sight more regularly, thus might not have to compromise between moving up to an objective and still opening fire. Advance and charge just gives you flatly better charge range, better choices of targets, and being able to get the jump on the opponent rather than the other way round. Fall back and shoot means your shooting units can't really get locked up. You can't just tag a bunch of noise marines with a transport or something to stop them firing. They'll just be able to back away and fire at something else. And fall back and charge means that you can peel back from a unit, charge into something completely different. And again, you can't get pinned down in an unfavourable combat that doesn't make sense.
Hold on, chat. I'm just gonna turn on some music in the background because it's a little quiet. VLC media player, I love you, except when you take the entire fucking screen up. That's so annoying. Okay.
Completely unrestricted though, and have a couple of restrictions that mean that it's not quite 100% free.
Sounds like they want to bounce their units between targets. That's what it seems like, yeah. But it says that it cannot target a unit that was a target of another unit's charge or attack this... Oh, this phase. Okay. So yeah, if you fall back... Because you fall back at the start of turn, or at the start of movement, right? Which means that you can charge into the one that you didn't charge last turn. But then you also have to be careful, because if you shoot a unit, then you can't do it if it was a unit that you already shot, right? It cannot target a unit that was the target of another unit's charge or attack this phase. So if you fall back, if you shoot with like Marine A, then you can't shoot with Marine B. Here. This is like, this is a bit much. Like, it's strong, but it's restrictive, right? Here, we're gonna do a little, silly stuff. We're gonna try to draw this one out for my slow, stupid brain. Hopefully I can try to put something together. Create new, let's just open that. All right, so basically what we're seeing, right, is if we go here, I have a bunch of PNGs saved. It's not going to be exactly one-to-one, but it'll be fine. So if we have a, here, let's put some rangers down. I guess I could just open TTS up, but this is funnier and it's stupider. So we have some rangers. Let's for the sake of argument, these legionaries are fucking noise marines or something, right? So here, let's create new. How do you duplicate again? Control Shift D. I don't remember. Is there a shortcut for this? There definitely is. I just don't know it. I haven't done Photoshop in a very long time. Let's see. So duplicate, boom, and then duplicate. All right. So we have our two squads, right? We have our two squads. Wait, what? Did I duplicate? Okay, okay. What the fuck? It says that it's duplicating, but it's not. Whatever, just put another one. All right. So here's what I'm seeing, right? It says you can advance, shoot, and charge. So let's say these bozos are... God damn it. Let's say these bozos are over here. Why is it targeting? Oh, because I'm in different layers, that's why. Maybe it was better to do this in CTS. So, okay, so we have two bozos. So they can advance, and then let's say they shoot here, right? Where's paintbrush? Oh my gosh, fucking... God damn it. So let's say they shoot like that. Why are you white? Why aren't you red? Am I dumb? History. No. Oh, I pressed the wrong tool. Tee. All right. So let's say they shoot here, right? So then they can charge this unit, right? To the best of my knowledge. It's here. So then they can. God damn it! This is like the worst thing I've ever done. I'm about to just grab CTS. Okay, so then they can charge this unit, right? And then this unit can also do the same thing. They can advance, shoot, and charge. So, next turn, right? Typo X, thank you for the follow. So the next turn, right, according to this, they can fall back, shoot, and charge. It cannot target a unit that was within engagement range at the start of the end of the turn. Okay, so like this unit, for instance, right here, cannot target this unit, right? They have to go here, basically. It also says, this cannot target a unit that was the target of another unit's charge or attack this phase. So if these guys fall back, let's say they both fall back, shoot, and charge, right? So if these guys go into these dudes here, like that, then these guys can't, right? Because it says, cannot target a unit that is the target of another unit's charge or attack this phase. Okay, so if this guy shoots here into here, these guys can't shoot into here. That's what I'm understanding. So you kind of have to do like a bunch of switcheroo. But that's weird because they also can't... The unit cannot target a unit it was within engagement range at the start of the turn. So for instance, since these guys were here... Okay, please let me move these guys. Since these guys were here, right? If they fall back, they cannot target these guys because they were in engagement range of them. So they have to go this way, basically. You have to do like a lot of crossing, it seems. Now, normally they would be able to fall back and shoot these guys, but they can't because if these guys shot these dudes first, one, they can't be the target of something that else is the target, and two, they can't target something that they were just in engagement range of. That's my understanding of it. I hope I'm right. But it seems like it's gonna, yeah, like Auspex said, you're gonna need to slow down quite a bit. A bit of a headache, but I mean, fall back, shoot, so... I mean, advance and shoot too, right? So you can advance, shoot, charge. I think what really matters is kind of like you're doing like an alpha strike, like a blitz, right? You really want to go in, shoot, and then fight. And then if you can kill this unit, then you're free to do whatever you want. But if you don't, then now you have to, in order to take advantage of the army rule, fall back and then target something else. Like you're just kind of basically like, I'm bored of you, I'm going to go this way. And then vice versa, these guys have to go this way. That's my understanding of it. Which is, I'm not going to say it's bad. It's just weird. I'm not sure I'm like the biggest fan of it. But it does, like, it on paper, it does seem pretty strong. Okay, can I get rid of this line? Great. That sounds right. Cool. Yeah.
You might need to put a bit more thought into the rule compared with if they didn't exist. When you're making use of this rule, you can't target a unit that was within engagement range at the start of the turn. So say if you had an Emperor's Children melee unit that fell back from a unit at the start of the turn, you couldn't just immediately charge into the same thing and deal damage to them. If you're not able to target them, you'd have to go after something else and hop from one combat to the next. And as well as that, you also can't target a unit that was the target of another unit's charge or attack this phase. So say for example, if you had a unit that advanced and wanted to advance and shoot, you wouldn't be able to shoot any of the units that had already been shot by another thing in your army.
Yep.
And you couldn't have two melee units advance and charge side by side.
So that kind of limits like how much damage you can dish out, right? Because you can't focus fire something. Like if you have line of sight on something, like say one thing and not the other. Oh shit. So like if these guys, let's say they're behind a ruin right here. Oh, I made a bunch of copies of this guitar. Let's say these guys are behind a ruin. Like these guys can't be seen. Yeah. Rasterize the fucking layer. I don't know why that's not a thing. So if these guys are behind a ruin and they can't be seen, these two units, even though they have advance and charge and advance fall back and charge and all the advancing and whatever, only one unit would be able to hit it because the other one can't be the target or can't target it. So in a way, you can't focus fire. But that only matters, I think, if you're falling back, right? Oh no, it's also when you charge or advance. It's able to shoot and declare a charge in a turn in which it advanced and fell back. So if both of these advanced, then only one of them would be able to hit. And only one of them would be able to charge. It's interesting. So I think like the best way to kind of get around this is try to, I mean, like in most games, is to try to be out of line of sight as much as possible. Because if they can't target you, and they only have to focus the one thing they can see, then they can only put like a quarter of their firepower into it.
It means that it's a bit better for units working in isolation, potentially, where those restrictions aren't really all that big deals, but you could run into at least some mobility problems if you wanted to focus everything down on one unit, as you'd have to...
The Codex needs more leather.
...slow down or really think about what's engaging what. Overall, it does feel like a really powerful...
More skin.
In particular, advance and charge means that you should be able to hit the enemy before they hit you quite a lot of the times, and make some safe charges from behind terrain into the enemy, and just in general, a lot of extra movement.
That is true. You do get the extra movement of being on the other side of the wall. Granted that you're playing, you know, like a lot of infantry, you could just like pop out of walls really fast, which is kind of nice. You probably won't be taking that much advantage of shooting though.
Really handy in 40k, and immunity to being locked. It does mean that
you can, there are 5 demon data sheets in the book, include Shalaxi, of course, why the fuck not? Keeper of Secret, Demonettes, Fiends, and Seekers. So they're missing Heralds, Chariots, Soul Grinders, and other named heroes, okay? They do not have the Emperor's Children keyword, okay? Instead, they have Legion of Excess, so they don't get advantage of the rules. Sounds like the rule is encouraging a 1v1 because I suspect they get bonus from charges. Sounds risky. Yeah, we haven't even looked into like the detachments, which is wild. It's still wild to me that they get 6. That's crazy. Okay. Packs of Excess rule that prevents you from selecting Allegiance of Excess as an overall army keyword similar to Hardican's. It sounds like the Damned versus Heretic Astartes, basically. So only really interact with the rules in the dedicated detachment. So, okay, so they do have a dedicated detachment. Kind of what I was saying. It seems likely that they will be the only way to field allies slash demons in the Codex now. Brood Brothers had their de-restricted allies options removed when they got a similar detachment. It would be an odd choice to say allow demonettes to be fielded with 2 separate data sheets in the same army, yeah.
Compared with demon allies, that they would have been able to take the replacements to taking allied demons from the demons book. That's what happened for the Genestealer Cult Army. Their Brood Brothers were constrained to 1 detachment and no more freeform allies for the rest of them. We'll only find out that for 100% though when they eventually release the digital update for Chaos Demons as their index, which I'll certainly cover on the channel if and when they do. In general though, the upshot seems to be that Chaos Demons will have a pretty limited role in Codex Emperor's Children. The focus is going to be pretty squarely on the Space Marines for the most part, though there is still the option to build a demonic and Space Marine allied list if that's what you'd like to do, and some of the rules in that detachment are pretty interesting in my opinion.
Okay.
Core things aside though, let's get to the detachments themselves. As mentioned in Codex Emperor's Children, there's 6 of them, some of them fairly general purpose, some of them a bit more specialist. First up, we've got the Coterie of the Conceited. This one represents a prideful warlord paying a kill tally for Slanesh in exchange for some pretty massive demonic boons. There's a Slanesh's chosen detachment, which are characters trying to outdo each other to earn their deity's favour, so a big character focus there. There's the Mercurial Host, which is fairly speed focused, and British Children units just moving extra fast in various different ways with some redeploy style things. The Rapid Evisceration is a transport themed detachment, so things jumping out of rhinos and land raiders. The Peerless Bladesman is a melee themed detachment, so great for things like Flawless Blades or Infractors and a few others. And the Carnival of Excess is with allied demons. Take the army roughly half and half, and there's buffs for both things. The demons are the only things that are locked to one detachment. You can take everything else in all of them, though as with
Okay. Prideful warlord paying to... So one is focused on one big dude. The other is focused on a bunch of other dudes. And then it's just generic speed, transport, melee. I figured that the speed one would probably be melee kind of infused as well. Speed and transport is also kind of weird. I'm not the biggest fan of transport themed lists. I think they're kind of meh. Ooh, transport detachment. Alright, so we don't see eye to eye there.
codexes, some detachments.
I don't know, like Renegade Raiders and stuff, like I just kind of don't care for that. At least Renegade, I think it supports mounted, but like, I don't know. I feel like speed and transport can kind of be the same. You take them for the same reason, in a way.
A lot better than others. Say, for example, Rapid Evisceration isn't really going to do much for your army if it's not jumping out of a transport. Let's get into the detachments themselves though, and first up we have the Coterie of the Conceited, and as mentioned, this one represents the force of one powerful Chaos Warlord who's made some bold wagers and boasts to Slanesh, and now he actually needs to come good on his promises, win a great victory against the enemy, and feed a lot of sacrifices to his deity, or otherwise he's going to be facing punishment. The core rule for this one is pretty fun. It's called Pledges to the Dark Prince. The Warlord must be on the board to function, so you basically have to try and keep them alive, maybe meaning that you have to pay extra KD with that model, and if your Warlord is on the board, then at the start of the turn you can make a kill tally pledge to Slanesh, naming the amount of units that you're going to kill this battle round, and then over the battle round you need to kill that many units or more. If you kill less than that, then your warlord takes D3 mortal wounds, a couple of turns of that being failed, and it could kill a normal inventory sized character if you're unlucky. At the end of the battle round though, if you do kill that many units or more, then you make your pledge and you gain the pact points. So if you pledged 2 units and you killed 3 of them, then you gain 2
That's
pact
cool.
points. That's how many you pledged, and they're counted up over the course of the game, and for each...
That's really cool. I like transports if you have models that mesh with it, like Mech Guard and not AdMech. Yeah, 100%. I agree with that. It feels like the Dune Rider's a little pushed right now, in my opinion. So, I just want to see if I'm doing this right. If your warlord is on the battlefield, you must pledge a number to Slanesh on how many enemy units will be destroyed this battle round. Yep, at the end of the battle round, if the number of enemy units destroyed this battle is greater than those of the pledge, you gain a number of pack points equal to your pledge. Otherwise, you do not gain any pack points, so you get D3 mortal wounds. Okay, so it's like a mega dark packs. Emperor's Children units from your army gain a bonus depending on how many pack points you have and have gained during the battle, so they're cumulative. Okay. So it's basic. But what's the point of the warlord then? I kind of don't get that. I guess it's like you need to go and snipe them, but like it's not like the warlord is getting the mega buff. He just needs to be there in order to be like the pledger, I guess. And you just keep him in the back. I don't know. It's kind of weird, but it's cool. I like the idea of like trying to kill as many. I guess he has to be the point of which he's taking the wounds. Well then, okay, no, because that makes sense. Because say you fuck up your pact and you take like D3 mortal wounds, and then you take like 2, I don't know how much, let's say they have 6 wounds, and you take like 2 and then 3 and then 1, and it's battle round 3, then I'm assuming you lose your buffs, right? No, you don't. If your lord dies, you keep the buffs. Yeah, it's just kind of weird. So what are the buffs? 1 pack point each time a model in this unit makes an attack, reroll hit rolls of 1. Each time a model in this unit makes an attack, reroll wound. Look at that. They get the... whatchamacallit? What's the name of this fucking thing? God, so... Explorator Maniple. They get Explorator Maniple for killing 3 units. Everywhere. Not restricted to Yeah, you can't get more when the Warlord dies. Yeah, I get that. But I'm saying, like... It's just kind of weird that, like... if you're just gonna play hiding the Warlord in the back, then it's like, what's the point of this army rule even targeting your Warlord? You know what I mean? But I think it's just because it wants it to be the focal point in which you're taking the damage and the risk of you losing the ability to accumulate your buffs, I think is what it's meant to do. Because I figured like when I read that in the beginning about like a warlord one, I figured that your warlord would become like mega souped up. Not that he would buff your entire army, but so yeah, if you basically kill 3 units, you get reroll hits and wounds of 1 permanently for your army. That's not hard. That's really not that hard. Also, I have to make the comparison. Better than Explorer's Hermanipal already. Considering that most of the things hit on 3s, I'm gonna assume that maybe some Slanesh things hit on 2s. Like the Flawless Blades or whatever they're called. That's pretty big. I don't think Slanesh is known for high strength, so reroll 1s would definitely help them out. But they probably have a lot of AP. Melee weapons equipped by models in the units have lethal and sustain hit 1 ability if you kill 5 things. Jeez. So just double dark packs for melee. That's gross. And then 7, if a model in your unit makes an attack, a critical hit. Okay. 7 I think is fair. 7 for that is fair. 5 for that is fair. Just depends on the army you're fighting. Like if you're fighting Skitari Hunter cohort and you just like cut through a bunch of Skitari and kill 5 units, that's it. Like you're gonna start getting fucked really soon. Guard, probably too. If you're playing like whatchamacallit, like infantry spam guard. Granted, it's only their melee weapons, but I'm assuming the Slanesh melee weapons are fucking gonna have gross profiles. This is cool. I like this one. It's actually really cool.
That you pass, you get an additional buff. If you've got 1, then you get to reroll hits of 1. If you've got 3, then your whole army gets to reroll wound rolls of 1.
Well, that's a good point too. You'd want to get these bonuses as soon as possible. So like turn 1, if you're like staging, and you spent all of turn 1 staging and not trying to get anything into combat, and turn 2 you haven't made it into something, this is significantly worse. It's kind of like Monk Ka and Kao Yang for Tao. Like Monk Ka is strong because it turns on so early, where like Kao Yang is weak because it turns on so late.
Getting both sustained and lethal hits in melee.
They can only get the amount they pledge, so it might be hard to get all the points if you don't gamble. Oh, that's a good point. Ooh, that's a really good point. Yeah, I forgot about. I just assumed that it like kill 3 units, get this. Okay. So you would have to be really confident. Like you'd have to be like, please God. And when is this? At the start of the battle round too. Ooh. Yeah, because you might just not know, right? Like you say, like your opponent pops like rapid regen or something, or I forgot what ours is called. It's not. I think it might be Bulwark Imperative for the Skitari Hunter cohort 5+ Feel No Pain. Like if you're not taking that stuff into account and you try to gamble like 3 units and you don't make it because you don't kill one. Okay, no, that's a good point. That's a good point.
All the time, and then if you get to 7 or more, then your melee also gets even scarier with critical hits on a 5+. That does apply to shooting as well, but it would work really well with the sustained and lethal hits, with them going off a load. It's really quite an interesting and potentially quite powerful detachment rule, though you're only going to get to the really big damage buffs towards the end of the game. On round 1, there's a pretty reasonable chance that you might not be able to kill anything, particularly if you happen to be going first and the enemies hit a bunch of stuff, though I guess if you go second, they might have had to push up and put things on objectives. You really do need to try and get the ball rolling as fast as possible, though. I think you'd hope you'd have at least both sets of rerolls by battle round 3, and hopefully getting the melee one as soon as possible, as after that you're just getting ridiculously excessive amounts of damage there, and hopefully could be rapidly trying to clean up the enemy army as fast as possible in the last few turns of the game if things are going well. I guess you could use some of the scouting and fast hitting things to try and get some easy kills.
Okay, let's go ahead and skip ahead.
Blades perhaps, just so they don't need.
Okay. Protection of the Dark Prince, +6 Feel No Pain, and +4 Feel No Pain against mortal wounds. It's not bad. Yeah, I think this is more for the mortal wounds. When does this take place? It doesn't say. If it's at the start of like the fight phase, that would kind of suck. But if it's at the start of any phase, that would be dope. Because say like that somebody's gonna charge you with something that deals mortals on the charge, like the Sulfur Hounds or the Blood Crushers, then you could try to get a Feel No Pain against that. That's pretty good. It's like the +6. I don't think you ever use it for the +6 Feel No Pain. I think you only use it for the +4. Oh, that's true. That too. Damage 3 attacks. Anything above damage 3. So say I don't know, a last cannon is going into you, right? Like a bunch of last cannons. This might not be bad. Embrace the pain. Each enemy model in this unit must take one nominated. Oh, must attack one nominated Emperor's Children infantry unit in the fight phase if they are within engagement range. Oh, so you basically direct them on who they have to hit. So say like you're in combat. I don't know. Darkwing? No, Deathwing Knights are in combat with Flawless Blades, and then I don't know. You charge in some fucking chaff, right? Then you could use this to direct the melee into the chaff. That's cool. Can be a big at denying the damage from this single huge dangerous model. Maybe nice on their troops. That's pretty good.
Killer unit so easily. The mortal wound protection is quite a nice one though. If the opponent's just about to hit you with a whole bunch of devastating wound weapons, maybe that could be worth it. For 1 CP, there's Embrace the Pain. This one's a melee manipulation one, and each enemy model that's in engagement range must attack this one nominated Emperor's Children infantry unit in the fight phase. So I guess the idea would be that you could charge 2 Emperor's Children units into a thing, one that's more expendable, and then maybe force a great big model like, say, Angron or an Imperial Knight or something to dump all their attacks.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, it's the infantry restriction is for you, but you could be charging into anything, like Angron.
And then the actual scary melee stuff can get to work. Definitely a powerful melee manipulation one, this one. For 1 command point, there's Unshakable Opponents. This one allows you to ignore modifiers to your ballistic skill, weapon skill, hit and wound rolls, and you trigger it in the command phase, and it lasts until the end of the turn. If you're fighting against some things with some inbuilt stealth,
Oh my god.
nice enough. This one kind of depends on what you're fighting though. I feel like the biggest impacts could be if it makes the difference between the wound roll, as usually that's going to be a little bit more impactful. Definitely nice to have, but also won't be relevant in every game if your opponent doesn't have those rules on the go. For 1 CP, there's Martial Perfection.
Yeah, that's insane. If you're like fighting into anything that has transhuman, like as an ability, if it's, I don't think you use this in response to like knowing that they could possibly use a stratagem, but like say you're fighting, I don't know, like Lich Guard spam, because Lich Guard have the -1 to wound thing if your strength is higher, and let's say your strength is higher than theirs, then like that just gets around it. That's really big. Or fuck, this could, if you're like a protector list and you're like relying on -1 to hit on melee, this just says no, like you don't get that. So if you're like sitting on protector while also playing Skitarii Hunter cohort, this just gets rid of both of your buffs, because you don't get the -2 to wound or -1 to hit, and you don't get stealth, which doesn't change their ballistic skill. And then you can't use the -1 to wound strat. I'm pretty sure Skitarii Hunter cohort has the -1 to wound strat, unless I'm confusing it with Baleful Halo, which is in Rad Zone. That's pretty fat. I like that. That's crazy.
In the fight phase. I feel like this one will be better in the other detachments, really, particularly given that you get easy access to army-wide reroll hit rolls of 1.
Reroll hit rolls in the fight phase. That's it. Just boom. It's not bad. If you're fishing, if you don't have that +1 reroll hit rolls of 1 or something, or if you really need a fish for something, then that's pretty good.
As soon as you get 1 pact point, I guess maybe it could be handy for something like Infractors trying to bully an enemy.
Yeah, biggest melee hitters already hit on 2s. I figured. Yeah, so that's why that reroll hit roll of 1 for killing one enemy unit on that pact is going to be huge. I figured that they were going to hit on 2s.
And try and get the ball rolling. After that, though, it's going to be limited value. Some of the biggest melee damage dealers, such as Fulgrim, the Flawless Blades, and maybe the Lord Exultant, they all hit on 2s anyway. So if they're hitting on 2s and rerolling 1s, it's not going to help them. Next up, for 1 command point, we've got Unbound Arrogance. After destroying a unit in your shooting phase or the fight phase, you get to increase your pledge number by 1, and you can only do this once per battle round. This one's the one to go for if you've gone over your tally but you still want the reward. So say if you pledged 2 units and you wound up killing a 3rd one because you got lucky, this means that you can reap the reward of getting that extra pact point. I guess as well, maybe if you...
Wow. Increase the pledge number by 1, only once per round. The one to use if you go over your tally but still want the reward. Oh, so does it have to be equal to the reward? I thought it was just as fine as you kill. Wait. Oh, if you go over your tally. Okay, so say like you wagered 3 and you kill 2 units. You use Unboundful Arrogance, you go up to 3, you get your buffs. Right? That's the way I'm reading it. Unless I'm misunderstanding that, like how this rule works. Let me read it again. You must pledge a number of Slanesh of points, yeah. If the number of enemy units destroy this battle, yeah, greater than or equal. Yeah. So you gain them if you kill exactly enough or more. So you could either say, well, could you use this to fix the amount? So say like you didn't make it to, you betted 3 and you didn't make it. Oh, you're increasing the pledge number by one. So does that mean like you wagered three? Like you pledged that you were going to kill three or two units. Let's say two for the sake of for this example. You said you were going to kill two. You ended up killing three. You used that stratagem to push you to three and then get this. It increases your gamble by one. Right. Okay. Yeah, okay. I'm just confusing myself. I mean, that's pretty good. Once per battle round. I mean, you're basically going to spam this if you didn't make it. Okay.
Pretty handy one to have. Very nice for 2+ save units. It's either good.
Yeah, I don't know why I was confusing myself there. Like I understood it, but I was like trying to understand like the difference between pledge points or pledging and pack points. That's where I got confused. Armor of abhorrence, opponent shooting or fight face versus. Okay, so it's just fucking armor of contempt.
Good in melee or good against big hitting shooting units, particularly when stacked with cover. Compared with its previous version though, it's not quite as nice if you've got a whole bunch of different enemy shooting units or focusing fire on one of your own. Overall though, not a bad set of stratagems I think. The Armor of Contempt equivalent is nice to have, and the forcing the enemy to hit one unimportant unit is pretty good, maybe the rest just being a little bit lower yield or more niche. For the enhancements, they have a bunch of different pledges. The first one is the Pledge of Eternal Servitude, printed at 15 points. The first time the bearer is destroyed, take a leadership test. If it's passed, then you set them up back on the table with d6 wounds remaining at the end of the phase. They're not more wounds
Oh my
than they
god.
started with. This one seems like quite nice insurance to keep a warlord alive if you chose a generic character. I guess it means that you might be able to use them a little bit more aggressively and not be a complete disaster.
Yeah, that's fat. If you sit him in the back of the back of the map, say you don't like you really don't want to just like get him in combat or something, and you're just gonna try to keep him safe the entire time. This is not bad. Because he comes back up, holds an objective for you, right? Because you won't lose it due to something like if you don't have sticky. Say you're sitting in an objective and I don't know, they kill him with indirect or something, or they get line of sight. Roll that leadership test, pass it, bring him up with a bunch of wounds, and then you still hold the point.
If they do get killed, still maybe.
So it's not only good for just keeping your warlord alive for your rule, but it's also good for objectives.
A little bit shaky to rely on though with the leadership thing. In general,
15 too, that's not bad.
Just for something like a Lord Exultant to come back and have another.
Just gotta pass that leadership test.
If they did play aggressively and got laid low. Next up, we've got the Pledge of Dark Glory. That's printed at 30 points unless Games Workshop change things in the digital update. That one's +1 leadership and +1 OC for their lead units. I guess that'll give you a bit of extra weight on
Yeah, it's okay.
objectives. Maybe could be alright for Noise Marines or Terminators that don't have so much OC. At 30 points though, I feel like that will be too pricey for what it gives.
Yeah.
Next up, there's the Pledge of Mortal Pain, printed at 15 points. This one's a fun one to potentially throw out some mortal wounds if the opponent gets unlucky. At the start of the shooting phase, select one enemy unit within 12 inches and visible. They take a leadership test with -2 if battle shocks, and if they fail the test, then they take 3 mortal wounds. It's definitely quite an unreliable one, but just every so often you'd throw a fairly significant amount of damage.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Units. If it does wind up being 15 points, it could be nice enough as a points filler, just not really the sort of thing that you could rely on, but every so often it is going to do something at least somewhat significant. Finally, we've got the Pledge of Unholy Fortune. That's printed at 25 points, and in my opinion, this one's probably the best out of any of them. Once per turn, you can change a hit, wound, or saving throw to an unmodified.
Oh my goodness.
And you do so after rolling, but you can't use it if your unit is battle shocked. That's just pretty excellent guaranteed value. As you can see that the test has been failed, and then you can just automatically make that failed test into a pass test, and basically guarantee that you've saved a model's life there. Never mind anything else that you might do in terms of the actual damage bit of it, as it's.
That's crazy. That's actually kind of wild. So not only can you push through like a devastating that you might need, right? Because I think that's the best one is devastating wounds here. But let's say like that example about the +6 feel no pain and whatever to the +4 to mortals. Say you get shot by like 2 last cannons and you fail both. You'll just be like, okay, I'm going to change this one to a 6, so I'm fine. And then the other one, I'm going to feel no pain and maybe take, I don't know, 4 instead of 7. And that costs 25 points in CP. That's not bad at all.
Once per turn.
That's kind of crazy.
Devastating wounds in the unit, and that's going to be quite easily reliable.
I think this one, the OC increase if you're taking something bulky like Terminators, and the leadership one where your warlord comes back. I think those are the 3 you take.
Damage there. Overall, I would say that the detachment feels like an interesting one. The core rule definitely has a massive amount of power late in the game. It's maybe just a question as to whether or not you can get the ball rolling or not on all that damage. Maybe having to play super aggressive, maybe wanting to play at least somewhat aggressive to make sure you get the kills in early before committing the rest of the army to the fight with some ridiculous amounts of damage later on. For other things, I feel like the forcing units to attack one unit seems nice. There's plenty of reasonable enough situational stratagems, and this flip a dice to a 6-1 is also pretty good value.
Oh shit. Chat, sorry, I forgot the goal. We're still trying to get to 50. So If you guys are watching from YouTube and you haven't checked out Twitch, if you haven't checked out Twitch, I would appreciate it there too.
Before we move on to all the other detachments of the Prince of Pleasure, I'll just give a quick shout out.
We'll let the ad play. Like Auspex get his money. I haven't used these personally. I haven't used these carry cases. They look a little cheap, but I could be wrong. I mean, obviously, if they're pushing it so much, I can't imagine that they're bad. They just look like like not cardboard. What's the cork board in my opinion. But hey, I mean, if the guy is standing on it, then I guess I could be wrong. It looks like it holds quite a bit, actually. I just got these from Amazon. They're called like Junokos or something. They're pretty cheap. Because if I remember, these are actually kind of expensive. Let me check real quick. I'm actually kind of interested. Because these are kind of expensive if I remember correctly. Oh, no, they're... Okay, that's not... Oh, wait, 3 mag cases. Alright, I was wrong. These are actually pretty well priced. That's not bad. Shit, I might look into getting one of these. I don't know if you guys have any experience with them. I have a smaller one after a layer of paint. They're solid. Yeah, I have these. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Amazon. They're called like Juokos or something. I have these. They're pretty good. The only thing right now that I'm kind of dealing with is the one that I hold my AdMech army on. The sides aren't like aligned right. Well, like they are. It's just that like I think when they moved overseas, it was under so much pressure that like the slits that would go in between here and here, they aren't like in so much as they are out. So when you try to slide a tray in, one of the sides will fall. So I'm trying to right now kind of press it down and see if I could like tighten it up again. But I mean, I guess that's a bad... They're basically, yeah, they're costed the same. It's a bad enough problem to where I might actually look into getting one of these. But you said they're solid, so... Alright, chat. Well, there you go. If you have this code... Oh, and what? As a sale up to 25% off? Shit, man. I might look into getting one of these. Alright.
There'll be linked in the video description. I'll also cycle back to them at the end of the video briefly. In any case, a big thank you to them for sponsoring this one. Moving swiftly onwards though, next we have the Mercurial Host, and this one's the Emperor's Children detachment, all about speed. This one always tends to be a common theme of Slaanesh, moving fast and never stopping the rush of sensation with Quicksilver reactions. The core rule of the detachment is called Quicksilver Grace, and it allows you to reroll advanced rolls for the Emperor's Children units, which I feel like isn't really the most exciting one in the world. You can advance, shoot and charge and things.
Reroll advance, not even charge? It's not bad. I guess it's not bad. I mean, when you consider that you can basically get a guaranteed like 4, 5, and 6 for the most part. Yes, he ups the average from 3.5 to 4.
Do a fair amount of extra movement over the course of a game. From a purely average dice roll point of view, or a d6, you typically get 3.5 inches on average, and with a reroll baked in, then it goes up to more like 4.2, but perhaps more so than that, it just adds a bit more reliability, and some insurance against just not rolling a 1 when you desperately need just a little bit more than that. It feels like a handy enough quality of life rule, as opposed to usually going to be doing something particularly spectacular, and I guess it might save you a command point from time to time when it's critical.
Yeah.
I feel like at least a fairly general purpose Slaanesh detachment though. Most of their units are generally wanting to move fast to deal their damage. For their stratagems, first up we have Violent Excess for 1 command point. This one gives you sustained hits 1 in the fight phase.
Good.
A solid enough boost, usually a plus 25% damage boost if you're hitting on a 3+, or plus 20% if you're hitting on a 2, which a few of their units are. That one's easy enough to use, could be good on Infractors or Flawless Blades. For 2 CP, there's Combat Stims, that's a minus
minus...
for infantry. It is a good debuff, but also...
Only in melee for infantry, and it's 2 CP. That's a bit steep. I'm not a fan of that.
A high price. I feel like 2 command points is often going to be a bit too much for that one, but if it's just absolutely critical that every single one of your models lives to be able to hit back hard, then it could be worth the price. For 1 command point, we've got Honor the Prince, which is an auto-advance 6 inches for infantry. It feels like there's maybe a little bit of anti-synergy there, given that just sort of overrides
yeah.
to re-rolling the advances to give a bit of reliability. But when you absolutely need to punch in the longest charge possible, it's there. The base troops move 7 inches, so you could have Infractors move...
They move 7? Wow, holy. Yeah, that's not bad. I feel like this is like I really need to get this. Even if you could re-roll your advance rolls, like this is like I can't even afford to fuck this up.
13 inches, and then still charge after that, potentially scouting and then moving from one deployment zone to the next, and crossing most of the table in a single turn if you want to, but just in general making longer charges more reliable. For one command point, we've got Dark Vigor, which I feel like could potentially be one of the best ones out of the detachment. This one's a reactive move of 6 inches, and it's a normal move, and you trigger it whenever an enemy movement ends within 9 inches in their movement.
6-inch normal move when enemy ends move within 9 inches, not for beast or vehicle.
Okay. Can't use it on beasts or vehicles, but Spawn get a similar rule anyway.
So not for beasts and vehicles, but Fulgrim could use it because what? He's a monster. Is that just like why even? Okay, yeah, sure.
Pretty excellent in Warhammer 40k. You can use them to hide some infantry or recoil from a charge and make a charge not happen when otherwise you might have lost a unit. You could push a unit up to objective to be able to contest it, or even move to charge block a unit and stop them charging what they want to. You can use this on some very significant and very scary things. Flawless Blades or Infractor combos or Fulgrim himself could all be good targets, and I have a feeling that this will get used really quite a lot in this detachment. For one command point, there's Capricious Reactions, a -1 to hit in the shooting phase. Always nice to have a reactive durability style stratagem when it's needed. And for one command
yeah, way better than -1 to wound in fight for 2 CP.
Point, we've got Cruel Raiders. An Emperor's Children unit can return to strategic reserve when they're within 9 inches of the board edge, and also not within 3 inches of enemy units. You trigger it, as with a lot of these options, at the end of the enemy fight phase. These ones are generally handy to have as well, meaning that you can get units around the back of the enemy and maybe be in a position to do secondary objectives or contest home objectives later in the game.
Yeah, so especially with an army that is so mobile, getting within 9 and then popping out somewhere else later in the game, and then being able to consistently move fast, reroll your advance rolls, like you could pop in from one area to the other and reliably get to where you need to. This is pretty fucking solid.
You also use it for a sort of first turn reserves arrival if you wanted as well. If the enemy goes first, then you could trigger this turn 1 and have your unit turn up in your turn 1, maybe getting some lines of sight in range with Noise Marines perhaps. This one's another nice one for practical reasons, just good to be able to keep on pressing the attack when needed and be able to warp things around the board to places where they're not wanted. I feel like these ones are some pretty powerful stratagems, in particular that reactive move one. The return to reserves is handy, and there's a bunch of other ones that maybe aren't quite as high value but are just nice staples. -1 to hit, the auto advance 6, and the sustained hits in melee. Then we've got the enhancements for the Mercurial Host though. Steeped in Suffering is 25 points, and the bearer's unit gets +1 to hit enemies below starting strength, and then also a +1 to wound if the enemy targets are below half strength. Could be nice enough for Noise Marines with a Lord Cacophonist, or perhaps Infractors with a Lord Exultant. In general, I think you'd usually be shooting for the +1 to hit with this one, maybe having to just chip it.
This is not the worst. Yeah, I don't. It's good, right? Like, I'm not gonna say it's bad, because the thing that I'm thinking is I want to put this on my big boys, the ones that are granted they have to not either hit or wound reliably on 2s, because you can't go above +2 to hit or +2 to wound. So like, considering that most Marines hit on 3s, you'd have to put it on something that hits on 3s, because if they hit on 2s, +1 a hit doesn't do anything unless they're getting modified. So it's either like insurance, in which case you're not getting the full use out of it all the time, or you give it to something like Noise Marines, like something ranged. But usually with range, they're going to be the ones that are hitting into things that are at full strength, so you won't get the +1 to hit until later. But yeah, you might be able to set up the +1 to hit with a bit of shooting, so you'd have to like shoot one first and then shoot this unit that's getting buffed. I think is the best way to do that. It's not bad. I mean, +1 to hit, +1 to wound is good, but I feel like the ones where you're getting +1 to wound if they're in below half strength isn't great, because you're already hitting something that's like probably just gonna die, unless it's like a very, very big unit, in which case you wouldn't be putting something as weak as like Intercessors or Noise Marines or Legionnaires, whatever they're going to be called here.
A bit of damage with a bit of stray shooting before you commit your main guns. If it was 25 points though, I feel like it certainly wouldn't be particularly auto-include. Next up, we've got Intoxicating Musk, printed at 25 points. This one's a -1 to wound in melee for the bearer's unit if the attacker's strength is greater than your toughness. I guess for tanky units that you could use this on, it could be
so -1 to wound in melee if the bearer's unit's strength. Wait, what? Thank you for the sub. Is that OC Belanger? Am I being dumb? Oh, -1 to wound in melee. Yep, for the bearer's unit if strength is greater. Oh, it's just transhuman. Transhuman for 25 points. Yeah, it's not bad.
Terminators, they'd often be wounded on 3s or better for weapons that can properly threaten them, though it is maybe a shame that it only works in melee and not at range as well. Again, at 25 points, it seems a little bit on the borderline side. For 15 points, there's Tactical Perfection. This one allows you to redeploy 2 units after both players have set up, but before you know what is going to happen with first turn. This one could be nice in combination with the Tormentors maybe. Infiltrate units redeploying can be kind of handy after you've seen what the opponent's going to do, or even just a nice base of their infiltrators and pull them back if that makes sense. It could just be nice to wrongfoot the enemy though. Maybe put some units down as bait for the opponents to try and set up in range of, and then pull them back somewhere safe. If it is just the 15
Yeah, the fact that you can put it back in strategic is really strong.
Finally, we've got Loathsome Dexterity, printed at 10 points. This allows your units to move through enemy models in the movement phase and auto pass Desperate Escape tests, which could leave a bit more freedom for...
Can move units through enemy models in the movement phase and auto pad. Yeah, it's pretty good.
Charge targets later in the turn, particularly if falling back. Maybe it could be good for an on-foot Demon Prince, perhaps, or perhaps Infractors with a Lord Exultant. It would be nice for the Flawless Blades, but they don't have any units that can lead them that can take enhancements, unfortunately. Overall, it feels like the detachment rule is a bit of a weakish one, but certainly not completely useless. The extra advances will stack up over the course of the game. A lot of the supporting rules in this one are really good, though. Reactive moves and the return to reserves. Useful extra speed, damage, and defense when needed. I feel like the enhancements maybe aren't super standouts, but redeploying units is handy enough. I feel like there is enough here to make this one interesting. Next up, we've got Scary Melee Damage in the Peerless Bladesman, and this one is...
This is probably the one that I'm the most interested in. Detached room dedicated to proudly dueling and dispatching foes of melee. Core rules exclusive swordsmanship. Melee attacks gain either lethal or sustained hit once for units that charge this turn. Okay.
There's chosen detachment dedicated to glorious close combat, laying low the enemy's leaders and champions with some expert swordsmanship. The core rule gives you a melee damage buff on the charge. You either get lethal hits or sustained hits 1. Quite nice to be able to flex them out depending on your targets. As usual, if you're wounding on a 5+ or worse, it usually makes sense to go lethal hits, and if you're wounding on a 3+ or better, sustained hits tends to win. The vast majority of the damage dealers in Codex Emperor's Children are melee ones, so this one certainly feels like it has the potential to be one of the most interesting detachments. For the stratagems, for 1 command point, we've got Deft Parry. This one's a -1 to hit in the fight phase. Nice enough reactive durability there, but not standout valuable really.
Yeah, it's okay.
Help you against gunline armies that just want to shoot down your nice bladed champions. For 2 command points, we've got Death Ecstasy. This is an expensive one that gives you fights on death, triggered just after an enemy unit has declared their targets. That one's pretty huge to allow things like...
Wait, fight on death on what? Immediately? So there's no check roll. Holy shit. That's good. I know it's 2 CP, but that's fucking insane. Especially if they're charging something very important into you. Just, yeah, fight on death. Wow. After the enemy unit just declared their targets, usually if allows flawless plays or mighty carrier to go down swinging, but it's costly. Yeah. Wow, that's crazy.
Blades or a fighting character to go down swinging, maybe even Lucius the Eternal or Fulgrim himself if they came unstuck. Really handy to have if you're facing a melee foe, where the majority of their units are going to have to try and kill yours in close combat, and with scary melee units like the Emperor's Children have, this could allow you to take out entire units as yours get killed. For 1 CP, there's Incessant Violence. This one's a consolidate of 6 inches.
Oh no, that's gonna be dirty. Consolidate 6 is always fucking insane. I don't know if this is pile in and consolidate 6. If it's just consolidate 6, maybe not as great. Pile in and consolidate 6 is gross.
Of something. This could be nice to allow you to kill one thing and then tag the next, which could be quite disruptive to enemy infantry shooting units and the like. For 1 command point, there's Cruel Bladesman, and this one's an AP boost. 1 unit that charged this turn gets better AP by 1. This could be a really big one against things with high saves.
Did he just say you can have Fulgrim fight on... Yeah, you can. It doesn't say that it's restricted. Which is gross. Like, this is just gross, in my opinion. Yes, it's 2 CP, but unless they're anything like AdMech, they're going to be able to like have some way of getting CP reliably, I think. We'll have to look at the units for that. But that's insane.
Are going to be way more general purpose, and particularly with a Lord Exultant attached.
1 unit that charges this turn gets better AP and melee by 1. Wow, this detachment has some insane fucking stratagems. I knew this one was going to be the one that's crazy.
-4 with his big attack, as with the Flawless Blades. It could be nice for Morphines going after tough stuff as well. I feel like this one has the potential to be used a lot, particularly against certain armies like, say, Space Marines. For 1 command point, there's Terrifying Spectacle. This one's in the enemy command phase, and you basically force a battle shock test if you've killed something in melee with one of your units that's nearby an enemy one. Being in the enemy command phase makes that a lot more useful than most battle shock tests tend to be.
Yeah. Wow. Are they finally giving fucking good battle shock stratagems? A little late. They should have given it to the Night Lords, but
as it could directly deny some primary objective in the right situation and prevent stratagems and give them fallback problems for the rest of the turn. This one's not in the battle shock section of the command phase as well, so I don't believe they'll be able to use the auto path stratagem. Would be good to go after something that could be a really high value target for that, but unfortunately for battle shock most of the time they'll just pass the test anyway, so it has to be impactful enough to have a low chance of it be worth it. Finally, for 2 command points, we've got Cut Down the Weak. This one is a bit of a surprise move after the enemy falls back. One unit besides non-walker vehicles within 6 inches can basically charge as soon as the enemy units fall them back, provided 6 inches.
So it's like the Blood Legion one.
It sounds like you can also nominate other units as the target of that.
Oh, don't get the fight first bonus.
The one that fell back, and if you do charge in this way, then you don't get the fights first charge bonus, but that might not matter for certain units, say particularly Fulgrim with his fights first, or Lucius the Eternal. This one does have the potential to be a bit of a gotcha one, and probably one to make your opponent aware of, though even if they do have full awareness of this, it might not always be possible to avoid it. Say if you've wrapped around an enemy unit a bit, or they just have a 5-inch movement or less, or there's terrain in the way or something, this one could be a very nasty way to basically get an enemy unit killed.
Yeah, that's gross. This attachment looks fucking nasty.
It just cost a big 2 CP though, and without much command point generation in the Emperor's Children army, you would really have 2 pick.
Okay, so there's not much, is what he said.
Some interesting ones out of the stratagems though. I feel like that extra AP on the charge one feels like it could be one of the most easily used ones. Fights on death is pretty nice to access, maybe in particular for those flawless blades. A few of the others are reasonable enough staple ones to add a bit of value, and that surprise charge one is a very nasty one. For the enhancements, first up we have Faultless Opportunist. This one's printed at 10 points, and you can 0 CP Heroic Intervention, and use that stratagem even if something else in your army has used it already. Heroic Intervention definitely isn't bad. It's occasionally big, but it won't come up every game though. Could be okay for a points filler for a fighty character if nothing else is being taken. For a massive 35 points, there's Blinding Speed, and this one's a once per game fights first, so it basically means that your opponent would have to second guess whether or not...
Okay. This isn't as bad as I think. 10 points for 0 Heroic Intervention is not bad at all. Because, like, I feel like in this detachment, it's going to matter to get into melee. And if that's the difference between you getting in there and not, for 10 points, I'd fucking use it. Doesn't look bad at all. Blinding Speed is ridiculous. Once per game, fight first. Like, it's no Temper Corpia, but considering that their data sheets are way better than our melees, this is, like, terrifying.
They really want to charge your unit, as they might just take a massive chunk out of them before they get to hit them. Maybe could be good for a Lord Exultant in a unit of Infractors, perhaps. Again, would be great to get that in Flawless Blades, but there's no characters that can put it there. I guess it could make a Demon Prince hard to charge as well. At 35 points, though, it is a significant investment. I feel like with the units that you can put it on, they're maybe just not the all-destroying things that you really need for fights first to be ridiculously effective. Next up, we've got Distortion, which is a +1 attack and +1 damage to the bearer's melee weapons. The Lord Exultant can be incredibly scary with his lethal hits, wound rerolls from Infractors, and a big turn of extra hits, and having him at damage 3 and an extra attack on top of that is just massive.
Oh, this one says you can put it on a Demon Prince. Usually these are not allowed on Demon Princes, so that's pretty cool.
A very tempting choice for him along with a unit of Infractors here. You could make an extra fighty Demon Prince as an alternative though with damage 4. Finally, we've got Rise to the Challenge, printed at 30 points. This one's infantry only, and it basically allows you to fight again at the end of the fight phase if there's at least 3 models within engagement range.
Huh?
Once per game.
What? Oh, no, enemy models. Yeah, I thought it said enemy units. When doing so, you can use one of the detachment rule buffs. Yeah, you could move the models out. So basically, here, if I can give you guys an example, you could do this, right? I think. Because it says fight again at the end of the fight phase once per game if they're within engagement range. So say, like, here, let me zoom in. Say you start a combat like here. And then, let's say the Scutari are the ones that are going to be using this ability. You could do, like... Why is it doing this? Why isn't it deleting it all the way? That's really weird. Oh, opacity's at 20. So, let's say you started at the beginning of the fight phase. You could just, like, take these guys out. And then they technically wouldn't be in an engagement range of 3 models, right? Because let's say your Scutari fight into these guys. You killed these 3. Your opponent removes it this way. They fight back. Well, I guess they would have to pile in, so they could. What would no? It would be like, say you charge them, you kill these three, they pile in, yeah. Or if they're already in, they pile in, you hit back, they delete those three, and then now you're not within 3 inches, or you're not within three models that are in engagement range because you're not within 1 inch or base to base, so therefore you wouldn't get it. So that's interesting.
And when you're doing so, though, you can use one of the detachment rule buffs as well, so sustained hits or lethal hits. I think after 30 points, you probably want some more de-restricted fights again. This one occasionally could be absolutely enormous when it does trigger against something that's really meaningful. Your lord hasn't got killed by an enemy unit on the counter-attack, but the 3 models in engagement range could be a bit killer. The opponent could just defeat it by
Yeah, but 2 fight phase is crazy.
Certain models when they pull casualties, and it just won't be usable against any one big single model. Still, I guess could be interesting enough for a ridiculous amount of attacks as a Lord Exultant on his big go turn with extra attacks. I feel like only really being effective against some ranked up infantry units is going to make this one less tempting. Overall, though, I feel like this could be one that a bunch of people gravitate towards.
Yeah, this one looks crazy.
On flawless blades and in fractals with a Lord Exultant is a big damage boost and makes them way scarier. As mentioned, like the extra AP, the charge down at fleeing enemies, and the fights on death for melee armies, and the enhancements are at least interesting. I feel like that distortion sword might be the easiest pickup, though the rise to the challenge and the blinding speed both could be massive deals in the right combat. Though if they do remain 30 points or more, they might just be a little bit less auto-include. Overall, seems like a scary detachment, though, particularly given how dangerous the floor.
Alright, Specs, write it up. Round it up.
Let's talk about the detachment rule for the
this is probably the one I'm least interested in. I don't really like allies, so... Can include Legion of Excess units even though they don't have the Emperor's Children keyword. Up to half of your army. Okay, so half and half. They can't be the Warlord. Yep, the ones on offer are Shalaxi, Keepers, Seekers, Fiends, and Demonettes. Core rule. Demons and Emperor Children empower each other when within 6 inches. While empowered, they get sustained hit 1s or critical hits on 5s if they already had it. Oh. It doesn't say like it's restricted to melee. Yeah, that seems pretty strong.
The Emperor's Children and the Demons of Slanesh fighting side by side, and their detachment is called the Carnival Except charges. You might have some things getting isolated, you can lose some units as well, and say you lost a bunch of demon units in one area of the board. It does mean that you could have far less options in terms of stratagems and just raw damage.
Yeah, I would have to buddy them up.
Talking of stratagems though, first up, for one command point we have Sustained by Agony. This one's triggered when an Emperor's Children unit slays an enemy unit in the fight phase, and one Legions of Excess Demons unit within 6 inches gets 3 wounds healed to itself, or you regenerate D3+3 Demonette models if you'd lost them in the squad. As healing stratagems go, I feel like 3 wounds or potentially around 5 Demonettes is a pretty valuable one. It maybe feels like the sort of thing that's just going to happen opportunistically from time to time though, as in general it's going to make sense to have those units near each other anyway to activate those damage buffs. For one command point,
slays an enemy.
One similar, but
it doesn't say unit or model. That's not bad. If you use the D3+3 on Demonettes, you just make like a chunkier wall.
Or Legion of Excess units destroying an enemy unit in the fight phase. One Emperor's Children unit within 6 inches of them and not in melee can then declare a charge. That's really quite interesting, potentially being able to even get a second charge in a turn, say if they've fought and destroyed their unit, or the Demons and the Emperor's Children both charge the same target, and then the Demons unit just wiped out the thing that they charged. You could then empower the Emperor's Children unit nearby to go on and charge something else and still deal their damage. You aren't allowed to fight a second time if you've already activated in the fight phase, but you could still use the second charge for gaining movement, even if you didn't want to even make the attacks. Definitely feels like this one might have some pretty interesting potentials. Like I said, you could have a Demon unit and an Emperor's Children unit both charge a unit of chaff. The Demons wipe out the chaff, and then the Emperor's Children unit goes on to charge the thing behind the chaff. That feels pretty nasty there. Or you could use it to throw models around in terms of tying up enemy units out.
Yeah, it's just a bit swingy.
If you could, that one feels interesting. Maybe one just to look out for opportunistically, or maybe could potentially try and set that up if there's something that you can wipe out reliably.
I don't know.
For one command point, there's Violent Crescendo. In the fight phase, one beast's infantry or mounted units can pile in and consolidate 6 inches, and when you do so, you can move closer to the closest units rather than the closest model, and you have to trigger this before they've actually fought or anything, so you don't know their damage. That's really quite a lot more movement in the fight phase, potentially. You could use it to lock up another threat if you're going to wipe out a unit, and then consolidate 6 inches to tie something up that doesn't want to be in close combat. You could use the bonus movement to get to an objective, or you could get more models into engagement range to fight with the enemy. That could be handy enough for a big squad, or one where the 3 inch isn't going to be enough to get you to pile in properly. For one command point, there's
hello, any spooky stuff? We went over the Peerless Bladesman. That one looked pretty fucking gross. So far, this Demon ones is looking meh.
This unit can charge when they advanced or fell back, provided that the target of their charge is in melee with an Emperor's Children unit already. That could give you a few more interesting options, and again, it's very much fighting alongside with them. I guess that means that you could both have the Legions of Excess and also the Emperor's Children units both advancing and charging alongside each other, so they could both keep up the speed with advance and charge, and then even maybe go on to trigger that other stratagem after they're fought in melee with those big damage buffs. For 1 command points, there's a nice simple uncanny reactions, -1 to hit this Slanesh unit in the shooting phase, so usable on both the demons and the Emperor's children. Always nice to have a reactive durability stratagem around, as ever these will be better against things with lower ballistic skill typically. And finally there's an interesting though pricey one called Dark Apparitions for 2 CP. This one's usable on the demonettes, and you use it when they're not in engagement range, and they can return to reserves at the end of the enemy fight phase. Usually that will be just 1 command point to do that, but for this one they also have the bonus rule that when they return they can turn up anywhere that's greater than 6 inches from the enemy rather than 9, provided they are within 9 inches of an Emperor's children unit. Essentially they get close range deep strike and are still able to charge after doing that, provided they've got some Space Marines around to set it up.
So
have an Emperor's children unit move a long way for.
So this one, Dark Apparitions, it's demonettes, which is okay, right? It's decent. They're not exactly the most terrifying units, but you basically return them at the end you return them to reserves at the end of the fight. Then they can deep strike within 6 anywhere on the field, as long as they're within 9. And that's not bad for 2, because you're kind of getting like 2 parts for 2 CP. You're getting return them to reserves, and then you're getting deep strike them next turn within 6. It's kind of like 2 stratagems put into one, and that's why it costs 2 CP. And then the cool part is that since you can deep strike during your movement, you could move this Emperor Children's unit into range to then let them strike. So here's kind of what I'm saying. Let's bring up the examples again. So let's say you have these guys here, right? Let's say, I don't think I have any demon units in PNGs. Let me see, maybe I do. Let's just use these Terminators as the demon heads, because I don't have any demons. So let's say these are your demonettes, right? And let's say they're fighting over here or something. Oh, I can finally fucking erase this stuff now that I fixed the hardness. Go away, go away, go away. So let's say these demonettes are fighting this Qatari right here, right? Let's say they kill them, right? For whatever reason. So these Qatari over here go bye-bye. Not these. These go bye-bye, right? So you're like, okay, I'm not in engagement range anymore. At the end of the fight phase, I can put these guys on reserve, right? So you put them on reserve. Next turn, movement phase. You go here, you move these guys in, and let's say this is like, I don't know, 14 inches or something. You can then deep strike these in like that, because while they were farther here, you could then move them and then deep strike in. So you're effectively getting whatever, I think they said that the base move for these guys is 7, not counting the fact that you can advance them. So you could like move these guys, advance them, right? And then drop something in within 6, which is pretty fat. I think that's pretty good. It is pricey, but you are getting 2 things, because these things could be on the other side of the field dealing with something else, right? But then you get to say, I need them over here. So then you bring them to the other side of the field, move these guys in, then they deep strike in, and then you get this side. While these guys can focus on, I don't know, something else after they deep strike in. And you're putting them within 6 inches too, which is pretty good. Saving Overwatch for flaming. They are demonettes, though. I will say that is I think the biggest downside to this stratagem is the fact that they're demonettes, because they aren't like the most terrifying.
Before you even get to deep strike them, so you could have a good threat range on the table to set this up with, and then you could drop the demonettes down.
Yeah, see even right here, the EC unit can move a long way forward before you trigger this.
To just delete a unit of chaff, or maybe jump onto an enemy home objective and sweep it clear. At 2 CP for this one though, it does feel like you'd have to think a fair bit ahead, as you really have to know that it was worth it, and also be weighing it up against all the other options that you'd be giving up by spending those 2 CP on this. Feels like there's some interesting mod stratagems though. I think that bonus charge one could definitely be interesting for ecstatic slaughter. The extra consolidate's an always handy one to have for a melee army, and the -1 to hit one and the healing ones, they feel like they'll at least fairly reliably turn up to have some value. Finally for this one, we've got the enhancements. Empiric Suffusion is free heroic interventions. This one's for an Emperor's Children model. It allows 1 unit per turn to get a free heroic intervention when they're within 6 inches of that model. I guess that's handy enough to have in the middle of a formation, and could allow the units to support each other, which does seem to be the theme of the detachment. Could be big on anything with fights first, like Lucius or Demonettes or Fulgrim. Dark Blessings has an Emperor's Children infantry model gaining a 3+ invulnerable save this phase, triggered after the enemy has just selected its targets, and only usable once per turn. I guess that could allow a Lord Exultant, Lord Cacophonist, or a Sorcerer to be unusually tanky.
Holy fuck, that's insane. That's like, what's the name of this fucking guy? The Manipulus is Defend the Divine Work. The once per game you get +4 invulnerable save for that phase, but 3 for 15 points. That's crazy. That's
You will
fucking
need to
wild.
preempt.
Imagine giving your Cataphrons a 3+ invul and save once per game. I'd pay 15 points for that. Granted, we get it in our data sheet automatically for 4, but that's crazy.
To know when their squad is going to go down in flames. The Possessed Blade feels like quite a good one. An Emperor's Children model gets +1 attacks in melee, and then you've got the option to sort of overcharge the weapon and use the demon bit of it, I guess. This makes your attacks hazardous, but each time you fight you also get +1 damage and devastating wounds as well.
Whoa!
That could make, say, a Lord Exalted just spectacularly fighty. You could also do it on a Demon Prince potentially.
I'm glad that they're giving this stuff to Demon Princes, because Demon Princes are kind of slept on a lot of armies. For some reason, they really try to exclude them from getting some of these buffs. But this is cool. That is really strong.
Power Sword becoming damage 2 with that. That one does seem like a really nice one. Finally, we've got Warp Walker, which is an Emperor's Children or Keeper of Secrets model, so the only one that you can put on the demons. For a model with this, you get to add 6 inches to your
What?
nice, reliable, really long charges. Emperor's Children can advance and charge, and demons are able to with that stratagem. When they make normal moves, fall back, and advanced moves, they get to move through.
Whoa! So they can get up to a 12-inch advance? Can do normal advance, fall back, and shoot moves through enemy models. What the fuck?
Auto pass desperate escape tests as well.
That's crazy. I think that's where this detachment shines, is the stratagems. These things look fucking insane.
Like that can make Keepers of Secrets or melee units really quite hard to screen out. You could be able to jump over screening units and get close to your prey, or just have really long threat range with the Auto 6 advance thing. Overall seems really quite nice. Overall I think there's enough here to be interesting.
Is it Auto 6 advance, or when you advance add 6 to the advance? Because if it's Auto Advance 6, that's really good. But if it's Auto Advance 6 on top of your advance roll, that's crazy.
To both sides of the army, even just getting that reliably on things like Flawless Blades or Noise Marines seems genuinely quite handy. Some of the stratagems are really interesting, though maybe in a little bit more of a technical melee way, as opposed to just adding sheer amounts of raw damage or speed. And after the enhancements, I think my favourite is that Possessed Blade there. Getting +1 attack in melee, along with +1 damage and devastating wounds is all rather nice. I certainly want that on an Emperor's Children character in this one. Moving on, and next up we have the transport-themed detachment, and this one is the rather brutally named Rapid Evisceration. Emperor's Children don't exactly have loads of transports to choose from, so this one's basically going to be entirely around infantry fighting in Rhinos and Land Raiders, at least for the things that gain benefits from the detachment rules. The core rule for this one is Mechanized Murder. Units that disembark from a transport this turn gets to reroll hit rolls and wound rolls of 1, so if you didn't have any of those going on already, that's usually a flat 36% boost to your damage output. It's a bit less potent for the Infractors in particular.
This sounds with Warp Walker would be insane.
I feel like the damage boost does help out a fair bit. It is kind of dependent on the Emperor's Children units just having good synergy with transport overall in the first place, though. Yeah, should you?
Yeah, that would depend on the data sheets, but this is looking pretty gross right now.
Ability they can give is handy enough, though with the army rule, the extra speed maybe isn't needed quite so much compared with some. If you're able to move quite fast in the first place, then advance and shoot and advance and charge, transports just aren't going to add quite as much value as they otherwise would do. Terminators and Flawless Blades can only be transported in Land Raiders as well, so no jumping out of Rhinos for them, and Land Raiders are certainly a pretty massive extra commitment. Beyond the core damage boost rule though, there's a bunch of other stuff going on. For one command point we've got On to the Next. This one triggers when an Emperor's Children unit kills something in the fight phase, and your Emperor's Children unit is wholly within 6 inches of a transport at the same time, and it means they can immediately embark into that transport if there's room for them. This one in theory is quite nice. If you can have a unit get
Wow.
kill an enemy unit dead and then get back into their ride, that's a good way to keep them safer from enemy retaliation and also set them up for a bigger threat range next time.
Yeah.
The challenge might be for your transports.
Yo, this is Explorer Maniple, but good. Yeah, I mean, you've missed a couple of them. I've been drawing a lot of comparisons to them, specifically the first one where it gives you -1 to, or reroll hit rolls and wound rolls of 1 if you kill up to 3 enemy units for the rest of the game. It's crazy.
Moving around and fighting. That's particularly with things like advanced and charges and big movement on the go. The unit might just outpace the transport and not be wholly within 6 inches when it does its fighting. For one command point, there's Advance and Claim. A Tormentor's unit in a transport can use their sticky objectives while embarked. I feel like this one isn't really a great one, to be honest.
Yeah, that's kind of meh.
Just generally don't really need to be in transport. They likely want to be either starting on the mid-board to secure one of the objectives, or on the home objective to sticky it straight away, neither of which really wanting to be in transport, and instead of using this stratagem, they could just get out if they really wanted to activate that rule. For 1 CP, we've got Dynamic Breakthrough. An Emperor's Children vehicle unit can move through enemy models besides monsters and vehicles, and auto passes Desperate Escape tests. I guess it could allow for transport to get to unusual locations. Maybe if there's enough room to land a Rhino the other side of a screening unit, then that could be something. Perhaps Morphines feel like another interesting use for that though. If you had enough movement, you might be able to get to places that you otherwise wouldn't be able to. It still does feel a bit niche though. I feel like this one would be so much more interesting if it allowed you to move through terrain pieces like several.
Yeah, that'd be kind of wild though.
Ceaseless Onslaught, a unit that disembarked from a transport that made a normal move can still charge. Land Raiders get this one anyway, so it's just for Rhinos this one. So you could have a Rhino move 12 inches, drop some Infractors out the front for another 3 inches, and then charge, I guess, an average of 7. So a 22-inch threat range there, more or less. It is
Yeah, that's
interesting,
okay.
but if they are able to advance and charge, and there's nothing in the detachment rule that's getting them in the way of that, they still have around about a 20-inch average threat range just from getting out, moving, advancing normally, and then charging. So again, this one maybe just feels a little bit niche on the use case side of things. For one command point, we've got reactive disembarkation. An enemy unit shoots your transport, and then your Emperor's Children unit can immediately get out somewhere within 6 inches of the transport, if it makes sense to in the enemy turn. Quite a lot of the time it wouldn't really make sense to in the enemy turn, given that your unit could just then get swapped by something else or charged by something. You're giving up your protection of the transport, so you'd have to have a good reason to do that. Maybe getting out the unit safely into terrain, if otherwise they wouldn't be able to if the transport just got destroyed with the extra movement.
So wait. Enemy shoots your transport, and a unit within can immediately disembark anywhere within 6. A bigger disembark range than if the transport... Oh, yeah, 6, true. So what you could do is, like, if you know that your Rhino's about to get shot by las cannons, you could, like, disembark within 6, and then your Rhino goes boom, and then you're totally fine because you're not losing models for the emergency disembarkation. I don't know when this applies, but the thing that I was thinking was Overwatch. So say, like, they try to Overwatch your Rhino or something. Then you, like, get the guys out. And then if they don't have anything else to shoot, then, you know, apparently a lot of units in this army have fight first. So then they wouldn't want to charge them. You know what I mean? If that makes sense. Here, let me see if I could conjure up a little scenario again with my stupid fucking examples here. So, like, here's kind of what I'm saying. I don't know why my Photoshop is running so laggy. So, let's say you have... Where the fuck are they? Breachers, right? Because breachers fuck up vehicles. So you have breachers here. Let's say these are the things that are embarked in this. That's a Vindicator. Do I not have a Rhino? I don't think I have a Rhino. We're going to use a Vindicator for the sake of this example. Okay. Vindicator, yay! Here, we'll even go as far as to flip this thing. Image. What the fuck is it? Transform. Flip horizontally. Okay. So, right, this thing is going around, whatever. Let's say, if this applies to Overwatch, here's what I'm thinking, right? If this applies to Overwatch, let's say our breachers that fuck things up in Overwatch go and try to break this, right? If you can do that at the start of the phase, you can disembark these guys within 6, right? And then this blows up, right? So now they're safe and they're within 6 inches of you. A lot of Slanesh units have fight first, from what I've seen. So then you don't want to incentivize these guys to charge, right? So then next turn, you're already here. You don't have to worry about, like, disembarking or anything like that. You're even closer than you would be normally. Granted, like, because if this thing moved, then you could disembark, but you can't charge unless you have something that lets you do so. Like a Land Raider, for instance. But this is mostly going to be used on Rhinos, I think. So you could, like, push this in, they overwatch it, this blows up, you disembark within 6, and now you set yourself up for a charge next turn. And if they try to charge you, then you're probably just, you know, okay with that because you have fight first. At least if you do. I think that's when you want to use this. But at least that's the idea I get behind it. Because if you're doing this in, like, I don't know, like in your enemies phase, well, if they overwatch you could just disembark and then charge, actually. Because if you're doing this in your opponent's shooting phase, then they're just gonna stand out here, and then another breacher over here could shoot them or something. I don't really see what the point of that is, other than reacting to some sort of overwatch.
You could do clever things like potentially set them up for heroic intervention, or put a bunch of models on an objective marker. Again, though, it often feels like you might just be able to keep the unit in the transport. Maybe the transport survives, or maybe they can get out of safety, if not anyway. Finally, for one command point, we've got Outflanking Strike. Transports wholly within 9 inches of a board edge can return to reserve at the end of the opponent's fight phase. 1 Land Raider or up to 2 Rhinos. Again, return to reserves is a pretty handy one to have. Means that you could be getting threats into the enemy deployment zone sometime later in the game. We could use this first turn for potentially first turn reserve arrival if the opponent went first. Transports are allowed to move onto the edge of the board and then disembark their cargo to do a bit of shooting. Feels like you could deliver some noise marines that way if you wanted. You'd have to weigh that up just versus where the transports can move anyway, though. They generally do have fairly good movement characteristics, and you might not have all that much options as to where you set them up. They've got quite big profiles, so you're not going to be able to land them in small gaps. The opponent might have been able to screen places and mean that you might not gain that much movement with this.
Yeah, these look okay.
The stratagems here, a bunch of them do have some pretty interesting movement options. I just feel like quite a lot of them are pretty niche to the point where they just don't really directly help you out with the main thing that you'd usually want to be doing with the transport units. Every so often, one or more of them could come in clutch. The re-embark one's certainly impactful if you can have the transport in a pickup point, maybe charging the enemy unit alongside the unit that got out of it perhaps. And the return to reserves thing is interesting again, but as mentioned does have its downsides. Infantry model only, as it allows you to arrive a transport model.
Infantry model only, one transport per turn can arrive from strategic reserves as if it was one round higher. Ooh. First turn reserves arrival on enemy's DZ, arrival turn 2 if you can find a spot. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Or from a strategic reserve as if it were one round higher. So if you just put one into strategic reserve normally with some content inside it, it could be turning up in the midboard on round 1 or the enemy deployment zone in round 2 if there's space. If anything, it feels like there's perhaps a bit of overlap with the stratagem option though. One out of every 2
if
games.
It is opponent shooting in phase, then you can hide them and keep them safe. Yeah, that too. That's what I was going to say.
For 20 points, there's Spearhead Striker. When this model's unit disembarks from a transport, you get to ignore Overwatch and reroll.
Oh, wait! Wow! Reroll charges. I'm assuming that's probably best on Land Raiders, because units would normally not be able to disembark and charge. Unless they were like, they didn't move that turn. But ignore Overwatch and then reroll charges on something like a Land Raider? Holy.
Support to move up paired with
20 points too.
You could get Norse Marines out somewhere that could eat some big Overwatch and have them in safety there. Seems like it could be okay if that's a big threat to you for a more cacophonous perhaps. Printed at 35 points, there's Accomplished Tactician. This one's infantry only, and one Emperor's Children unit within 9 inches in the shooting phase can re-embark on a transport after an enemy unit has shot them and hit them with at least one attack. I guess that's probably going to be easiest to set up on the bearer's own unit. So again, maybe you could have a Lord Cacophonous getting out of a Rhino alongside a bunch of Noise Marines, and then know that one enemy unit would be able to shoot them, but no more than that if they do have a transport nearby and they can't pop that easily. If it does turn out to be 35 points in the final version, though, that seems like a massive amount to pay for.
Yeah, it's a bit steep.
Heretic Adept. This one's for an infantry model once again. This one defends Emperor's Children vehicles within 6 inches, and once per turn, one vehicle within that range.
Heretic Adept with a K. Infantry model that can change a failed. Ooh. So it's like Necro Mechanic, basically. Well, the new stuff ignores Overwatch because I don't know, they hate us.
So say if you had a land raider that got hit by a las cannon,
the thing is, Slanesh armies are typically pretty squishy, which I think that ignore Overwatch is probably fine in that case. But these are also Marines, so.
Armor save, and then that damage would do 0 rather than d6 plus 1, so quite a lot of wound save there potentially. Feels like that's probably going to be most impactful for land raiders or perhaps Morlofiends. I feel like it would be an easier one to use if they had things like, say, some gun tanks to support though. That feels like the sort of thing that most enjoys that kind of buff. Overall, I'm maybe a bit skeptical as to how well received this one will be. It's just quite limited in terms of data sheets, even within the confines of this codex. Maybe the biggest problem feels like the transports just have a bunch of anti-synergy with the whole advance and shoot and advance and charge things going on, as you just don't need the speed quite so much.
Yeah, so that's the thing that when I saw transport detachment, I was like, do you really need that though? Like, considering how much you can move in this fucking army?
Doesn't seem like they're going to be reliably useful all that often. I'd say maybe the best.
This seems like the afterthought detachment, in my opinion.
When you get out of transports, that certainly feels very nice for Noise Marines, and maybe it's one of the most easy and predictable ways to get them extra sonic firepower. I suspect that this one might be received as a bit weaker than some of the rest. There certainly could be an annoying army to fight with a bunch of units that want to jump back in transports in all kind of ways. And if the transports get popped, then maybe getting them out into safety.
I think that detachment is more about using the transports as a mean of like extra health, quote unquote, as opposed to movement, because you don't need movement, but there's a lot of things that let you pop in and out of transports back and forth, so it's basically like allowing your units to move around and not be targets, or if they are targeted, they can hop back and like be in relative safety. Yeah, like a shield. Yeah. Also, that art right there is fucking killer. Holy. This one also looks really cool.
We have Slaanesh is chosen, and this one represents a bunch of characters trying to outdo each other, basically trying to achieve the best they can in the battle, draw their god's favour with great acts of valour and perfection, and reaping a bloody tally on the enemy while they do so. The core rule for this one is called Internal Rivalries. First up, the smaller part is that characters get to ignore modifiers to move, advance, and charge. Not nothing, but kind of niche on its own, given that not every army has those debuff style rules. Even then, it's not necessarily that they're going to target your character units with those, but the bigger part of the rule is called favoured champions. At the start of the game, your warlord unit is the favoured champion, and whenever your favoured champions make an attack, they get to re-roll the wound roll. That's really quite a mighty damage, particularly against
Wow.
toughness, and that's what they take to survive. You could have that on some seriously scary units, say Fulgrim himself re-rolling wound rolls all the time, or Lord Cacophonus leading a whole bunch of noise marines. As the game goes on though, if another one of your character units gets a kill, so destroys an enemy unit, then that unit now becomes your favoured champions from now on, until somebody else gets a kill to steal it back again. I feel like the switching thing is maybe kind of unhelpful though for actually getting those wound rolls active, as basically they'll steal the buff just after they've made their attacks, so usually that means they're not getting any of those wound rolls until the next turn once they've taken the buff from something else. I guess you'd want to make sure that you're attacking with your favoured champions early on if possible, so that you don't have something else steal their buff before they've got to attack with it. Overall, it's definitely an interesting big boost, but given that it just affects one unit in your army, it's going to be more impactful on smaller games.
At least it affects the unit. It's not like Auric Champions when it first came out, where it only affected the character. Your unit that the character is in gets to reroll wounds. But yeah, he brings up a good point in the fact that, like, if your character with, like, how do you describe this? You can't, like, get the reroll wounds if your character is attacking a unit. And then, like, let's say he kills that unit and he's like, okay, well, now he's favored. Now he has reroll wounds. And it's like, but he already went. You're going to have to wait till next turn to do that. So, it's a bit weird.
Potentially Fulgrim himself, as mentioned. For stratagem options, these again all key off character units, and some have advantages either for the favoured champions or for the non-favoured champions. First up, for one command point, Beautiful Death, and that's a fights on death on a 4+, adding +1 to the roll if the...
Yeah, 3+ fight on death is huge. So, and it says character unit, but that's not that restrictive considering that you're probably taking a lot of characters here. It's not that 2 CP automatic fight on death, but at least it's 1 CP cheaper.
That's enough for any melee specialist. Maybe Flawless Blades could be a particularly interesting one, and you could have them be your favourite champions via Lucius the Eternal if you wanted. Like the rest of the things in the detachment, it only works on character units though. For one command point, there's Heightened Jealousy. You use this when your new unit becomes your favourite champions, and then for the rest of the turn, all the other units that aren't your favourite champions gain a +1 strength on their attacks, both at range and in melee. I guess if you've got a whole bunch of different character keyworded...
Yeah, that's cool, but it's so situational. The +1 strength is always one of those, like, buffs that only matters if it's a breakpoint, right? And giving every other character unit +1 strength is huge, because you're basically getting, like, say you have 4 other units with a character. You're basically getting, like, 4+4 strength spread throughout the field for 1 CP, which is really good. But if those things aren't, you know, breaking some sort of breakpoint, then it just kind of doesn't matter.
Could be a +1 strength buff to a pretty massive chunk of your army, lasting until the end of the phase. Maybe it does feel like a little bit of effort to set up though. You'd be wanting to destroy something early in the phase, I guess, and you want to make sure that the actual +1 strength bracket actually made a difference against...
This is like a weird and probably... This is like a weird and a probably worse Reaper's Wager.
Be absolutely great if all the stars aligned, but might not always be the easiest one to pull off. For one command point, there's Devoted Duelist. You select one enemy unit, and all your character units that attack that unit this phase gain sustained hits 1 on their melee weapons. Just in general, getting sustained hits 1 is nice enough in the first place. Could well be worth it on a big scary character-led squad. Flawless Blades or the Infractors with a Lord Exaltum would enjoy that quite a lot, and it could pair pretty nicely with the wound rerolls as well. For one command point, we've got Diabolic Majesty. Just after a character unit becomes your favoured champions, each unit within 6 inches has to take a Battle Shock test at -1 to the test.
It's okay.
You can only use this once per battle round, though I suspect you wouldn't normally want to be doubling down on this. Battle Shock tests in your own turn are usually only so helpful, and that's normally when your favoured champions rule is going to be swapping around, though I guess it could potentially be preventing some stratagems or stopping them contesting a secondary objective from you or similar. For one command point, there's Refusal to be Outdone. This one's a +2 to charges for a character unit charging an enemy unit that's already in engagement range with something else in your army.
That's really cool and flavorful. +2 to charge. I feel like there's not going to be much that Slaanesh units can't already kill on their own, because they are, like, you know, the other melee army as opposed to Khorne. So this is, like, really if you're trying to kill something big, like real big. Hi, Killer Orca. I like the names for these. Yeah, these are really cool. I like the refusal to be outdone. That's cool as shit.
Charges or charges from reserve, provided you've got another unit to set that up for you. Where that up versus a command point reroll though, as you don't have to commit the command point reroll until you've actually failed the charge. The +2 to charges will raise the chance of making the charge a bit higher than the CP reroll on higher values, like say 9 or more though. Finally, for one command point, there's Vengeful Surge. This one's a character unit that can make a surge move of d6 inches directly towards the closest enemy unit after it's been shot. Technically, it's declared just after you were targeted, so you don't know exactly how much damage your opponent's going to do at that time. The d6 inches can be used to get into an engagement range, which could be absolutely enormous, and you get to reroll the dice if your character unit is currently not the favoured champions. This one's really quite a big one, as it means that all your scary character units can't really be safely approached on objectives, at least not unless the opponent's units can afford just to have something walk into melee with them and hit them very hard in close combat. It could be really good on things like Lucius the Eternal or Fulgrim.
Yeah, that's pretty gross.
For infantry units, you could also use this to hide in melee as well, so enemy guns can't target.
There's been a lot of things lately that let you move towards engagement range. Usually this stuff doesn't let you, but a lot of the melee armies are getting this, which is really, really good. Surge move of d6. The fact that they have to be hit first is kind of, or targeted rather, is kind of dangerous. But the fact that you can reroll the dice if it's not favored is actually pretty fat. Because this, what's really cool about this attachment is a lot of these that usually have like one unit that's mega buffed. It only allows you to apply the buff to that mega buffed unit, but this is always saying like the character units that are being outshined basically are the ones that get these. So your big unit is getting that big rerolls wound thing, and your other units are getting these other buffs, which is really, really cool.
That one's maybe got some of the...
Sadly gotta go. Nice watching the stream. Yeah, I appreciate it, man.
To be one of the best stratagems in the detachment and makes the enemy have to back off and change their plans. Otherwise, the sustained hits one in melee seems handy enough. Fights in death can be okay for a whole bunch of melee units, and I guess the +1 strength one could be situationally really quite good if you can get it set up and the strength differential actually matters. Finally, for letters chosen, we've got the enhancement. Eager to Prove is printed at 10 points. This one allows you to reroll charge rolls and give you a +2 inches to your movement.
Wow.
Your favoured champions. That could be quite a big threat range increase while you're favoured, though it's maybe a bit unfortunate you can't get that in Flawless Blades, given that they have to be led by Lucius the Eternal, who can't take enhancements. Repulsed by Weakness is printed at 25 points. When enemy models fall back from this unit besides monsters and vehicles, they have to test Desperate Escape, and they have a -1 to the test if your unit's favoured. That could give your opponent some tough decisions, either stay in combat and risk getting wiped out, or lose a chunk of their unit from falling back, though bear in mind they can always choose the least bad option for themselves, maybe planning to countercharge or just accept a few casualties that don't really matter. It certainly could add a bit of extra value to...
That's pretty strong. I like that.
Printed at 20 points, there's Proud and Vainglorious. This allows you to reroll Battle Shock and Leadership tests and gives you +1 OC while the unit is the favoured champions. If the price is cheap enough, it could make things like Noise Marines or Terminators better objective grabbers while they kill things. I feel like at 20 points for extra OC though, it's a bit take or leave.
Yeah.
15 points, we've got Slayer of Champions. This one's printed at 15 points, and your melee weapons for your character gain precision, and you boost the strength and AP of them by 1, but only when you're fighting enemy character units, so it basically makes them into a big dangerous assassin. That seems like it would be good.
See, that's a lot better than what's the one that Creators of Bile had? I think it was called Surgical Precision. Well, I gotta sneeze 1 second. Man, I think I'm like getting sick while I'm sitting on stream because I feel myself getting like my nose is getting congested. Okay, 15 points. Not only do they get precision, but they also get strength and AP -1 against character units. Precision doesn't matter unless you are fighting a character unit, right? So this is already better, in my opinion, than surgical precision, because you're getting a damage buff on top of precision for, like, I think it's 5 points more, which is really, really good. You wouldn't care about precision unless you were fighting against character units, so...
White Lord Exultant, or maybe a Demon Prince where they'd quite like the AP3 and Precision. Feels like it could be a good points filler, but won't be reliably good in every game, as not every army has important characters to try and snipe out of units. Overall, again, it does feel like it's got some interesting stuff. I feel like there's some good value from the big reroll wound rolls thing. We'll have to be starting on Fulgrim if you're playing with him, though could be on something else if you can have a different warlord. For stratagems, surge moves, sustained hits in melee, and fights on death are all nice enough, and the enhancements feel okay, but maybe feel a bit more points fillery, as opposed to being enormously standout. As mentioned, given the big buff to just one focal unit, it does look like it will be a detachment that's going to be better at lower points values versus really big games. Overall, the Emperor's Children have got a fair few different ways to go with detachments. I feel like most of them seem like...
Yeah, I think... However you say, corduroy? I'm terrible at English. It's my second language, that's my excuse. This one is really, really, really good in my opinion. It just depends on how well you play. Mercurial Host seems pretty solid. Peerless Bladesman seems gross as fuck in my opinion.
They've got at least some interest going on for their different to. Moving on though, let's talk about the other half of the Codex and get on to the datasheets. And as World Eaters found out in 9th edition, going from being kind of a sub-faction of Chaos Space Marines to a standalone Codex meant that a lot...
Can't use Raptors, Possess, Havocs, Venom... Losing Possess sucks. Havocs, you don't really care. Venom Crawler, Oh my god, I gotta, like... Fucking god, I'm getting, like, edged on how I have to sneeze. Several generic Chaos Marine picks can't be used that were broadly expected to be in the Codex. Hellbrutes is kind of crazy not having those. Forge Fiends a little bit. Predator tanks. It just sucks. Like you're losing a lot of your base. And there's kind of like no reason why. You know what I mean? It's kind of like when no, I actually think this one was a little bit more heinous, but like when World Eaters lost Red Butchers. They technically have Terminators, but they're not the same, you know? No, they don't have cultists? That's what? Wait. That's what? Wait. Does that mean that the other legions are going to lose cultists too? Rip Hellbreed's one of the best parts of Chaos. Have you seen them next side by side to a Primaris Dreadnought? They look so fucking small and derpy. It's actually kind of depressing. I love Hellbrutes, but they need to fix that fucking sculpt. And not in the terms of like how it looks, but in the terms of like how big it is and scaled. Losing cultists is wild. If that's a sign to take what is going to be the rest of the cultists for the other legions, that's going to suck big time. Considering that like CSM has cultists, I mean they have an entire detachment based on cultists. I don't see why Slanesh would lose cultists. Does that mean that like Thousand Sons is going to lose cultists? Same with Death Guard and World Eaters? Well, okay, World Eaters have Jackals. Thousand Sons have Zangors, and I guess Death Guard has... Yeah, maybe there isn't a need for cultists in those after all. I don't know if Slanesh got a replacement for them, though.
A lot of datasheets won't be fielded anymore for the Emperor's Children. There's all the normal and expected stuff with things like Raptors, Possessed, Havocs and Venom Crawlers, which are all locked to core Codex Chaos Marines. I don't think anyone was really expecting them to appear in the Emperor's Children book, but the unit list for the Emperor's Children was far more restrictive than the other deity codexes have been, at least in 9th and 10th edition. Notable omissions include any sort of bestiary gun tank, Predators, Forge Fiends, Defilers and Hellbrutes. They do have the Land Raider, but that pays a premium for its transport capacity, and the Mauler Fiends to engage in close combat. Kind of weird to have that, but not the Forge Fiend really. Chaos Cultists are also a notable omission. Again, it does feel weird not to have them, to the point where I wonder if they're going to do some Slaneshi Cultists at some distant future release, but they're also not in the book, and that means that there's only things like Chaos Spawn for low-cost units for objective grabbing. There's also no Terminator characters, such as the Sorcerer.
So they don't have a replacement for, like, cultists.
As mentioned earlier as well, if you wanted to field allied Slaneshi Demons, I guess the unit list that they can draw from has been drastically cut down. No named characters besides Shellax and Hellbane. No. That's
kind of weird. I don't know if they should have done that. Alright, chat. Before we get into this, I really gotta go to the bathroom. So, I'm gonna take a little break real quick. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and probably get some halls. I think I'm getting sick, which kind of sucks. But I'm feeling my nose get running and me get a little fatigued here. So, maybe I'll try to grab some medicine real quick. It should only be like 5 minutes. Go grab some water and hydrate yourselves, and then we'll get into the data sheets. All right, we're back. Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, I can feel myself getting sick. It might not be good. Might not be a good thing. Also, my humidifier wasn't on. I live in like a really dry state, and if you don't have a humidifier on, you're basically just gonna die. Oh, hey, Ramadan, welcome. I love this waiting screen saying thank you. Is it a ranger with cat ears or something else? Yeah, it's like a little ranger with cat ears that Keto has in a lot of their art. And when I was thinking of doing this like Monster Hunter thing, I was like, palicos are like the big Monster Hunter thing, the little cats, and your little friend would be perfect for little drawing animation. It just happened to fall in line really well. But that's probably the last commission I'm gonna get from Keto in a while because I've just been like back to back getting commissions and they're not exactly cheap and they're all coming out of pocket. So I do it for the sake of the channel, but I think I'm gonna slow down just a bit now that I got the voices of the code one and this little one. The next one it probably won't be for a couple months unless I have like another project that I really want to get. The good thing is whatchamacallit, the good thing is that the channel's getting relatively close to monetization. Here we can divert real quick. We have been watching this for quite a bit. So there's like criterias that you have to hit in order to get to monetization. So this is the one. So we're almost we're almost 75% of the way there because it's 1,000 subs. So once we get to 750, we'll be 75% of the way there. This is the big one, is watch hours. This one takes a while. It varies from channel to channel. I'm kind of ahead of the curve right now where I have a lot of subs but not a lot of watch time. And that's because a lot of my videos are about like 8 to 12 minutes long. The Codex video really bumped it up because that video got a lot of exposure. But that was a big video. A lot of the views have slowed down. I haven't gotten 5K views like that in a while. So voices in the code is kind of a way to try to mitigate that too because it's a longer watch hour time. So it's something that you guys can turn on while you're like painting or just chilling, and that should help with the watch hours. But I actually haven't seen what the view count on it is right now. Let me go check. I just like sharing charts because charts are cool. Does rewatch count for watch hour? Yeah, it does. Yeah, like the Iron Strider video underperformed, but that's also like not really because a lot of my views have been like 8, 6, 6, 700, 700, and then the Codex one is just like boom, 5,000, right? This one was fucking huge in my opinion. So I'm kind of still riding the high from that one. The Rad Zone core did pretty well in comparison to all the other ones, and I think that was just the retention that I got from the Codex one. And then the Iron Strider one got 800. Granted, it should go up to about 1,000, which is good because before I was pulling like 500 to 300 kind of, and then now I'm consistently pulling around the 1K mark. So the channel has definitely grown because of this. Again, thank you guys very much. I appreciate you guys watching the videos. I understand why voices in the code hasn't gotten that much views. It's going to take a while to get up, especially because it's a lot longer content. So not everyone's going to just watch it really quick, right? You either throw it on in the background or you skip these type of videos altogether. I speak from experience with that. This morning, I think it was at 180, so now it's at 240, so 50 views. It's about right. Yeah, yesterday when it premiered, I got 41 views, and then it kind of trickles at about 10 to 20 per hour, which is usually what I see. That's normally how much my videos perform. Again, the channel's still growing and stuff, so a lot of people take like a year to get monetization depending on what they do. Yeah, this one flattened out pretty hard. That's all right. But yeah, you can see like right now it's only getting like 1 view every hour. Thankfully, streams help watch time too. So this hasn't updated in a while too. It also takes like a week to update. Last update was the 24th. It's already the 1st. So right now I'm sitting at, it's saying that I have 1,600, but in reality, it checks the last year and a half or year of content. So we're sitting at 1.8. So we're almost halfway to monetization in terms of watch hours. 50% in watch hours, 75% in subs. We're getting there. And once I start monetizing the channel, at least that'll help pay for one. I'll make an announcement when we get closer to it. But for 1,000 subscribers, I'm going to do probably, if I can afford it, I'm going to try to do a giveaway of 2 combat patrols for the patrons. And I think I'm going to give away my own, because I have one from 9th edition. I have 2 boxes of 9th edition, so I'm gonna give one of 9th and one of 10th away, and that'll be the 1,000 sub kind of giveaway thing. So that, and then when I monetize, I should be able to at least get a little bit of money from YouTube, so to help me offset the giveaways. Because as much as I know that like the giveaway starts at the 15th for a leader, but I don't want to just like give leaders for the next foreseeable future. I want to start giving like combat patrols to people and stuff. But I'm gonna need a little bit of assistance in terms of payment for that. So at least once the YouTube channel gets monetized, that with Patreon should help offset a bit of the costs so that I can give back a little bit more. As opposed to just a leader, I can give something more substantial for those people that want to get into AdMech, considering how expensive this army is, right? So, looking forward to that. But let's get back to it.
So here's a brief list of the datasheets. First up, we've got the unique units, 4 characters in Fulgrim, Lucius the Eternal, the Lord Exultant and Cacophonist, and then 4 squads, the Tormentors and Infractors, Noise Marines and Flawless Blades. Then for the additions for the generic Chaos Space Marines, there's the Standard Sorcerer and Power Armor, the Demon Prince and the Winged Variant, Chaos Terminators and Chaos Spawn, and the Rhino, Landvader, Maul.
They got a Helldrake but not a Forge Fiend? That's kind of dumb. Do I have a Discord? Like a personal Discord? No. You're like the 5th person to ask. I guess at this point I should really look into making one. Maybe I'll look into making one for you guys if you really want one that bad. I usually direct people to the AdMech Discord, but that one's already kind of full of a bunch of people, and I know that usually going into a Discord while it's already like massively populated is a little overwhelming at times, because you just kind of feel like there's already a pre-existing community. If I do make a Discord, it's probably going to be very, very bare bones, and you're going to have to, you know, have a bit of patience with me, because I have like zero knowledge on setting up a Discord server. A lot of the things I've been doing through this channel have very much been like first time, I don't know how to do. The only thing that I have some experience with is video editing, and even that I'm trying to freshen up on, which is why like every video gets better. But like even like things to like OBS and stuff, like making all these transitions and shit, all first time stuff that I'm still working on. I know somebody said that they wanted like a different effect for my character talking other than the white outline, but I genuinely don't know how to make anything else. And even that took me like 3 hours to figure out. So I'd be down for a Discord for sure. I'll look into it. I want you guys to know that if I do make one, it's going to be very, very bare bones. And I guess I just didn't think that my community warranted yet, because it's, we're still pretty small. But I'll look into it for sure. If anything, I'll try to have one up. One that I'm happy with that maybe has like a lot of features within the next month, maybe. I think I have a pretty easy video coming next week, and then I'm going to do a kind of bigger one. And I have a friend that's a bit of a coder, so maybe he can help me out with a bit of the bots. But
Fiend and Helldrake for the Motorpool. Finally, as mentioned for the demons, we've got Shalaxi Hellbane, the Keeper of Secrets, and Seekers, Demonettes, and Fiends. I mentioned it briefly earlier, but bear in mind that the printed points in the codexes aren't final. I feel like they're worth just bearing in mind, particularly for new units, but also Games Workshop.
Combat Engineers for 35?
And to do so on a day 1 digital update.
Alright, chat.
Points will be in the
I'm sure everyone here already knows, especially if you're experienced in Warhammer, don't buy codexes, right? And this is true more today than any other edition that I've played personally. I know that a lot of codexes are usually outdated by the end of the edition, but especially with 10th, these books are outdated before they even release for the most part. So I did it with 9th. I bought the 9th book, granted, but like our book now has way too many changes to even justify buying it, right? And even more so with any book that comes out in the future. Listen, there's plenty of ways to get free rules, right? Yar hard. I mean, you don't even have to get like a PDF or anything, right? Because like a PDF for a on release codex is gonna be outdated. Like the 10th edition one that I have for AdMech is outdated. They're like even if you go sail the high seas for a codex on release, it's not gonna be right. Codex should be art book and storybook and give out. Yep, you're absolutely right. And that's kind of the point that I'm making here. Listen, there's 2 websites that you need to know about, right? To get all your rules. I'll show you guys real quick. First one, 39k.pro. Granted, these take a little bit to update, but I would rather take a week to, not play 40k while the people make the updates to these. And then straight up just like have better rules. You have to take your I know a lot of people criticize these because they're like, well, we don't know if they're 100% right because they're made by people, right? Like that aren't GW employees. But I would much rather this than have to say, I don't know, because I don't know how somebody, I've had people like be assholes about it when I play in person. I don't know how somebody expects me to do this, right? To go here, go to downloads, go to 40K, and then, you know, grab the Minotaur and Field Manual, the Balanced Data Slate, the Pariah Companion, the core rules, right? Because all this changes. And then God forbid that you have like an index or a detachment that you're playing, right? For you to have to grab this, and then this every single quarter, and then, you know, scroll through all these pages, there's no reason to do it, right? This is why people argue for free rules. So I would much rather take a break and then trust that somebody did this right and cross-reference if I'm really doubting myself than to like grab a book and flip through like 7 million pages, right? Because a lot of these PDFs, like when I was looking up some rules, Remdem pointed this out, and thank you very much for doing so, because they said that we were playing that monsters could move through ruins, right? Just by taking a battle shock test. That's not true. It was actually a stratagem for Tyranids. So when we played that, we were wrong. And I had to go through here, right? And I was looking for all these rules because they pointed out that, like, yeah, it specifically calls out the Primarchs. So I'm sifting through here trying to find this ruling, right? And I found it like way the fuck down here somewhere. If I could just give you guys an example. Where the fuck was it? I mean, this is like, I'm just kind of proving my point by not being able to find it like this. But like, it was somewhere way the fuck down here. And then not only that, but then I figured, okay, it actually wasn't a rule to the core changes. It was a rule to the stratagems, right? So then you have to go here and then look at the balanced data slate for the stratagems of Tyranids. And that's where I found the rule, right? Because if you go to Nids, let's see, Necrons, Tau, Tyranids. Here's where we misplayed it. Was right here. Can move through sections of terrain that are more than 4 inches in heights, but then it's battle shock. But that is specifically a Crusher Stampede attachment. So imagine you're trying to play a game of 40K with somebody, and you're trying to look through all this shit, right? Like changes to, say, our data sheets in AdMech, where you're looking at your book and you're like, actually, hold on. My book isn't right. I have to look at all this changes because now, you know, I know that the Eradicator beam is different, or that the Trent Phosphor Blaster actually has 12 shots, right? Just open 3 codexes, the core rules, and the updates. You could do that. Or, right, you can go to 39k.pro, Mechanicus, on a Dragoon Crawler, ranged. Right there. 12. And I didn't have to go through 3 different websites. And this is updated like a week later. Not even. This is updated quicker because this website, what it's doing, it's ripping the HTML code from the Warhammer app. Right? You could sit here and download all these things and Control F, right? Or you could just go here and be like, okay, well, let me figure this out. Like, this is way quicker. Drop a link, 39k.pro. I'll drop the link for you, but it's really, really easy. It's so easy to remember this website. And in my opinion, this is a lot better than, why is it not letting me chat? Oh. Just like that into like the .pro is the .com, so to speak. And this is updated like the day of releases for the most part, because once the app is updated, this is updated. It's fucking incredible. This is like the best resource ever, in my opinion. And then if not, if you really need like more rules, this one takes longer, but it's Wahapedia. Everyone uses Wahapedia. If you don't know about Wahapedia, this is like one of the best. 10th edition, all your rules are right here. Everything you could ever want. And this is a lot easier because you don't have to find another document. It's all just added into the book, or like the website, so to speak, right? So it's a lot easier because of that. Oh. So if I go to like Mechanicus, right? I don't have to worry about, oh, which detachment do I want to play? I want to play Halo's Creed? Boom, right there. There's no like, oh, let me go download the PDF and then no, it's all here. It's way easier. And if you really need to, if you like, I use 39K for the data sheets because they're updated a lot faster. But even here, you have data sheets. So if you want to go manipulous, right? And what I was talking about, the Defend the Divine Work, it's right there. 4+ invuln save. And this tells you like all the stratagems that this unit is good with, or not good with, but that it can target it. It gives you all the enhancements it can carry throughout all the detachments. It is, this website is fucking incredible. So this in combination with this, don't buy a Codex. And like I said in the Codex video, they don't deserve your money because those books are outdated and then they become nothing but an art book and a lore book, and they should be priced as such, right? But they are priced with the intent of selling you your rules, because that's like what, 30% of the book there. Unless you're selling like Crusade rules and those aren't changing much, they should not be charging you for that. And there's websites that you can use to get around it. And I'm sure most of you already know this, but new recruit, right? If you're stuck in the past still using Battlescribe, new recruit is a website. This one I will say you have to be careful with new recruit, because I have found mistakes in data sheets, which is why I will always cross-reference 39K, considering that it rips the HTML code from the Warhammer app directly. So you do have to be a little bit careful with this one. I always like to look at 39K Pro before I start playing games. But, I mean, I don't know. Let's see, add mech. Mechanic is test. We'll call this test. 2,000 point limit, add force, create. Right? And then here it'll give you everything you need to. When you can build your list, and then you can look at data sheets here. It tells you all the rules and everything. Right? So, like, between this, and this is for like core rules, data sheets if you want to use it, but mainly core rules, any ruling that you need. This is for your lists and any of the data sheets, and this is like a data sheet for like everything. You could even check your opponents if they're trying to like, because there's that whole problem of, well, you don't know what your opponents can do, right? Yeah, you can. You go here. Because that's the biggest complaint about indexes going away, because you can't really tell what your opponents do. It's like, yeah, just go here to Wahapedia. Let's say, like I did this to check Lily last time we played, right? Because they were trying to target something in Legion of Excess, and I'll have their rules on the side, right? And then I noticed that one of them said, yeah, this one right here, Thieves of Pain, excluding monsters. You can't target a monster with this. And they did try to, right? So it's just like, there you go. You can keep your opponents in check. You can keep yourself in check. You can make sure that things are going right. There's no reason to buy a book anymore, right? And I think that these websites exist, much like piracy, not because of a pricing issue, but an accessibility issue, right? Because some people just can't play the game without a thing, and then they go without a codex, and then they go, no, we're just going to change everything. And it's like, why? Why would you ask me to buy something to then make it inaccessible because I have to download 17 different PDFs of something, right? And this is why this stuff exists. And then now GW is going to hemorrhage money. At least I would hope so, because there are people that won't let you play unless you're holding a codex, even though it doesn't even hold your rules anymore, right? And I think those people are a little bit unreasonable to play a game with. You should just utilize these things. That's my opinion. But obviously, talk to your opponent, see if they're okay with that stuff. So yeah, don't buy a book. That's basically all I'm saying. A very long way to say that there are methods out there for you to avoid giving $60 for something that doesn't even hold the rules correctly, coming directly from the people that create the game. It's kind of ridiculous.
We'll start with the unique Emperor's Children units, then go through to the generic Chaos Space Marine ones, and then to the demons. We'll start out with the two battle line units for the Emperor's Children, and that's the Infractors and the Tormentors. And these are basically the legionary equivalents of the Emperor's Children, seeing as they move Noise Marines into more sort of the heavy support Havoc style role with some big firepower. The Infractors are the Thrill Seeker ones who want to charge headlong into combat and fight with their dueling sabers. They've got the standard Space Marine stat line with OC2, so some good pressure on objectives. They move a bit faster at 7 inches. And these...
Okay, I'm going to slow this down because he talks fast here. So they have grenades, great. I hold a codex while I play for the artwork is really cool, at the very least. Hits on 3s, 4 attacks, strength 4, AP -1, damage 1, precision on all of them. Interesting. So this is basically a chain sword. Here, let me show you a very good reason to have 39K. Let's see a chain sword. Chaos Space Marines. Legionaries. Melee. Chainsword 3, 4, -1, 1. I'm gonna close this. 3, 4, minus 1, 1. Yeah, so they're chain swords with precision. Okay.
This one's also scout 4.
And then the Rapture Lash, 6 attacks, 4 minus. Okay.
6 inches as well.
I don't know. Might buy the normal version only from now on, but definitely not the Connector Edition anymore. Hi Oswald, first of all. Irashaimase. But I think if you bought the collector's edition, you have to buy it with the intention of whatchamacallit. You need to buy with the intention of wanting it for the sake of it being a collector's item. So I think if you bought the collector's edition knowing that it was more than just a way to get the rules, then it's fine, you know? I don't know if you guys saw, but Warcom is releasing a special edition for all of the 4 legions. And they look sick. I'm not going to lie. I thought about it. Not for this army, but for all the other armies, because I'm a big World Eaters fan, as well as a Death Guard fan. And I think you buy those knowing that the rules are going to be bad, but it's more just something to have. When did they announce it? Where the fuck is it? Man, this website sucks. Is it this one? No. Am I dumb? Am I looking at the wrong place? You know what? I saw it on their x.com. Warcom. Warhammer. Okay, come on, X. You're better than this. Here we go, Warhammer official. Hopefully they didn't drown it out with a bunch of shit. Is it this one? No, this is pre-orders. I might be wrong. Take a look at Codex Emperor Children. I'll know it when I see it. I remember I commented on this one really upset because I was like, wow, more 30k stuff. This one right here. Okay. So they're releasing collector editions like this, and this looks sick in my opinion. This is fucking awesome. But you buy this knowing that the rules are going to be bad. What's cool is that they give you this little relic that you can stack with all 4 legions as they come out. I don't really care about that because I don't really care for Thousand Sons and I don't really care for Emperor's Children. It's just kind of like a little nice thing. They give you objective markers and they give you this really cool book. And then they give you this kind of like collapsible sleeve with it. I think kind of like what you're saying, Oswald. You buy this knowing that it's a collector's item and not a rules book. And I think at that point it's fine, right? But it's still crazy that they're probably going to charge like 80 to 120 for something like this. I mean, the rule book shouldn't be 60, period, dot. Considering, again, that half of the contents go bad, right?
So they're going to be getting very quickly into the mid-board and being able to scrap with their enemy peers. The points cost are listed at 95 points for 5 of them.
So yeah, like I was saying, how they're probably like their costs are very steep for a lot of their stratagems, but they probably have a way to generate CP right here. 1 infractor gets the icon of excess. If you kill an enemy unit within shooting or fighting, take a leadership test. If passed, you gain 1 CP. Leadership tests are pretty easy to pass, especially when your leadership is 6. And this is staple to their battle line, right? Like for us, we have to spend a point, and on a +5 we get it on anything with a broad spectrum data tether. That's really the only way we have getting CP back. And that's not even, that's getting it back. That's not just generating extra. Granted, your battle line might not be killing everything, right? So you won't get much of it, but these are going to be your objective holders. These are OC2. They hit pretty hard with, like, you know, just a stack of 5 with chain swords are not bad at all. And then it looks like right here, reroll wound rolls of 1. Okay, so these are just legionaries. Yeah, okay, so yeah, these are better legionaries. That's all they are. Because legionaries have that ability too. When they're targeting an enemy in the objective marker, they reroll all wound rolls, but otherwise they just reroll wound rolls of 1. Except they can generate USCP back. That's actually really gross. They're the same cost too, I think. 95 points, that sounds about right. That's crazy. Yeah, they're just better legionaries. And they have scout. They don't have dark packs, but they have scout. That's wild.
90 per 10. As mentioned though, it's certainly possible that that could change. For their damage, they're equipped with dueling sabers for the majority of the unit, for attacks that hit at strength 4, AP 1 and damage 1 with precision. You'll also get bolt pistols, and then the Obsessionist squad leader gets either a power sword, raptor lash, and can upgrade to a plasma pistol. The power sword is just basically the same, but with an extra pip of AP. The raptor lash instead has an extra 2 attacks, and that one probably seems like the best choice against the majority of targets. I'm not sure if the power weapon might be a typo, given that Space Marine power weapons usually tend to be strength 5 these days. Either way, broadly they have a whole boatload of attacks to clear out lighter infantry. One Infractor gets an Icon of Excess. If you kill an enemy unit when your unit's shooting or fighting, then you take a leadership test, and if it's passed, then you gain 1 command point, which is rather nice. One of the only ways
we've
to
already went over this. We'll skip ahead a little bit.
The other troops choice for the Emperor children are the Tormentors. They're the sort of legionary equivalent, armed with bolters, and are the other build from the same kit as the Infractors. They've got the same stat line with a 7-inch move and OC2. They're also listed at 95 points per 5 of them, or 190 per 10. But instead of the scout keyword, these
oh, excuse me.
in the midfield if they want to, as they're infiltrators.
Okay, so all range attacks have precision. That's gross. Like, your entire battle line can fuck up a leader. Granted, leaders usually have like a 4+ invuln, but bolters are crap. They really have to buff bolters, in my opinion. One gets a melta-gun and one gets a plasma. Yeah, that seems right. Do they have the ability to take heavy combat weapons? Because that's one of the things that makes legionaries so dangerous. Is that same with plague marines? If I'm correct, they can get heavy combat weapons. Per 5, I think. Okay, so basically the same thing. Oh, they have sticky. That's good. That's really good. Okay, so maybe that's why they took away cultists. Granted that these are more expensive than cultists, but usually cultists are kind of like your backline, or they have sticky in some way, like the Death Guard ones do. So if these guys have sticky, that's pretty good. But it's just that they're pretty heavily priced. Oh, they have infiltrator. Oh shit. Oh, that is gross.
To screen out the enemy and stop them putting infiltrators down where they're not wanted. It can be nice to have some presence on mid-board objectives as well.
So, real quick, why is Infiltrator good on battle line, right? Here's why. I covered this in the Caesarian video, but I want to show you guys just again. Why is Infiltrator good? It's because... Here, let me add a map, because we're going to need it for this. Where the fuck is it? Yeah, I really need to organize my shit. Map. Alright, map layout. Here. So, Infiltrators is good because of this. If you have a... Shit. If you have a Legionary squad, like, for the sake of just entertaining the fact that these are Tormentors, or whatever the fuck these things are called. Yeah, Tormentors. The reason that Infiltrator is good, especially on something like your battle line, is because they have really high OC and they could deploy something here, right? So, if, say, you have, like you're playing Flyblown Host, or you couldn't fit Infiltrator, so you had to go with the cheaper cost, which is, what's the name of these fuckers? Oh man, what's their name? Cerberus Raiders, right? Cerberus Raiders are just a bit cheaper. I have to use them sometimes because I can't fit in the other dudes' Infiltrators. The reason that they're good is because you can go and do something like this. These are Sulfur Hounds, but just for the sake of just entertain the fact that they are not. It's my computer's like blowing up. I don't know why. It's going so slow. Okay. So if you don't know, the reason Infiltrators are really good is because you can do something like, if you set these guys up for scout, right? If your opponent, let's say you haven't deployed these yet, your opponent is setting up a scout unit, because Cerberus Sulfur Hounds have, not Sulfur Hounds, Raiders have Scout 9. If your opponents have Scout, right, it's a really good idea to always ask your opponent, does your army have Scout? And then they point out which units they do as they're deploying. If they are deploying it, say, here, right, so then they can scout up here and then eventually come up here. The reason Infiltrators is really strong is because you can put them right in front and they cannot scout move into you, right? That's why your battle line of all things having infiltrator, considering that they have a higher OC in general, you can block lines of sight if they have infiltrators or if they have scouts, and if not, you infiltrate them right on top of an objective like this. But otherwise, you can stick them up here, and then now you deny your opponent a scout move, right? That's why this is really strong, because the ruling for scout, if we look at 39k and we go to Mechanicus, let's go to Raiders, right? Oh, it doesn't say the ruling. Okay, we'll go to here. Factions, Mechanicus, datasheet, Raiders. Where's Scout? Here we go. So the Scout ruling: must end their move more than 9 inches horizontally away from enemy models. So it's basically like a deep strike restriction. So that's why putting them here is strong, because then they can't move anywhere if they're within 9 inches. You basically just cut them off right where you want them. You take away their keyword for the most part. And this is like your chaff. This is like the guys that you kind of don't give a shit about, right? So that is very, very strong to have as battle line of all things, because the only thing that we can do this with is something like infiltrators. Or for Marines, it's also like scouts and stuff. I don't know about Reavers, but that in my opinion, I don't know if it's going to be like mega strong, but I think that's really fucking strong for your battle line to have infiltrators like that.
It's ready to do first turn secondaries. All their damage or their ranged attacks get precision this time rather than the melee attacks of the infractors, so they could still put some damage against characters. In theory, the majority of the squad's armed with bolt guns, but in reality it's going to be sort of half or the minority, given that per 5 of them you can take 1 melter gun and 1 plasma gun, so you can have both there, and the sergeant's armed with melee weapons, so you'll take a plasma pistol and either the power sword or rapture lash. They could chip in and maybe kill an elite infantry or two, but their damage output really isn't great for the points at all. They also get
no, it's not.
Success, so could get a command point if they do manage.
That's why, like he mentioned, their damage output isn't insane, right? Because bolt guns are kind of shit, but you're not using these guys for damage.
In general, there's lots of value for an infiltrator unit with OC2, so some good ways on objectives, and their special rule, which is objective defiled. That means they can put sticky objectives on the objectives in the midboard, and it remains under your control until the opponent controls that objective at the end of any phase. So it means that if they were on an objective in the open and got gunned down, it could still be yours, or if it made sense to, they could even move off it and go on to other targets, and it would remain yours if the opponent couldn't reach it. I feel like at least one unit of these seems to be pretty much auto-include, just the utility of having the infiltrator style squad and sticky objectives and the OC2.
I would say you treat these guys less as battle lines and more as infiltrators. It's just the bonus is the fact that they have such high OC.
This feels like it'd get you a good leg up in the mission. I don't know if it might make sense to have another small 5-man squad as well. Maybe some lists will, but I feel like after one squad there's quite sharp diminishing returns, even if what the first one gets you is quite so good and useful. Definitely nice to have 2 troops choices that look genuinely pretty interesting in their own ways though. Continuing with their squads, let's take a look at the Noise Marines, the most iconic unit of the Emperor's Children. As mentioned, they've been basically reframed as sort of the Havoc equivalent
Units
of
of 6.
Of armored Space Marines with great big sonic weapons, and as a result their stat lines changed a bit. They're toughness 5 like the Havocs and Codex Chaos Space Marines, and they move 6 inches, but for this reason it's basically because they're fast Havocs as opposed to just normal Space Marine movement stats. In the new kit there's exactly 6 of them, and one of them is the Squad Sergeant Disharmonist. You can't take any more or less than 6 in a squad, and their printed points cost is 135 points. If you want to get their sonic firepower on the board, they're not battle blind, so you can only take 3 units of them. For their weapons, 3 or 4 out of the 6 will take sonic blasters. Their new profile is 3 attacks, hitting on a 3, at strength 5, AP 1, damage 2, and ignores cover, and they're at 18-inch range. Ignores cover makes that AP -1 a lot more threatening. They'll absolutely be smashing through standard issue Space Marines with that, but it's not a profile that will worry everything with really high saves or high toughness values. The big threats in the units though are the 2 Blastmasters. They have been dropped in range all the way down to 18 inches, so they're basically a close support shooting squad as opposed to a long range one. Their big hits for the Blastmasters are 3 attacks at strength 10, AP -2, and damage 3 with ignores cover. Really quite nice for flying enemy Terminators, and they've got enough strength and damage to stack some hers on things like toughness 10 vehicles. If they happen to be going against lighter infantry, you can trade out their firepower for 6 attacks at strength 6 and AP 2 damage 1. Finally, the Disharmonist can take a sonic blaster.
Wow, these things are crazy. The Blastmaster is basically an auto gun. So I think that they can swap out either Sonic Blaster or Blastmaster, if that's what I'm understanding, because it says that base load out a Sonic Blaster. Sonic Blasters doesn't seem like it's something you would take, because this is just way gross. I don't think there's any downside. I don't know if I'm misunderstanding the fact that you can take one or the other, but if... Oh, 2 per unit. All right, well, there you go. Well, then, yeah, you take these. These things are gross. And they have two options, either like kind of like the sweep or strike profiles, where it's like 6 attacks at a lower or 3 attacks at a way higher. They're both within the same range. It just depends on what you're shooting into, I think. But 10 minus 2 3, I'm pretty sure is the same stat line as an autogun, and that makes sense because these guys are basically like the havocs of the Slaneshi army. Depends on their point cost. The fact that they hit on threes is also really fucking strong. That's really good. And they're infantry, so they can move through walls. Yeah, these guys are gross. Do you think EC will try to do a jail list where they slime into you with infiltrator battle line? I don't think so, because usually infiltrators are priced pretty cheap, but those guys are 95 points at least at the time of this recording, and that's a bit of an investment. I don't think they'll spam it. They definitely can if they get low enough. They're battle lines, so you can take like 6 of them. But I like, kind of like Auspex mentioned, they will be diminishing returns at some point. And once they like wipe them out, you just kind of have nothing if you overinvest in that. The big thing that also makes jail lists really strong is that they usually have some sort of evasion. So for us, it's the fact that we can take 10 Sky Stalkers, they can deep strike, and they can have -1 to hit with stealth and -1 to hit and protector, right, in melee. So usually a jail list needs something that makes them tie up either really hard to chew through or a lot to chew through, right? So I don't think that they'll be doing that. But just to draw a comparison here, the reason I say these guys are insane is because if we look at our Iron Striders, ranged autocannon. Okay, so their gun is even stronger than an autocannon. Sure, R has 4 hits at a 48-inch range, 9 minus 1 3. But this one is 18 inches, hitting on threes, strength 10, AP minus 2, damage 3, ignores cover. So the AP minus 2 is more like AP minus 3 if they're within buildings, and it does so plus 2 AP, plus 1 base, plus 2 ignore cover, basically. 1 higher strength, hitting on threes. Sure, they don't have sustain hits 1, and our range is a lot bigger. But that's kind of what Iron Striders are meant to do. And with these guys having advance in charge, the 18 inches is almost like negligible because they're just going to fuck you up anyway, especially with a profile like this. And I'm pretty sure they get the same, they get just 1 less attack, but they also come in squads of 6. An Iron Strider only gets to deal 4. These guys are costed at 135. An Iron Strider is, I want to say 55. No, they might be higher actually now. They're 75. So 104, 2 Iron Striders is more expensive than this, and they would get 2 units of 6 only. So they would get 6, 18. It'd be, yeah, way grosser than Iron Striders. And they're infantry, so they can move through things. They don't have to worry about being a vehicle. Granted, this is tougher, but you also have more bodies here. This is pretty gross.
For a streamer pistol, that's basically the same
The biggest thing holding these guys back is the fact that they're 18 inches, and they're not as tough. But again, they come with more bodies.
Shorter range at 12 inches.
I will say, sorry to keep cutting this off, but the fact that they're units of 6 is kind of a nerf, because you get more guns, but you're also more susceptible to blast. Not that that's like the biggest thing in the world, but it is an extra hit for blast weapons, just because you carry these guys.
And if it gets the pistol keyword, the main advantage to taking that one though is that you get a bonus power sword for attacks at strength 5, AP 2 and damage 1. It doesn't seem like the worst trade-off in the world. You lose a little bit of range on one of your attacks, but get a tiny bit of melee, just like you could easily go either way there. The special rule is really quite a disappointing one in Terrifying Crescendo though. It just means that one unit hit by the squad is -1 to their leadership and battle shock tests until the start of your next shooting phase. I guess potentially relevant if you reduce them to less than half health. It means they're a little bit likelier to break. Overall, they look like they're at least fairly solid shooting against sort of medium to heavy infantry with their damage profiles, and can chip in against vehicles a bit, but maybe doesn't really feel like their absolute specialty, given all those sonic blasters that might be wounding on 6s. It could be maybe interesting.
These guys, I don't know if they're auto take. The thing is, comparing them to our army, they're pretty fucking gross. Because like when we just think about the fact that these guys basically do with the Blastmaster, sure they can only take 2, but they basically do as much damage as like Cataphren. If anything, their strength is a lot higher. I don't know if they're auto takes. They're kind of, the way that I see it, they're kind of worse than Havocs, I think. So Havocs can take any sort of gun. So the autocannon here. Okay, so autocannons are 2 hits. They get 3. 9 minus 1, 3. They technically get -2. They technically get -3. Okay, so they're probably actually better than Havocs. They have less range, but they have way deadlier output. The one thing that makes Havocs good is the fact that they can ignore modifiers, but compared to the Havoc's autocannons, which is the closest profile, they're a lot more dangerous. Especially the 48 inches is pretty great compared to their 18, but they also have advance and shoot. So, and they're fast as fuck. Havoc's move 5, right? Oh, look at that. It plays right here. Oh, that's sick. I can make my comparisons. Bro, okay, Opera GX is a pretty good fucking browser. But yeah, these guys move 5, those moved 6. So
not possessed for the Emperor's Children. Shock elite duelists who can take down the enemy champions with ease. They move 8 inches.
these guys look fucking amazing in my opinion. They're the only unit that I kind of like. Well, actually, only this guy looks cool. The other two look kind of wonky.
The 3+ save and the 5+ invulnerable, 3 wounds and OC1.
Oh, they come in 3s. That's the same as
but aren't actually possessed. Just more sort of.
I think these guys are like basically the equivalent of what are they called? Oh shit, the World Eater ones. What are they fucking called? 8-bound. They're basically the same as 8-bound. I'm kind of curious to see how they compare to these guys.
Augmented and mutated with all the gifts of chaos plus their own martial skills. You can take them in units of either 3 or 6, and their printed points cost is 130 points per 3 of them for their very general purpose melee. In close combat, they attack with their Bliss Blades. Their 3 attacks at weapon skill 2+, at strength 6, AP -3, and damage 2. So.
Okay, I just want to see what how these guys fare up to these dudes. Okay, so 8-bound move a little bit faster. They're a little bit tougher. They have a better save. Okay, so 8-bound seem better in raw stats. Now, let me see. Lacerators can be... So they come with Lacerators based. They can be replaced by a Chain Glaive. So, Bliss Blades, 3 attacks, so less than the 8-bound. 3 up, right? Okay. Oh no, they're weapon skill 2. Oh, so they hit a lot better than 8-bounds there. I don't think 8-bounds have any rerolls, do they? Reroll wound rolls, okay. And they have to be within 6 inches of a battle line. Or no, just any. Okay. And they have scout. God, wow, 8-bounds are fucking loaded. Strength 6, AP -3. So their AP is not as great. Slanesh, of course, Slanesh is going to have better damage too. So it seems like 8-bound are kind of like... They either go Chain Glaive to cut up a lot of like light infantry or Lacerators to cut up a lot of heavy. But these guys are like the perfect in-between in my opinion. Obviously point costs are a thing, but baseline they're like slightly better. Weapons-wise, these guys are more consistent. Because if you take Chain Glaives and pit them against something that's a lot heavier, they're going to get kind of stuck. Granted, they can shred through things with 8 attacks as opposed to 4, but then it's 1 damage versus 3. These guys are perfectly in between with, granted they have only 3 attacks, but they deal flat 2, which is pretty good. They're basically really good marine killers for the most part. I don't know if they trade into Terminators as well, as opposed to something like Lacerators. But hitting on 2s is pretty good. Hitting on 2s is pretty fucking solid.
A profile that's just going to absolutely ruin just about any 2-wound infantry out there. They might have a slightly harder time against things like Terminators with 3 wounds and an invulnerable.
There you go.
Is a seriously powerful one though in Demonic Patrons. If you think that they're going to go against a target which they'll have trouble wounding, they have the option to call upon their Demonic Patrons when selected to fight. You don't have to, but if they choose to, they'll critical wound on a 3+, which basically means they'll wound anything in the game on a 3+, including top of things around like Knights and Land Raiders or Titans. The downside to this though is that they kill no models in the fight phase, so Slanesh is displeased, and 1 model in the unit is just...
What the fuck? That is cracked. They wound on a 3. If they don't destroy anything, they lose a model. That sucks. At 130, you're probably okay. Because they're investments, but they're not like super heavy. But wounding on 3s, and you just have to kill a model. These guys aren't going to go into Terminators, I don't think, right? Because of damage 2. That means that they're going to have to hit twice to kill a Terminator. But reliably wounding on 3s, as long as they know that they can kill the thing that's standing in front of them with 1 attack, this is fucking crazy. because they will read most always, right? Especially if you take them in a big block, they will always read hits on twos, wounds on threes. That's fucking
Something like this
crazy.
could be a genuine risk, given that the things they'd want to activate it against are the big
This is the type of rules I like in the game. Things that make you think about trades.
stuff around. They'd probably be wanting to throw them against the enemy's very toughest things to try and maximise their big damage. It does seem likely that sometimes they're going to fall short. For a unit of 6 of them, they should be a massive threat to pretty much anything out there. Their damage output is pretty good against just about everything, though only really stand out against 2 wound infantry still, I think. Say, for example, if they're fighting something like a predator tank, a unit of 3 of them averages around about 8 wounds in total to it. Definitely a big chunk out if they can make it to melee.
That sounds like a good way to force defensive strats, 100%. Yeah. Which, if you're trading CP for one dead model, it's not bad. And they have grenades. Why do these guys have fucking grenades but ours don't?
Battle tanks, unless you're taking a bigger unit or using detachment stratagems. They also notably can only be led by Lucius the Eternal as well, and he can't take enhancements, and that does lock them out of a few detachment synergies. They do look like they're going to be a focal unit in the Codex though. Really big reliable damage dealers that are quite fast with the detachment rule as well.
Oh, even so, that what was the first detachment? Cartier of the whatever the fuck, the one where the more units you kill, the more buffs you get. If you get reroll hit rolls and wound rolls of 1 with these guys, it's fucking over. And that only meant that you had to kill 3 units, right? Because they hit on 2s, rerolling 1s. They're basically hitting, right? And then crit wounds of 3 when they reroll 1s. These guys are fucking gross.
Fairly easy to kill for the points in return. On to characters next, and we'll start with the big man himself.
Oh, that's very small.
Fulgrim has returned to cause carnage in Warhammer 40k, and his stat line certainly holds up to those of his brothers. Like Magnus and Angron, he's toughness 11 with a 2+ save and a 4+ invulnerable save, a big 16 wounds, leadership 5+, and OC 6. He moves a little bit faster than them though, given the blessings of Slanesh, so moves a big 16 inches with the fly keyword. If he's in the army, he must be your warlord, and for other supporting rules, he's got deep strike, though in general I think it makes more sense just to keep him on the board. He does move fast enough to get where he needs to go. Daily demise d6 if he is slain.
Movement 16, Jesus.
Being -1 to hit if he is on 6 wounds or less, but still incredibly dangerous of course. His printed points cost is at 385 points, which seems fairly reasonable for
the
him.
6 wound or less -1 to hit is okay. The fact that he's really hard to shift because of his 4+ invulnerable save is fine, but when you're below 6 wounds, you're like seriously in danger. I can't think of anything else that crits on 3s. Not to their standard, right? Because they're just like normal infantry. Maybe Deathwing Knights. I don't think they even have that high strength. These guys, the ones we were just looking at, 8-bound, these guys wound pretty fucking hard because they have strength 9, and they usually have a way to get more strength. But they also hit on 3s. So there's that. Like, 8-bound are gross. But I'm pretty sure 8-bound are pretty expensive if I remember their last point costs. The only thing I can think of against them is Breacher plus Manipulus, but even that is not effective at all. How many wounds were they? They were the same as these guys. So 3 wounds, yeah. Each one shot kills 1. Which is fine. The thing is that they didn't have any ways to defend themselves. So that, Breachers plus Manipulus might be good. But comparing them as to, like, their combat efficiency, yeah, Breachers don't even come close.
Red and fights first makes them very hard to handle in close combat.
Plus, how much are Breachers? I'm trying to remember. Breachers are 130 something, 135, I think. No, they're more expensive than that actually. Breachers, 160. Yeah, like they're 30 points more, so they cost more per model. I think it's 10 more per model. When you lose a Breacher, you're losing a substantial part of your army. If they're losing a Flawless Blade, they're probably not losing as much.
But if it does get focused by a whole bunch of heavy firepower, its durability for the points cost isn't enormous. For his weapons, he gets a Malefic Lash, 6 attacks at strength 8, AP -2 and damage 2 at range. He can hit those within 12 inches, and they all have sustained hits 1. Very nice for chipping away at a whole bunch of Space Marines or similar, and he could use that to hand out his Poisons ability. Then for the main event in melee, his Demonic Blades either get to choose for basically the same profile at strength 8, AP 2 and damage 2 and sustained 1, and he gets 12 attacks with those. Or if he wants to take out something big and scary, it's 6 attacks.
That's wild. 14. That's crazy. Damage D6 plus 1. It's super swingy, but 6 attacks hitting on 2s, wounding. S14. Does he even hold a candle to Angron? Let me see. I'm not too familiar with Angron. I'm a World Eaters fan, but I don't play them that much. D6 plus 2. Okay, so no, he hits just as hard. Okay, so he's like a mini or Angron.
AP3 and damage D6 plus 1, again with sustained hits.
Plus 6 extra attacks. Okay.
Lighter infantry. The Serpentine Tail strikes with 6 attacks at strength 6, AP 1 and damage 1. For his special rules, he has 2 of them. The first one is demonic poisons. This one might not be super impactful in every game, but is kind of fun. If he hits something at any point, then the enemy unit gets poisoned, and that lasts for the rest of the game with the chance to take a bunch of damage. Once they're poisoned, each command phase, both the Emperor Children player and the opponent's one, they'll roll a dice, and on a 4+, the unit that was poisoned takes a further D3 mortal wounds.
Wow. Every shooting or fight phase, select one unit hit by his attacks to be poisoned. So, wow, that is crazy.
If he poisons something early on, then you could basically get a complete kill by the end of the game for certain squads, though it is a bit unreliable as to when it would trigger. A lot of the units that he hits might just die anyway, particularly in melee, and he might not necessarily want to put that lash into a suboptimal target just literally to hand out that rule. It is definitely kind of fun though, potentially even if someone tangles with Fulgrim early on.
Like, it's not, I'm not gonna say it's like game changing, but the fact that you can kind of like tag something and be like, you're gonna be poisoned. I'm gonna focus my shit on something else. It's not bad. It's not bad at all. Because his ranged damage 2, right, is not, it's good. Like, this is a good profile, but you want to put this into something that you actually, kind of want to hurt. Especially, but I don't know. Because you could throw this at like a squad of like fucking intercessors or something, and then basically like wipe out half of them, and then let the rest of them die to poison, and then just fucking walk away. Because you don't really care about that. You care about the the predator destructor that's in front of you, and that's what you're gonna fuck up with this profile.
Proper due to the poisons that he's inflicted on them. Finally, he gets his pick 1 of 3 buff special ability, the one that all the Primarchs get, and interestingly enough, his ones are more sort of debuffs for the opponent, as opposed to things to command his troops nearby. These ones you pick in the opponent's command phase, which is kind of unusual, but it feels like it makes sense. You sort of judge the situation that Fulgrim's in, and how much threat he's under, and for what, and choose the one that's going to cause the most disruption. First up, he has Beguiling Form, which is a -1 to hit. That one's just extra durability, and seems like a good one to go for against ranged armies in particular. Otherwise, he's got the rather terrifying demonic speed, which grants him fights first, and if the main threat to him is a melee one, that's probably the one to go for. It means that he can get his melee damage in and maybe kill the thing that's trying to hit him before he even takes damage at all. And for a lot of units in the game, he's just going to be completely unchargeable as a result. Finally, the last one, which is probably the most niche, is Enthralling Hypnosis. Units within 6 inches have to taste a leadership test to fall back, and if they fail, they must remain in combat. I feel like it's very rare that you want to use that and not one of the others. Maybe if...
So it seems that his abilities are very selfish. Most of the most of the Primarchs have abilities that buff anything near them. I see like this one is World Eater units within 6, World Eater units within 6, World Eater units within 6. So he's a very selfish unit, which is funny because Angron is usually considered as like you don't really care about this too much. You just want to smack him into something that's important. Morty has the same thing. He has a ignores modifier aura, an aura of cover, and something else that I can't remember. Let me see. Host of plagues. Okay, contagion aura, reroll wound rolls of 1, and benefits of cover. Okay, I thought he had modifiers. Am I just thinking of his abilities or something? Oh, his ability. Okay, no, yeah, so he has like another one on top of his host of plagues. Okay. Wait. So the Death Guard guy doesn't have poison, but the Slanesh unit does? That's a little fucking stupid. Host of plagues my ass. Fulgrim's poison is for the rest of the battle, just saying, not even... Yeah, right? I just made that connection. Toxic presence. Okay, sure. -1 of toughness where the other one actually kills you with his poison.
If Fulgrim's under just absolutely no threat whatsoever, it could be really big if an enemy unit has to stay in close combat and face death from Fulgrim, which on the other hand it is just pretty unreliable. It could just pass the leadership test. I always felt
like they've come short with Death Guard. Like, there's just nothing really in this arm. Like, I know they talk about like slow attrition and falling apart, and it's the -1 toughness, but compared to like what all these guys do, there's really nothing that kind of like makes me think that they're kind of doing some sort of poison to you. Because it's usually like Plague Legion had this. It's usually done in the form of battle shock test, because it's trying to say like, oh, you're being whittled down, and like, you can't really like focus or whatever, because there's something like Noxious Blightbringer, his abilities that he subtracts 2 from battle shock tests, which is kind of like reliably battle shocking, therefore showing the fact that you're kind of like being decayed, right? But compared to something that's more, I guess seems more like a plague, like something slowly ticking you down, like this. I think this is way more indicative of something Death Guard related. If I remember correctly, in Kill Team, the Death Guard team has poison, where like you take 1 damage per turn or something like that, which that's like a slow attrition kind of something to the extent of this, but it's just kind of weird. I never really relate Slanesh with poison. I mean, like, yes, but no, not to the extent of Death Guard.
Things that you can get from certain detachments. There's like surge moves and reroll wound rolls from champions of Selesh, maybe. Boosted sustained hits near demons in the Carnival one, or lethal hits in general from the Peerless Bladesman. He's going to be a big hard to handle threat wherever he is, though. The big strengths being in movement and the fights first, making him hard to deal with in melee, I think. And probably the
Fights
weakness is
first.
that if you just completely
Fulgrim is
get shot with a
gross.
massive amount of guns, you could just lose a big chunk of your army all in one fell swoop.
All right, chat.
With the
Real quick, I'm interested to know your guys' opinion because a lot of people had this, and I'm of the side that I do not like the new Fulgrim model. I actually think all the other Fulgrim looked better. I like 30k Fulgrim a lot better. I'm interested to hear what you guys have to say, but I think this one looks a lot cooler in my opinion. Because there's something about the wings. I guess they're really not going to do a good job capturing it here. Hold on. Okay, let's look at this one for instance. I like these wings a lot more. I know they're probably more of a pain in the ass to like transport or something, but this looks a lot more natural, sleek, where these look kind of like fat and weird. I'm not a fan of these wings. I know they're kind of like folded inward and then they come out, but they look way too wide. You know what I mean? Or like tall, I guess. Whereas these are like wide and long, very like, I don't know, this kind of yells Slanesh to me more. I also really like the kind of armored scales here. Whereas like I think the eel look is really cool, especially how this paint job is done. But I like this like armor. I think this looks a lot cool. This looks like a snake, and this looks like an eel. And I think both of them work really well, but this just looks more Primarch to me. I guess you could say this looks more demonic, which is like, you know, probably more like chaos corruption over the course of time. But these wings, in my opinion, look a lot cooler. And I kind of like the armored scales more, because not everyone's going to be able to pull something like this off. The mask looks cool. I know a lot of people were talking about his face. His face looks, I don't know, there's something about faces in 40k that just looks so bad. And I know that you can throw the mask on top of it, and most people like to throw masks. I'm usually a guy that puts on helmets on everything. But I just don't see, like, I don't think that the excuse of, well, throw a helmet on him takes away the criticism that the head looks kind of dumb. You know what I mean? 30k is cooler IMO, 40k one is a lot more like a drugger. But considering that he has been condemned for 1,000,000 years, I'd say it's okay. I think it gives off the demon prince or the demonic look more, considering that it's been 10,000 years since he's been corrupted. But for me, the biggest part is the wings. These wings look a lot more cool and natural, where these look so fat and weird. Like, these don't look like you could actually fly with them. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's just, this looks way cooler in my opinion. The wings just throw me off. They look so like stapled on because of how fat and wide they are.
Some of the rest of his brothers. Otherwise, though, beyond the Primarch himself, there's also Lucius the Eternal, the Emperor's Children model that's finally got an update on the old sculpture.
He looks sick. New Lucius looks fucking awesome.
With his scars, his lash of torment, a whole ton of combat drugs, and his armor shrieking souls, where if an enemy bests him in combat, they'll gradually turn into him. Lucius can now be fielded either as a lone operative or as the only leader for Flawless Blades, and he has a stat line that's fairly similar to them, moving 8 inches with a toughness 5, though he gets a big 6 wounds and a good armor save with a 2+ save and a 4+ invulnerable. He also has a 5+ feel no pain as well, making him just very, very tanky.
30k looks terrible to transport. I know. No, 100%. I think it does. Those wings look like they can snap off at, like, even if you look at them, but it looks way cooler in my opinion. Maybe they just took that into account, but I just don't like how the new wings look. Cause okay, so like, sorry for getting so off track, but let's look at something like, I know that like the design of the wings is different, but look at these wings, how they look like they can stretch out, and then these look like they're already pretty stretched. You know what I mean? Like these look a lot more natural. They look like wings. These look like really shitty curtains. Go the Admech way and have a plastic cement in your case for only. I just accept it. I'm like battle damage. Cause see, even these wings look terrible to transport too, but they still look natural. They're a lot thinner and more torn up, but they look like they can actually fly. They look like wings. These don't look like they even have the wingspan to be called wings. I don't know. It just doesn't make
Going to
sense.
be a big hard to handle
Okay,
threat that
sorry.
has a 5+ skill no pain as well, making him just very tanky for any one unit to take out. Small arms aren't going to do too much against him, and even bigger stuff will have to chip off the equivalent of 9 wounds off that profile. His printed points cost in the Codex is 140 points, which is more or less what I might have guessed. He does feel kind of equivalent to Blood Angel's Mephiston in several ways. For his weapons, he has 2 options of which to fight with in close combat. The Blade of the Lair is the one that he'd usually be striking with, I think. 6 attacks at Strength 8, AP 3, Damage 3, and Precision to take out the enemy's champions. And he gets to re-roll hits and wound rolls versus character units, monsters, and walkers. So absolutely huge personal damage there, with those big hitting attacks getting to re-roll everything.
This is basically the profile of a better profile of the what's the name of this fucker? The Cataphrons. My AP minus 3 damage. If you're sitting in Conquer, weapon skill 2, so a lot better. 6 attacks, precision. It's pretty good. Yeah, he's looking pretty solid. Lash of Torment probably not great. I think the Blade is probably the best one. 4 more attacks for a rather underwhelming profile. Reroll hits and wounds versus characters, monsters, and walkers. That is pretty big. Especially if you're using the Blade profile. Fights first if not leading a unit. So he's basically like a Lictor. With a 5+ feel no pain. That's kind of weird because he's an epic hero, so... Does he give this to his unit? Because it says huge extra personal damage. But it doesn't... If you gave reroll hits and wounds versus character, monsters, and walkers to Flawless Blades, which he can lead, then he would be pretty good. That would be pretty good for them, too. Reroll hits, not so much. The reroll wounds with not turning on that, like, Patreon call would be pretty fat. But otherwise, Lone Operative, he's kind of like Cypher.
And a very good chance to assassinate most normal sized characters if he jumps into a unit. Alternatively, if he needs to clear some chaff, then he's got the Lash of Torment, 10 attacks at Strength 4, AP 1 and Damage 1 with sustained hits, and then finally he also has Fights First if he's not leading a unit, so he's not a unit that you can charge lightly if he's going around as a lone operative. Overall pretty scary stuff and immense stats. 140 points though, if he does wind up being that, is a big investment. It might not feel quite as good for him using as a sort of utility role lone operative with that sort of thing. He's absolutely going to have to get a lot of value out of his damage profile at some point in the game. Definitely a model with some really cool rules though. It'd certainly be fun to use in battle. It's just some very rough average damage output for him. To give a rough idea of what he might do, if he's not attacking a character, he could account for something like 3 or 4 Intercessors, or maybe 1 or 2 Terminators, but getting significantly better against his tough targets. Against, say, an Imperial Knight, he averages 8 wounds or so. It's damage that's pretty good for a lone operative, though maybe not taking out entire squads by himself. Anything with 2 or 3 wounds and relying on an armor save mainly to keep them safe is going to be easy prey for him though. Finally, for the Emperor's Children unique datasheets, we've got their 2 unique lords. First up, the Lord Exultant, which is the more sort of generic battle commander for them. A lot of crossovers with the standard Chaos Lord.
He's basically your Chaos Lord, yeah.
4 with a 4+ invulnerable save, and like a lot of the rest, he moves 7 inches. His printed points cost in the Codex is 85 points, and he can only lead the troops in the Infractors or the Tormentors. Probably the Infractors out of those 2, given that they're the melee specialists and can give him some rather nice wound rerolls. For his unit, he gives them all lethal hits via his Perfectionist special rule. That's pretty nice for allowing the Infractors in particular to be able to punch up against tougher targets with that massive amount of volume attacks. It doesn't hurt on his own mid-strength attacks either. For his weapon options, they're very much as per the model. In the one hand, he either gets the choice of a Plasma Pistol, a Power Fist with 5 attacks, or a Rapture Lash, which in this form is 4 attacks at Strength 4, AP 1, Damage 1 with extra attacks, so bonus attacks on top of his normal. In the other hand, he can either choose a Screamer Pistol, so the sort of Strength 5 damage 2 ignores cover profile that we saw earlier, a Mastercrafted Power Sword, which has got lower strength than the Power Fist but gains precision, or a Phoenix Spear, which looks rather cool, and it's basically kind of Power Fist-like profile but 1 less strength, but it does gain the Lance keyword. Depending on the role that you want for him, I feel like a couple of things could be at least interesting. I'd probably be most tempted by the Phoenix Spear and the Rapture Lash though, as to give you a bunch of scary melee damage that gets better when he charges, and the extra 4 attacks at Strength 4, AP -1 definitely aren't nothing either. When he's leading his squads about, he gains either Scouts or Infiltrators, which means that he won't be holding back the special rules of the troops he is joining, and both of them mean that he could be getting into the mid-board and setting up charges for himself pretty easily. And
I don't know how I feel about this. He can carry a power fist and this Phoenix Power Spear, but he can only choose 1 attack in melee. Huh. I guess... No, because they're basically the same profile. Because the Power Fist doesn't have extra attacks, and neither does the Phoenix Power Spear. So why would you take Power Fist and Power Spear? There's kind of like no reason for it. I think what I like is Power Spear and Plasma Pistol, or maybe Power Spear and Rapture Lash, because a spear with lance is pretty gross. Lethal hits is saw. Oh, he gets scouts and infiltrators if attached to a unit. Oh my god. So what I said before about the Tormentors, you just give it to them, or the Infractors. And Infractors with Infiltrator is way scarier than the Tormentors, because they have melee and they can charge right at you. Damn. Damn, he is cracked.
Finally, like the Chaos Lord and the Space Marine Captain, he gets a damage buff roll once per game. On his big go turn, he gets +3 attacks and extra AP on his weapons by 1. The attacks won't apply to the Rapture Lash, but they would apply to the Power Fist or the Power Spear. So in theory, that's a big 8 attacks there, plus another 4 Rapture Lash ones, all really quite good AP, all having lethal hits, and maybe having some rerolls as well from the Infractors.
Oh, true. Yeah, he gets rerolls from Infractors, the wound rolls. Which is kind of anti-synergistic because he gives lethal hits. So wound rolls is kind of weird, but it's just extra icing for those hits that weren't lethals. Notably, though, he doesn't have the free stratagem keyword like a lot of the lords do. So that's interesting. If you don't know what I'm talking about, you probably do because Space Marines captains have it. But Chaos Space Marine lords have, I think it's called Lord of Chaos, yeah. Once per battle round, they can reduce the cost of a stratagem by 1, which I was looking at a lot of those stratagems with the assumption that they could reduce the costs, but now that they can't, that might be interesting. Maybe those stratagems are a lot worse on them. It makes sense because the battle lines have ways of giving you CP that the lords don't have ways of just reducing the cost, but that's also assuming that these guys actually kill a unit. So
this is what he could achieve on his big turn with a unit of 10 Infractors and targeting an enemy unit on a middle objective. A squad like this is absolutely a mainland damage threat, and it should blend just about any Horde unit that he goes up against. It counts for on average around about 10 Intercessors, 4 Terminators, 16 wounds to a toughness 12 vehicle, or 12 wounds to a Land Raider, and all of this is without any detachment buffs as well. Maybe just for a really straightforward warning, going for Peerless Bladesman and getting sustained hits and using the stratagem for extra AP should have them handling Land Raiders with ease. Otherwise though, the other Emperor's Children...
Yeah, notably... Their 29 Termagant's Gone is pretty fat, considering that I think Gon's come in squads of 20. Or max squads of 20, come in squads of 10. So that's pretty big. 11 Intercessors, which almost never... They're always taken as MSU. 4 Terminators is pretty fat. It's almost the entire squad. So these guys can reliably kill chaff. Like, very well, right? And considering that these guys give you CP back, they're basically wanting to be with a Lord.
Should have them handling Land Raiders with ease.
Well, not even, yeah. Actually, if anything, you can skip the Lord. The Lord is pretty strong, giving them, like, Infiltrator and Stealth. But since the CP generation is on the unit and not the Lord, you don't really have, like, that tax, quote-unquote. Because Lords are really good in Chaos. But the biggest reason you take them is because of something like this, right? The Lord of Chaos thing. It's specifically with, in Pact-Bound Zealots, which is the one I play the most. They have Zeal something? What's it called? Profane Zeal, right? 1 CP reroll wound rolls, which is really, really fat. And your Lord basically just says, I get this for free. Now, this is really good if your Lord is leading anything that isn't, whatchamacallit, that isn't Legionaries, because Legionaries give you reroll wound rolls if you're in an objective. Or if you aren't in an objective, you instead of doing reroll ones, you get reroll full for basically 0 CP. But that's why you take Lords, is because they have the Lord of Chaos thing to reduce the costs. Which is pretty fucking fat. Huh, interesting.
This is without any detachment buffs as well. Maybe just for a really straightforward warning, going for Peerless Bladesman and getting sustained hits and using the stratagem for extra AP should have them handling Land Raiders with ease. Otherwise though, the other Emperor's Children unique Lord is the Lord Cacophonist, and he's the Noise Marine Commander with the upper armoured suit and the great big Doom Siren on his back. He's actually got a surprisingly chunky profile with a movement of 6, toughness 5, I guess he is in sort of up armoured Havoc armour I suppose. Gets a 2+ save and a 4+ invulnerable, and a big 6 wounds. Interestingly, he can lead Noise Marines and Terminators, so it is possible to get a character in the squad.
Oh, he can lead Terminators.
They wouldn't be able to deep strike, as this guy can't do that.
Oh, that sucks.
70 points.
That sucks. So he's a Terminator Lord without Deep Strike.
So he's a little bit cheaper than the regular Lord. I feel like that isn't too bad for his defensive stat line, and he does add his own bit of damage too. For his weapons, he can either take 1 or 2 Screamer pistols, which is really quite a lot of strength 5 and damage 2 close range fire if he wants it. That's really not too bad. Or if he wants to, he can swap out one of them for a whole bunch of melee, 6 attacks with a power sword at strength 5, AP 2 and damage 1. Both of those seem reasonable enough depending on what you want to use him for.
I don't think you take Power Sword. I think Screamer Pistol's really good, considering that you can shoot it in melee. Sure, he doesn't get a lot of the melee fighting buffs, but that would depend on what units he's with. And Noise Marines don't really want to be in melee anyway. So he has a good way of being able to shoot and then still be able to protect himself in melee with damage 2 attacks. It would depend on the Terminators, really, if whether you take the Power Sword at all or not. I just don't think it's worth it. Not when you can get 6 shots at damage 2. Power Sword has more AP, but you have ways of giving yourself AP in this army. So
Sword might be more tempting with Terminators, though the dual Screamer pistols if you just want to maximize range damage with Noise Marines. For his damage buff, he gets
sustain 1 for ranged weapons? Considering those weapons we just saw that they can shoot? That's crazy. That's wild. All the more reason to take these Screamer pistols too, like I said. If one infantry unit is hit... Wait. If one infantry unit is hit by this model's unit, roll 1d6. Or roll 3d6 for each before they take one mortal wound.
Hits 1 for ranged weapons in the model's units. Definitely a lot more
That's okay.
For Noise Marines versus the Terminators, given that they've got a lot more serious volume fire. The Blastmasters will certainly enjoy that. And otherwise, a special rule for the Doom Siren means that if an infantry unit is hit by his unit's attacks, then you roll 3d6 for each 4 plus...
Sorry. How much points is this unit? Gets my attention if I can take down 4 Terminators. Which unit? The... You talking about these guys? The Lord Exultants? Oh, yeah, 4 Terminators. So this is if you take the Lord and the unit. The unit is 95 points, and the Lord was 85. So it's quite a bit.
He's actually got a surprisingly chunky profile with a movement of 6, toughness 5. I guess he is in.
It's like 200 something, 210.
Gets a 2+ save,
a little bit less.
And a big 6 wounds. Interestingly, he can lead Noise Marines and Terminators, so it is possible to get a character in the squad. Though if you join the Terminators, they wouldn't be able to deep strike, as this guy can't do that. His printed points cost is
already.
Yeah,
he looks pretty solid. I mean, sustain hit once for the Noise Marines is just good. It's just really good.
They take a mortal wound. If they take a mortal wound in his first, unpop Noise Marine around them. Moving on, we get to the generic.
Okay, so Terminators. So it's 180 points. Well, fair enough. Yeah, no, that's good. That's really good. How much is Legionaries with Because Legionaries with Lord is considered a really good combo for the most part. Let's see. Chaos. Tests. Let's see how much a Lord with Legionaries are 90. So Lord is 90. Legionaries are 95, I think. Oh, they're also 90. So 180. They're a little bit more expensive. Well, they kind of cancel out because these are 90-90. The other one was 85-95. So they kind of just go 90-90, 180. So it's basically the same as this. Except Legionaries are really good because they buff the Lord. Usually you take Legionaries because they have the rerolls, they're really good at holding points. But Chaos Lord is really good with the Demon Hammer because that thing has devastating wounds, and the Legionaries allow you to reroll wounds of 1 or full rerolls if you're within an objective. That's what makes this combo really good. But it seems like the other guys we were just looking at, the Slanesh ones, they have Infiltrator and Scout, which makes them better. They have the same buff, reroll wound rolls of 1, or full rerolls if you're within an objective. And the Lord can get rid of quite a bit of things. Granted, they don't have the way to reduce CP once per battle round, but they do have ways of generating CP within the unit. So they're basically interchangeable. The only difference is that you don't get the devastating wounds with Slanesh where you do in CSM. So the reroll wounds counts more there if you're trying to punch up, but these guys punch a lot wider, I think.
Chaos Space Marine data sheets. First up, we have the Chaos Terminators. These guys aren't so enormously different from standard Chaos Space Marine Terminators, but do have some notable differences. You get a standard Terminator stat line with 3 wounds at toughness 5 with a 4+ invulnerable save, so one of the tankier units out of the options here. A lot of other Slanesh things tend to hit hard and be fast, but not really all that hard to take out, and they get the usual mix of special weapons. You can take 3 Power Fists and a Chain Fist for this variant within the squad of 5 of them. To maximise melee carnage, you can also add one with paired cursed weapons for the rerolls too, and the rest of the squad will be able to get either combi weapons or combi bolters, with one taking either a heavy flamer or reaper autocannon with devastating wounds. For the differences versus regular Chaos Space Marine Terminators though, they get to move 6 inches due to being Slanesh and a bit faster. They can only be fielded in 5s rather than 10s, so you can't create massive great big super units here. I guess the Thrill Seeker special rule will be able to deliver them into melee extra fast. Potentially they will be able to advance shoot and charge with that, which doesn't hurt a slower moving unit. And then finally their special rule is Lethal Obsession, which rather than getting dark packs for the either sustained or lethal hits and re-rolling hit rolls, instead these guys get really quite a weaker rule really. In your shooting phase, if you select to shoot and you don't split fire, you can re-roll charges against that same unit that you targeted with all your shots. It's certainly not nothing, and occasionally it might come in handy. Definitely less useful than direct damage buffs though, and sometimes it might make you fire suboptimally. As mentioned, they can be led by the Lord Cacophonist, and if they do that they won't be deep striking. I feel like at first impressions they might struggle to have the damage output to compete with a bunch of the other things in the army list. The Codex points have them printed at 175 points, but it seems like they will likely be somewhere in the region of the 180 points that core Chaos Space Marine Terminators are. And I feel like at that points cost they're probably not quite stand out tanky enough to really sell themselves compared with the big amount of dangerous things in the book. I guess we'll see though, certainly a whole bunch of different attachments, plenty of which do have some pretty nice buffs that could affect turn.
So real quick, the 2 things that kind of stand out to me with these Terminators, I don't think they're great. Especially because they can't deep strike if they're being led by the Lord. But I think that the argument here, the argument here is, I think if this isn't different from other Terminators, you can only take 1 autocannon. The Reaper autocannon, that is. You can only take 1 of them per 5, right? At least that's how it works in CSM, I believe. Or no, I think you can take 2 per 5. So the autocannon has dev wounds. This is important because these, whatchamacallit, have pretty good amount of hits. So if you could take 2, that's 8 hits with devastating wounds, sustain hits 1. Now, that's solid, right? The thing that I'm looking at the most, though, is the combi weapon, because this has anti-infantry 4, devastating wounds, rapid fire 1. The Lord Cacophonist gives sustain hits 1. So now this reads anti-infantry 2, devastating wounds, rapid fire 1, sustain hits 1. So it basically becomes a Reaper autocannon for the most part. Not as big in the strength or the AP, but what matters here is also the fact that you can get in closer to rapid fire range because you can get within 12 a lot faster. Yes, they can't deep strike, but they can move faster and they can advance, shoot, and charge in this. So your combi weapons already get a pretty big boost in terms of the fact that they have sustained hits. And then on top of that, the army as a whole allows these guys to get into combat a lot easier. So I don't think it's great. I'm just saying that you could give them sustained hits 1 to make these combi weapons double the amount of shooting if they get sustained. That's quite a bit of buffs. Yes, it's only 1 attack. I get that. 2 if they're within range, but 2 attacks with sustained devastating anti-infantry 4, you're gonna kill things pretty reliably. It's only 1 damage, probably less good against Marines, more good against things like Drukhari or Eldar or anything. Not that you really need much to kill those guys, but it's just things that are unsavable, you know what I mean?
Terminators, they could do speed things in the Mercurial host. We'll get some lethal hits on the go with those Power Fists Impalus Bladesmen. Otherwise, the Emperor's Children can field Spawn as well, and again these ones are slightly different to their equivalents in core Codex Chaos Marines. Interestingly enough, they were OC0 in Codex Chaos Marines, but they seem to have found some OC once more again here. And even just being OC1 means they can do certain actions and things, or hold contested objectives. If they stay at the same place they're printed at, then that'll buy you 2 models with 4 wounds at toughness 5 with a 4+ save, and a 5+ feel no pain. They move a bit faster than regular Chaos Spawn at 10 inches, and in melee they hit with a bunch of attacks at strength 5, AP -1 and damage 2, so they can be slightly random in the number of hits that you get. Their data sheet rule is quite a good one though. The regular Chaos Spawn get to regenerate a little bit of health. Instead though, these guys get Scuttling Horrors. When enemies end a normal advance or fallback move within 9 inches of this unit, you can make a normal move of 6 inches if you're not in engagement range. That feels like a very, very nice rule to have on a sort of annoyance nuisance unit like Spawn are. Sort of something the opponent doesn't want to go too far out of their way to destroy in the first place, and then if they just make themselves harder to kill, then they could continue being an annoyance for just that little bit longer. I feel like quite a nice throwaway units to do secondary objectives, screen out, or maybe
these guys are pretty solid. Granted, you can only take them in 2s, which kind of sucks, but the point being that they have reactive move and they move pretty fucking fast too. So you can, and the OC is the biggest part because you could set them to a side objective where somebody doesn't really want to invest time into them. They have to go answer it. They can do actions, and then they can move across the board a lot easier with this not rapid, with this reactive move. It's pretty
I
good.
feel like quite a nice throw away unit to do secondary objectives, screen out, or maybe do nuisance charges.
And how much points are they? 70 points. It's not bad. It's not bad at all.
Onto the
They're basically your cultists in a way.
units from the generic Chaos stuff, and first up we have the Mighty Land Raider. This one's the same as it is in all sorts of variations for the Loyalists and the Chaos. A big chunky tank with toughness 12, 16 wounds, and a 2+ save. Two great big Soul Shatter las cannons on either side, so 4 shots at strength 12, AP 3, and damage D6+1. Some of the only long-range anti-tank that the Emperor's Children have, but given it's paying for all its transport abilities, it's not really the most efficient damage dealer in the world, even if those las cannons will likely put a bit of hurt on an enemy vehicle or two. Its special rule is the Assault Ram Pawn. After a unit disembarks from it, then it's eligible to declare a charge later in the turn, and usually that means that this thing moves forward 10 inches, the unit in front gets out 3, and then the average charge threat range is 7 inches, so around about a 20-inch charge threat range, which is maybe a little bit unfortunate for the Land Raider here, given that with everything being able to advance and charge, a lot of the on-foot Emperor's Children units can have the same sort of charge threat range. As a result, I can't really see too many people paying the premium to take a Land Raider here, provided there's some good terrain.
Yeah, I think Land Raiders are only taken if you're using that transport detachment, and you're only really taking them for the fact that in that transport detachment, they kind of act like a shield or like an extra health bar, considering that you can like go in and if you're getting shot, you can go back inside your transport outside of turn, things like that. You're taking these kind of like Tau, where in the crew, what do they call, crew hunting pack or whatever, you take sky rays and hammerheads and stuff because they're the only access you have to like decently anti-tank shooting. I think that's the only reason you take Land Raiders, that and maybe some extra protection for your flawless blades. But bar that, your units have enough movement and enough abilities to get them into combat that you don't really need something like this.
It might be just better to hide in the bottom of ruins and things and then jump out on the enemy. As best I can tell, the only major change from the Chaos Space Marine version is that it gets the slightly increased transport capacity of 14. I don't know if that might be to allow you to take Lucius the Eternal alongside 6 flawless blades, as otherwise they wouldn't be able to fit in here. Speaking of which, it can transport Terminators and flawless blades. They take up 2 spaces and they can't embark in Rhinos. I guess could be interesting for the transport themed attachment too, I suppose. Otherwise, the other transport is the Emperor's Children Rhino. That one will likely be staying at the 75 points that the vast majority of Rhinos cost in Warhammer 40k, and as ever, they're a cheap and sturdy transport, 10 wounds at toughness 9, a good movement characteristic at 12 inches, some combi shots, and a Havoc launcher to chip in with some anti-infantry duties, plus 2 models can fire out the top with firing deck 2. It could be nice for a pair of Blastmasters in particular if you didn't want to disembark the Noise Marines. I feel like the Rhinos could have a bit more interest for transports, given that you can still just get out of them and then still advance and charge. They'll still add to the threat range and keep units safe up to the point where they do need to go. They feel like they match quite well.
Again, this is especially with this disembark after the unit has advanced. Crazy that their Rhinos have this, but our fucking Dune Rider doesn't. Considering that it actually has a ramp on it, but I think the Rhino is just a way to get extra movement and again act as a shield. There's really not much you do else with this, and this is more justifiable than the Land Raider because it has a far lower points cost than a Land Raider, and it can transport your battle lines, which are a little bit slower. I think they move 7, right? So this is probably a little bit better because you can move 12, advance up to 18, and then still put your guys down. So. And then your guys can advance and charge, right? Because of your faction rules. So I think that's a lot better. There's more justification to take these over Land Raiders. The only reason you would take a Land Raider is because you have anti-tank shooting las cannons there. And I don't believe you have access to the Predator Destructor cannons in this army. So Land Raider is really your only way of getting something as big as a las cannon into the field.
With both the Noise Marines different advanced, that could be extra nice for delivering, say, Noise Marines into shooting range or line of sight.
Oh, true. You could put Noise Marines in here too. That's actually a really a far better use.
Difference. Next up, we've got a pair of demon engines. First up is the Mauler Fiend. This one's printed 140 points in the Codex, or is 130 for core Codex Chaos Marines. Mauler Fiends are sort of medium tough demon engines with 12 wounds at toughness 10 with a 5+ invulnerable save. They move 10 inches, and in melee they strike with a whole bunch of attacks with their fists, strength 14, AP -2, and damage D6+1. So very nice against taking out enemy heavies or say knight equivalents. On top of that, you can either choose to double down on the melee with the Lasher Tendrils, that gives you an extra 6 attacks at strength 7, damage 1, or take Magma Cutters for a couple of melter shots at very close range. Could be a more interesting option for the Emperor's Children Children compared with some, given that it's a dedicated anti-tank thing in an army that doesn't have a load of choice with those. Feels like compared with core Codex Chaos Marines, it'll enjoy having advance and charge built in whenever it needs it. And the support rule for this one isn't awful either. If it's below starting strength, you add +1 to the hit roll of the Mauler Fiend, and if it's below half strength, add +1 to the wound roll. If the opponent does some damage to it but fails to get the kill, it's going to hit harder. It can make use of a few of the Emperor's Children melee synergies as well. Next up, we've got the Helldrake, which
here, let's go over this real quick.
The
Advance and charge is really good on this thing. Moves 10, can advance, and then, you know, fuck things up. It can get into Melta range reliably. Usually you don't... I don't remember how it was with Mauler Fiends. I don't really use them very much. But I don't think you really ever took the Magma Cutters because they used to get something better with the Lasher Tendrils. I believe. I could be wrong there. What I like about this thing, though, is that it never goes basically below weapon skill 3 or ballistic skill 3, because if it's below starting strength, it gets 1 to the hit roll, so it hits better. But if it ever becomes bracketed, it just goes back to its starting thing. So in a way, it kind of like takes away the bracket damaged keyword from itself. And yeah, it's one of the best ways to deal with anti-tank. Granted, D6+1 is a little bit swingy, but it has 6 attacks, so you could probably, you know, deal with it. I think Mauler Fiends are definitely going to be taken in this army because they're your more like really heavy hitters, while also still having a reason to want to be so up close with the Magma Cutters. The only thing so far what I've noticed is that this army has very low damage output in terms of its like its raw damage stats. Like it's not something like a Chaos Vindicator with like Nurgle buff or something like that. It hits really reliably, it hits up really hard, but I think the highest damage we've seen so far is 3, bar the D6+1 from the Mauler Fiend. So it could have a lot of problems hitting dealing wounds, right? Now it can get to those wounds pretty easily and pretty fast. It's just, can it take something chunky down? I think that's something that this army is going to have a bit of problems with, and there's more justification to take something like a Mauler Fiend than there is justification to take something like a Land Raider, because Land Raiders, while they have last cannons, the main thing you take them for is transport and a really big chunky unit, and this is probably a better investment, especially since it's almost worth half the price.
Children melee synergies as well. Next up, we've got the Helldrake, which feels like it's been left on the shelf for Games Workshop for some time in 10th edition for most armies, but weirdly this one got some slightly unexpected improvements. It's still a fast Demon Engine Dragonflyer thing, the hover keyword meaning it's likely going to want to start on the board, and then moving 20 inches there so it can go very far forward and still charge down the enemy. There tends to be a bit more of a disruptive style threat than an actual big damage one, only having mediocre damage against things that don't fly, but some fairly nasty melee against things that do. 5 attacks at strength 7, AP 1 and damage 2, but anti-fly and devastating wounds in that combo mean that it could be doing a lot of mortal wounds to fly units. That either gets a Bale Flamer or the Hades autocannon, either the Bale Flamer being the one to go for there with the auto hitting. This Emperor's Children version of the Helldrake did get a surprisingly boosted defensive stat line though. For some reason Games Workshop looked at the Helldrake and decided that it needed more toughness for some reason as the main problem with it, so it's gone up to toughness 10, a 2+ save and 14 wounds with its 5+ demon invulnerable, which I must admit is kind of surprising. It's certainly going to take a lot more chewing through for the enemy if this just boosts up to the front line, starts getting in the way and torrenting things and charging fly stuff. Weirdly, its leadership also seems to have dropped down to leadership 7+ from 6+, which does feel odd given the Mauler Fiend has a leadership 6+ still. Part of me kind of wonders whether or not someone just copy-pasted the Guard Valkyrie stat line and managed to put it on the Helldrake by mistake. Probably not, but it's kind of weird that they get exactly the same stat line now. Perhaps the leadership thing is the single weirdest thing. Otherwise, in addition to the stat line changes, the other big change that it got was Airborne Predator. For the Chaos Space Marine version, it gives you a +1 to hit against fly things. This one instead, you get a bit of damage as you move over enemies. You pick an enemy unit and you roll 2d6. For each 4+, you deal d3.
So it's like a bomber, basically.
Add 1 to the result if the target can fly. Not huge, but could chip in a little bit of damage here and there. Helldrakes definitely haven't been used all that much in competitive play for a long time. This definitely seems to have got better. If it stays at the same points cost, the Emperor's Children...
I don't know if you run it, because it's very beefy, but it doesn't do much. Unless your opponent has another flyer, which fly isn't like that big in the game right now. I mean, maybe like what? Tau suits? It fucks Tau pretty hard. Tau has fly, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it does. A lot of other suits do. Yeah, I don't know. The biggest problem is that it's a very big threat, but 0 OC, it doesn't really do anything. You just kind of ignore it. It's kind of annoying.
Helldrake might just be one of the better variants out there. Next up, we've got the Emperor's Children's Sorcerer, a fairly similar datasheet to core Codex Chaos Marines, which unfortunately isn't really a great thing for him. He's printed at 70 points in the Codex. The core Codex Chaos Marine one is 60. He's a 4 wound support character with a 3+ save and no invulnerable save. He attacks with a force weapon in close combat, a strength 6, AP -2 and damage D3. The AP -2 is a little bit better than his Chaos Space Marine equivalent for some reason. And then for his ranged psychic attack, he gets one that's called Agonizing Energies, which is just basically Infernal Gaze but renamed, and the range dropped down to 18 inches. On the hazardous profile, you get D6 shots at strength 6, AP -2, and damage D3 with devastating wounds. For leading units, he can either lead Noise Marines, Infractors, or Tormentors, and for the buff for them, he gives them Warped Interference. Models in the unit get the benefit of cover, which certainly isn't nothing if they're completely out in the open.
Yeah, it's not bad.
40k, cover doesn't usually tend to be the hardest thing to come by. Otherwise, his Agonizing Energies can also be used to slow down enemy units. After shooting one unit hit by his psychic attack, is -2 to move and -2 to charge rolls. It does have to be an infantry unit though, so it's not going to be relevant against every army and target that you're fighting. I guess he is a cheap character. You could even field him solo as a 60-point individual thing. I just can't really see him being the character of choice.
Yeah, I don't think you could take this guy.
Either lead Noise Marines or Infractors though, given that he'd be competing against the Lord Exaltant and the Lord Cacophonist. If they're somewhat similar to the same points cost, people are going to go for them rather than him, I feel. Next up, we've got the Slanesh Demon Prince. The previous one in core Codex Chaos Marines was 165 points. The printed cost in this book is 195, but as mentioned in this era of digital points, that might well change. This one gets a pretty similar sort of defense profile to the one in the Codex Chaos Marines. Toughness 10 with 10 wounds, a 2+ save, and a 4+ invulnerable. But interestingly, this one's gained a special rule called Lord of Excess. You get to gain Lone Operative when you're within 3 inches of some Slanesh infantry nearby. That's really quite a cool rule. It'll have him sort of functioning a bit similar to, say, Rabute Gilliman or the Lion. Obviously not quite as threatening, but that's really going to be a big deal with keeping him safe rather than just being shot at long range. He also moves a little bit faster at 10 inches due to basically having the Mark of Slanesh baked into him. You don't get the choice between the other marks here, though he is still going to need to go around terrain and things due to the monster keyword. For his damage output, Demon Princes still get the Infernal Cannon with 3 shots at strength 5 and damage 2, and then for the Hellforge weapons, they're fairly intimidating with 6 attacks at strength 8, AP 2 and damage 3, or trading out to a bunch of sweep attacks with AP 0, damage 1, though I feel like for their points costs, Demon Princes don't hit quite as hard as you might hope for really. Only 6 attacks at that profile just isn't all that much for approaching 200 points as he seems to be here. He still could be a more interesting target than many things for anything that amplifies his damage or defense though, in terms of enhancements out of the various different attachments out there. Finally, he's got 2 further special rules, a buffing rule called Excessive Vigor. Slanesh units within 6 inches get an extra AP to their melee weapons if they make a charge this turn, and that would include him, so AP 3 on his attacks there. This is Slanesh units as well, so it could be used on things like Demonettes, as well as the Emperor's Children infantry. I guess the AP boost could be particularly nice for the Infractors getting to AP 2. Finally, he gets a curiously named rule called Ecstatic Death. If he's staying in melee, apparently he really enjoys it, and on a 2+, he can fight before being removed if he hasn't fought already.
So, I think he's a little underwhelming because AP minus, or his AP 0 on the sweep means that if he gets caught in melee and he wasn't able to charge, then he's going to have a really hard time removing a bunch of chaff. Like 14 is not enough to get through like a wall of guard, like 20 guardsmen or termagants or something like that, especially with no AP. Granted, he can fall back and charge again, but he can't charge that same unit that he's already been charged with, as the army rule implies. So I think you kind of, like, if you ever do run this guy, you run him as a death ball with a bunch of Slanesh units around him so that he can give the AP. But then you also have to be careful because since the units can't fall back and charge the same thing they were in combat with, you have to make sure that each unit can actually target something, otherwise they're just stuck in the water, and then this rule becomes useless. Lone op within 3 is fine. All the more reason to run him with like a ball of things. I don't know. He doesn't seem very good in my opinion, especially this +2 fight back, but he couldn't have already fought. And in an army that is always charging, again, this only matters if he got caught off and wasn't able to charge something or fall back and charge something, or if he was stuck in combat, because it's better if you weren't getting charge bonuses, but it's worse if he got stuck, because otherwise, well, no, actually, I'm wrong. It would be better if he did get the charge, or didn't get the charge bonus. So if anything, he gives you a little bit of insurance in a way. Because if he's getting charge bonuses, then he already attacked, which means that he can't do this ability. But if he got hit first, then he can try to fight back a little bit. But I still don't think that's worth it. Especially because he's 195 points. It's kind of sad how Demon Princes are like kind of shit. Like, but we did see that a lot of the enhancements could be taken on Demon Princes, so that's another thing to consider, is the fact that you can beef him up to actually be a threat, but his abilities don't seem very good.
And he might struggle to coordinate that buff with units charging into melee, but still I feel like he's got at least some interest between being a big fighty character that can take some interesting enhancements and his buffing rule. I still suspect he might be kind of on the niche side if he is all the way up at 200 points though. Otherwise, there's also the winged version of the Demon Prince as well. He moves a big 14 inches, though is only toughness 9, and otherwise is fairly similar stats to the one on foot. Again, in the Codex printed points, it's also listed at 195, having some trade-offs with the on-foot one. Unlike the on-foot one, he doesn't have that lone operative style rule if he's near infantry, so will be able to be directly shot. He is a bit tougher to take out than most, though, with a -1 damage, so damage 2 or damage 3 weapons won't kill him quite as fast as they would otherwise. His special rule is the same as the one in Codex Chaos Marines though. When he completes a charge move, you roll 1d6 for each wound that he has remaining, and for each 4+, you deal 1 mortal wound to the target that you charged. So if he charges a target on full health, then he might average around about 5 mortal wounds, and it's capped to a maximum of 6. That's really quite a big deal, and makes him far more of a threat than just his Hellforged weapons alone. He could be an interesting enough choice to rapid ingress, as this version has Deep Strike as well, potentially dropping down and then being in a position.
Yeah, so this one seems a lot better. It has this rule. Demonic Destruction is really good. As in CSM, you can see it works pretty well. -1 to attacks that are allocated is awesome, considering the fact that the last one, yeah, you don't get lone op, but this one works in melee and in range. So he is a pretty beefy unit. He can charge into things and then, not get shot. Well, he can because he's a monster, but at -1 a hit. But he can hold a point a lot better, I think, especially if he's charging into something. He can tie them up, get -1 a hit. He's really hard to remove, and then he has OC3 so that if he goes into objectives, charges something, cleans it up, and then he gets -1 while he's sitting there. So that seems pretty good. And then he can charge and close in the distance on something, deal damage, and then basically just sit there
to make a charge at full health. Though I guess in the Emperor's Children he might have more chance of still being able to do that by moving up the board normally too. 14 inches plus an advance and charge is pretty long, even for a model that might have to either go around or over terrain. Finally, we've got the Chaos Demon datasheets, and as mentioned, these are 5 of them. For keywords and things, they have that Pact of Excess special rule, which just basically means that you can't take the Legions of Excess keyword that they have as your primary army, and they do lack the Emperor's Children keyword, so they're only going to have synergy with things that are the Chaos Legions of Excess, or the Celeste keyword, as we just saw with the Demon Prince. This version of Demonettes is really quite different to the Chaos Demons one. There's still 10 models per unit, they still move 9 inches, and a toughness 3 with a 5+ invulnerable save. They get a whole flurry of attacks at strength 4, AP 1 and damage 1 with devastating wounds. For the differences though, they're only OC1 rather than OC2. Maybe that's to represent the fact that they're summoned as opposed to more regular demons fighting as part of their main army. They've swapped their reroll rule in melee for one that causes battle shock tests. That does feel like a bit of a downgrade on the raw damage output point of view, but I feel like they've perhaps made up for that bit given that they've gained fights first, which means that certain units won't want to charge them. Even for stuff that should be able to tank their damage, there's a pretty reasonable chance that they could have a good chunk of devastating wounds happen to them before they get to activate and cut some stuff down. Overall, they feel interesting enough for
Okay, at the very least, they are able to fight first and, try to get some devastating wounds off. Demonettes aren't that impressive, especially when they lose their rerolls, but fight first will basically say that they're going to trade something into anything that tries to get within objective range of them. It's kind of nice, too, because if they sit on points, sure, they don't have as much OC, but at the start of the fight phase, right, any fight phase, from how this reads, they have the potential to battle shock something, so they straight up can deny OC, which is kind of cool, and then they get to fight first to thin their ranks. In the case that they didn't battle shock them and reduce their OC, at the very least they fight first and can take some things out to try to even out the OC in a point. But besides that, again, I don't think you run any of the demons outside of that demon detachment that they got.
Fast-moving unit that can still put some OC on objectives, they'll be able to trigger the buffs for that demon detachment, and they do have that dedicated stratagem as well. If you can spare a big 2 CP, they can return to reserve and then deep strike at 6-inch range, which they'll easily be able to make charges from with that demon instrument that gives them +1 to charges to a 5-inch charge. Otherwise, we have Fiends of Slaanesh, not quite as brutal as they are in the Legion of Excess, as the actual mainline detachment for Chaos Demons from the Grotmas ones, given that they won't get the enormous damage rerolls here, but they're still pretty fast-moving beasts at 12 inches with 4 wounds and toughness 5 and a 5+ invulnerable save, and a bunch of attacks that should be quite good against killing standard issue Space Marines, 5 attacks at strength 5, AP 2 and damage 2 with dev wounds. The change to their datasheet here is for their Soporific Musk special rule. Previously that was an aura of -1 to hit and -1 desperate escape tests. Now instead it forces desperate escape tests, and anything that isn't a monster or vehicle in engagement range of them will have to test desperate escape if they want to fall back. And if their battle shock.
No, so they're not exactly the same because they don't have -1 to hit, and which one? They don't have -1 to hit. They just have the fallback, desperate escape test, and then it doesn't apply to monsters and vehicles. Again, with the detachment that you take demons alongside the children, it's probably better, especially because we saw that fiends have a little bit of synergy in there. But looking at it as a standalone data sheet, it's not that impressive in my opinion.
Onto the test as well. I guess they could get some sustained hits from the demon detachment. Again, I probably suspect that they'll
The
be
melee's not
pretty
bad though.
supporting
The
volume,
melee ain't
but they
bad.
do keep their points cost. I certainly hope that the printed codex points cost on these doesn't turn out to be accurate, given it's listed at 130 points or 260.
130 versus 105. It's not great.
Turn out to be a fair bit lower than that and more in line with their Chaos Demon version. Next up, we have the Demonette Cavalry in the Seekers. They can scout forward a big 9 inches and then move 14 inches after that, of move blocking the enemy into their undeployment zone right from turn 1. Really good utility there. Again, strike with a whole bunch of attacks that are strength 4 and more geared towards killing light infantry than anything else. A special rule allows them to reroll advance and charges. I feel like if you're playing the Allied Demon detachment, then they'd be a pretty good choice. Fairly cheap units that can move around and trigger the buffs for Emperor's Children units, and potentially have some good utility by blocking the enemy in right from turn 1 if it makes sense to. Then finally, some good utility by blocking.
So yeah, again, not much to say here. Scout 9 is pretty sick considering that they have 14-inch move. These guys turn 1 are gonna fucking be zooming across the field. As I said before, outside of the detachment, not great. Yeah, they're basically like our Cerberus Raiders for the most part. They're just there to annoy things and kind of try to deal a little bit of damage. Only thing is that these guys have a little bit better charge than ours. Um, but yeah, not exactly the best.
The enemy in right from
Yeah, traditionally a prison unit. Yeah, that's what they seem to continue to do here.
Two Keeper of Secret variants. First off, the regular one as the Great Demon of Slaanesh. Pretty fast moving with a 14-inch move. 18 wounds at toughness 10 with a 4+ invulnerable save, though the Shiny Aegis was downgraded in quite a big way here. Previously to just give you flatly massive more defense with a 5+ feel no pain, now it gives you a 3+ armor save instead. That's just far less good than pretty much anything that you get targeted with. Otherwise, there's no mainline changes besides just changing keywords around to target Legions of Excess things as opposed to Slaanesh Legion's Din Monica. It still has some anti-infantry firepower at 18 inches, and then a whole bunch of damage 2 or 3 attacks in melee. Its buffing rule is for some extra AP for Legion of Excess units nearby, and the Keeper itself is always -1 to hit. It could be one of the better units.
Okay, wait, hold on. Within 6 inches, improving that. Okay, so this only buffs Legion of Excess, which I don't think should buff any of the Emperor's Children, to the best of my knowledge. Again, probably best used within the Demon attachment, especially what they can do in that attachment. Subtract 1 from the hit roll, model save. So the Feel No Pain, yes, it's arguably worse. The only thing that Save 3+ does for this unit is surprisingly against AdMech. Anything that doesn't have AP, or at the very least AP -1, because you can get cover and bring the save to a 3, you save better on. That is still kind of worse because Feel No Pain is just an extra way to avoid big hits or smaller hits, because you have like 2 instances of which you can defend yourself. This is only good against lighter fire, and that's considering that if you manage to make it a 3+ save. So yeah, not great. Not great.
To use any of the options from that demon detachment on, I guess you could often get sustained hits, and perhaps could be a good target for the healing as well. Finally, for the Emperor's Children, we've got the named Keeper of Secrets in Shalaxi Hellbane. They were 425 points in the Demon Index. The printed Codex cost is 390, which again may change, and otherwise the profile is basically the same as Chaos Demons. A 20 wound Keeper with a different shooting attack with strength 9 and damage D3. Bigger hitting melee with Soul Piercer, which is a big strength 12 and damage D6 +2 weapon. That was strength 14 in the Demon's Index, but it looks like they decided to just completely rewrite Shalaxi Hellbane's rules. Previously they had big rerolls against characters, monsters and vehicles, rerolling hits, wounds and damage against them if relevant. Now though, the system to get the rerolls is to nominate a quarry at the start of the first battle round, and you'll only get your rerolls against that. It's only hits and wounds now, and not damage. It does mean that the opponent could counterplay a bit by just trying to keep that quarry out of reach, but if you can catch it and kill it, then you're going to get some big damage against it, and you'd also be able to select a new one after that. So still some pretty big potential here. The other rules also change from -1 attack debuff to reroll advance and charge rolls.
Yeah, again, kind of worse. Granted, at least this one's cheaper, but I don't think it's worth losing the built-in reroll hits, or reroll all damage, hit, wound, and damage against monster character and vehicles. Granted, this could probably go into something a little bit better, but most of the time you aren't targeting infantry with Shalaxi, and if you are, you're going to kill it anyway. So losing the Feel No Pain, not great. Losing the, I mean, unless you're against small arms fire, which at 20 wounds I don't think you really care. -2 strength on the primary weapon kind of sucks. Losing rerolls, not great, because you're only able to target one thing as opposed to like 5 things for the most part. Yeah, it's not great.
In terms of raw data sheet power, it's definitely less good. You also get the 3 plus save as opposed to the 5 plus feel no pain from Shining Aegis, provided the points cost drop down enough though, so no reason that Shalaxi couldn't be a very threatening data sheet for the points cost. Will be interesting to see the exact flavours of demons that people go for if they are building around the Chaos Demon.
I think the demon detachment or the demons are a lot worse in this codex, but that comes with the fact that you also have a lot better things with the Emperor's children, so they kind of have to like nerf the demons in order for the children to also be good, considering that the detachment has a lot of like within 6 you get a bunch of buffs thing. So it makes sense. It's just not great to see.
Demon themed detachment in this one. I feel like how strong they are is definitely going to depend on points costs. 8 Keepers of Secrets for
Which, again, to interject, I think it's probably fine considering that if you want to play demons, you play the demon codex. Um, and the fact that it looks like you can only take so many demons here as opposed to all the demons of the Slaanesh army has to offer, it seems like the demon codex is probably going to stay around. It doesn't seem like they're going to squat it, which again, if you're trying to find the full powers of playing demons, then you play demons. You know, you don't play Emperor's Children. This is more of a way for you to have an option to play soup, especially within that detachment.
heavy hitting and Seekers for providing some buffs for nearby things. Demonettes could be interesting enough too with fights first. Overall, definitely some interesting stuff here for the Legions of Slaanesh. I feel like reception to the Codex.
Okay. So overall, not bad. A lot of their units, the biggest thing that I see this codex having problems with is damage. They're able to reroll hits and wounds and hit up into things that they normally wouldn't be able to wound fairly easily, especially those flawless blades. I had a feeling that those guys were going to be busted, and sure enough, they look pretty fucking strong. The only difference is that they don't have a lot of hard hitters. I think this is gonna be a lot like World Eaters, where you take the Primarch, you've basically kind of circle around the Primarch as being your heavy hitter, and everything else is just kind of there to be an anti-elite thing. I think the two standout units here are the Noise Marines. They look fucking gross. Same with the Flawless Blades, but nothing in this army really has anything that hits above damage 3 unless it's a Mauler Fiend or Fulgrim himself. So I think you definitely take Mauler Fiends sometimes. Definitely sometimes. I think you definitely take Mauler Fiends if it justifies it in the meta, especially. But otherwise, this army is going to be an elite killer. It's going to be smacking up just like World Eaters does with its 8 bounds. But last I remember, I'm not too caught up with the World Eaters meta, but I'm pretty sure that World Eaters right now are just spamming Berserkers because they have a lot of damage output for what they can do, not so much the 8 bound. So maybe that's why they changed Berserkers, because they want the Khorne army to be more of like general foot soldiers that are able to consistently deal damage in a wide array, where Slaanesh is able to deal more like elite damage in a way. So that's kind of the impression I get from this. I'm interested to see the fact that they can reliably deal wounds, but it's going to take a couple of turns for them to actually take down bigger targets. So let's see what the comments have to say. Yeah, no expendable 50-point cultist is odd. That's actually insane to me that Slaanesh or Emperor's Children doesn't have cultists. Granted, I think what they did is that they made the chaos spawn as like a bunch of a bunch of cultists in a trench coat kind of thing, because you can take 2 of them and they actually have OC in this one. But losing what I think cultists have 2 OC and CSM and in other armies as well. Let me see. Chaos cultist. Where are they? Cultist mob. Okay, so these guys have OC1, but they have 10 of them, and they're pretty expendable. Whereas the chaos spawns only have 1 OC, and you can only take them in bricks of 2, and they're probably your most expendable unit, bar the battle line. But the battle line doesn't seem like the guys that just want to sit in the back. I love that Emperor's Children has a transport themed attachment, but only 2 vehicles, classic GW. I don't think the transport attachment is really necessary here. You guys move fast enough, and you don't get enough buffs from the transports to justify taking them. No Sonic Dreadnoughts or Hellbrutes is kind of a, yeah. You really dropped the ball for something like that. Yeah, I think the strength here comes from the Flawless Blades and the Lords and the Noise Marines, but I don't know. I think the units that are very strong, but they're also few and far between. But other value is just in melee, so maybe go the elite way you're shooting. Yeah, I think you go like this is like an elite army, like a really elite army, not in like the Space Marine kind of Hellblasters 10 stack way, but in the 3 to 4 elite choppers where their closest are enjoying their life. So they're too busy having an orgy to be here for the fight. No possessed is kind of insane. Yeah, possessed is literally half the theme of EC. I don't know about that. I feel like the World Eaters is the Word Bearers is a pretty good indicator of possessed. But yeah, I think possessed should have been in the army too. Maybe I'm not seeing it, but the Lord Cacophonous seems like a complete letdown. Has a huge Doom Siren on the back that translates to a maximum of 3 mortal wounds. Yeah, but sustained hits on those Noise Marines is going to be really gross. Mm, disappointed that the Predators and Terminator characters are missing along with the Hellbrutes. I'm surprised they didn't get a special Terminator body. I mean, they got the Flawless Blades, but they aren't exactly Terminators. Yeah, elite like Admech. We only have one elite, and it's the Cataphront Breachers. I'm bothered that there are no bikers in an army full of thrill seekers. Doom Riders would be greatly disappointed. I don't really like bikes, but that's just me. No Fabius Bile. There is no Fabius Bile. Granted, he's not really much of an Emperor Children anymore, but that is his origins. Can I use a Demon Prince in any detachment, or just the Carnival one into any detachment? Why Mauler Fiend but no Forge Fiend? That's an excellent question. No Combat Patrol? Maybe there is one. No Crusade review? A lot of people seem to like Crusade. I haven't even looked at Crusade for even my army. Where are the Emperor Children bikes? I really want to know. You just move fast, man. You don't need a bike. The lore has Noise Marines popping Lemus Rust battles hangs with ease. I'm not seeing that on this data sheet. What are you talking about? What? What are Lehman Russ's data sheets? Yeah. Where the fuck is Guard? Where's Guard? Okay, I'm gonna go one by one because I obviously can't see it. Instrument arm. Lehman Russ. That's normal battle tank. Let's see. Do they have any invuln save? No. 2+ save. 13 wounds. Yeah, you can definitely rip apart a fucking Lehman Russ with Noise Marines. Where are Noise Marines at? Noise Marines. Damage 3, 18 inches. So, what's that? Oh, well, that's the Blast Master. But let's just use 2 Blast Masters. Yeah, they deal 18 wounds on each attack. Like, if you get all attacks through, it's 18 wounds, strength 10. So they're just below to be wounding on 5s. Okay, so maybe not. But that's just the Blast Master. And that's not counting everything else. I mean, yeah, they can take a Lehman Russ apart, especially with sustained hits. Maybe not with ease, but they definitely can. Emperor's Children, we don't need bike. They can't handle the 2. Yeah, they just run fast. You don't need a bike. Am I the only one that dislikes the GW paint scheme of the Emperor's Children? Way too much use of black, and that pink is terrible. I'm not the fan of the paint scheme. Yeah, I like them as like a deeper purple than I do a bright pink. This codex makes me very nervous for the Death Eater or the Death Guard and World Eaters codices coming up. We're going to lose said units for no good reason. I don't think you're going to lose units. They already lost those units. If they do, that'd be kind of crazy. So Marines, Noise Marine, Fallen Displays, and straightforward buffing characters. This doesn't really feel like an army yet to me. I like the models and I like the rules as a CSM player who's painted Emperor's Children, but I can't say I'm going to jump over terribly soon. Yeah, GW kind of is doing this really bad thing where they make new armies and not enough data sheets, especially when these just kind of seem to be a full Marine infantry spam. I don't think there's really any unit bar maybe Fulgrim that you take and the occasional Mauler Fiends. But I think it's just the way I see it is flawless blade spam with Noise Marines as backups, maybe on Rhinos. And then obviously your battle line. Your battle line are really good. They're basically just like souped up CSM, which is kind of crazy in my opinion. It's kind of crazy that they just got better Legionaries, and Legionaries are already one of the best battle lines in the game. Okay. I mean, that basically does it. World Eaters is a different codex, but I really hope they don't cut the Master of Execution from it. That'd be insane if they did. There's like no reason to do that. Well, it seems like another half-baked army, but hey, it's better than nothing. I just don't think people should get used to this, especially with the money that GW demands for an army to be built. You really have no excuse. And like you're copying from another army. Like you're just basically making a flavored CSM copy, so it's not like you don't have the excuse. Just add the data sheets in. That's what a lot of people were saying about World Eater Terminators. He's like, either make a new Terminator sculpt for like the Red Butchers, or just give them Terminators, like good Terminators. But instead they just gave them like a watered down one, kind of like they did here. Does this mean they can't ally with Chaos Knights? No, why would they? They can. The rule for allying is the Knights Index. I just don't see why you would want to fucking do that. I mean, I guess, like, if you really need the firepower, you can kind of be like Death Guard, where they sometimes take War Dogs, like a Brigand, but... The loss of Raptors is kind of weird to lose. I think that they should have had Raptors and... Raptors, Warp Talons, and Possessed, I think they should have had. Maybe you could make a justification for them not having, like, special Terminators, but Terminators should have been a little bit better, I think. They just kind of seem to be dropping the ball on Terminators as a whole this edition. There's, like, really no good Terminators. The released attachments to unit ratio is wild. That's crazy. It's crazy that they got 6 detachments. But an army that's, like, more fleshed out, like Tau only got 4. I don't know, man. GW this edition has been really fucking weird with their decisions. I think that's a lot of people how a lot of people have been confused of like how they feel about 10th. I think 10th has done strides for like rules, but it hasn't done enough for like playability. Oh, Norn Queen is here. Norn Queen Kia. Confused on how GW allows half a kit the Mauler Fiend to be okay, but not the other half the Forge Fiend. Yeah, like the fact that that kit can be built as a Mauler Fiend and a Forge Fiend, but you can't run Forge Fiends is just kind of weird. They aren't good at their jobs. It kind of seems that way this edition. An upgrade kit for Sonic Forge Fiend? I don't think so. It's just I hate like all these like little extra kits that you add. I know it's nice and it doesn't do any harm, but it's just a bunch of more product for no reason. Quite strange that the Terminators are only loading units of 5. Yeah, that's a bit weird. But I don't think you even look at Terminators in this. The only thing I can think of is that sustained with the Lord Cacophonous and then they try to give him more devastating wounds, but that's not even worth the points investment. I wonder if they have a combat patrol. Let's see. Noise Raptors weaponizing the sound of jump packs would have been so cool. I don't know why. I don't know why they just didn't make a new sculpt for that. Considering that they kind of like didn't make many new sculpts to begin with. How strong are they? 40. Noise Marine. Yeah, he made an entire separate video on Noise Marines. Is this the combat patrol for the name of this shit for Emperor's Children?
So let's do a roundup of Warhammer 40k news. We've got the release of the Eldari Combat Patrol. Games Workshop shaking up the formats for competitive Warhammer 40. Another entry in their
I don't care about that.
Amongst the Roman story. There's been a fair few lightly released digital points for.
This model looks cool as fuck. I want to see what he does. Death Guard doesn't need any more characters, but this one looks at least cool. I want to see what they get. Will it sell fast? People aren't very optimistic about it being around for long. How many people want it, though? Usually Auspex is really good at Oh, here we go. Yeah, it's not very popular. Oh, but compared to the Deathcore Krieg one, it's just about the same. The Deathcore Krieg box was really bad though. I remember it being like the points that you got for it were not worth it. Oh, the Lord Exultant has different builds. Oh, so he comes like this, but also like I like this one. I don't like this weird Slanesh head. I don't like a lot of how these guys look. But what does it come with? Yeah, the rules. I don't care about the rules. Out of 5 people voted. Yeah, Lucius is definitely the best. Annoys me. I don't know. I really don't like the aesthetic of Slanesh. Okay. All right, GW can always pay these points. About 735 points in the box. That is pretty solid. That is actually really good. A lot more than Crude and Krieg. Yeah, about the same as Blood Angels. That's not bad. The good thing about this too is that it's all unique sheets, or it's all unique units. They're not putting like any fucking like, oh, here's like 5 Terminators that are also just CSM Terminators. They're actually giving you the new models. Interesting that Tormentors and Infractors are different boxes, though. I figured that they would be from the same box. I'm surprised they also didn't throw a Lord Cacophonist in here for these 6 Noise Marines. Granted that Noise Marines and Tormentors slash Infractors are probably the best units in your army, short of... Wow, there's no Flawless Blades in here, actually. Huh. Kind of expected. It's just like infantry and infantry in that box. Can't GW make them small dreadnoughts for EC when they try to release them? I guess not. It is a lot of infantry. You are right. Granted, I think as somebody who... The good thing, like I said, is that this is an army that is new, right? And you're going to need this, right? Tormentors and Infractors are good. Well, like your baseline, like your battle line is good, and Noise Marines are good. Yes, it's infantry and it's not very exciting, but at the very least, people who already have a Chaos army can bring all like their unique units, like Land Raiders and Rhinos, into this army. But then this box gives them the things that they actually need to play Emperor's Children. If there was a Rhino in here and not 6 Noise Marines, this box would be a lot worse. You know what I mean? Because people might already own Chaos Rhinos, but nobody owns these units yet. The only thing that I can see is that I don't think Infractors are the best unit. I think Tormentors are a lot better. Or no, Tormentors are the ones with the bolters. I think Tormentors aren't great. The only rule that they have that's pretty good is Sticky. But I think you maybe run one of these guys, but you need a lot of Infractors. Those are the melee guys. Um, I mean, and even then, it's a little bit questionable because if you take a Lord, the Lord gives him Infiltrator and Scout. So you really don't even need Tormentors unless you want Sticky. I think you only take one of these, and then you only want Infractors after that. But I mean, at the very least, it's giving you quite a bit. You know what I mean? Oh, I just realized it's giving you 10. So it's giving you 2 squads of each. Actually, this is pretty good. It's just weird. No Lord. If there was a Lord Cacophonus in here, this box would be pretty fucking good. But yeah, you're right. It is just a bunch of infantry spam. 100, $230. Man, God, that's fucking expensive. Lord Exultant is $42. 10 Tormentors is 62. I mean, at least you're getting 2 squads out of this. Okay, so it says 10 Tormentors slash Infractors. Okay, so wait, let's go back. You could build this as 5 Infractors, 15 Tormentors, or vice versa, which gives you basically all the battle line you need. Not bad. It's not the worst. I think that's pretty good. It's just not exciting that you obviously are just getting a bunch of infantry. But I don't think this army really has much. That's kind of what we were talking about earlier. There's no like Hell Brute. There's not really a need for a Land Raider here. And if you already play Chaos, then you have a Land Raider. Like, this army is just gonna be infantry spam. I think the only thing that could have made this box better is if they gave you 10 Tormentors slash Infractors and then gave you 3 Flawless Blades, or if they cut off like 6 Noise Marines, 6 Flawless Blades, so you get a little bit of more variety. But seeing that Noise Marines are actually pretty good, I think it's fine. You're just gonna have to buy the Flawless Blades separately. And the Lord Cacophonous. It's just weird for a box that has 12 Noise Marines that it doesn't have the Lord. um, rough miniature cost is like $400, so you're basically saving quite a, yeah, 42% discount is not bad. The only problem is that it's not bad in relations to GW terms. Like, it's still a very expensive box. Rating 1 through 5 to 3.7. Yeah. It's just getting you the things that you don't need. It kind of reminds me of the Veterans of the Long War box that came out for Chaos last year. Like, it's just a bunch of like chosen infantry, chosen legionaries, lord, terminators, and possessed. And it's like, it's not great because it's all just a bunch of infantry. But if you have never built Chaos before, it is the perfect box to get into Chaos. And I think this is kind of the same, especially with how much money you're saving and how little units you actually need outside of these guys, because a lot of the heavier units like Land Raiders, Predator Destructors, Hell Brutes are not needed in this army. So how do the Emperor's Children do against AdMech? I think a lot of their abilities are really wasted, right? Because they have a lot of like reroll hits and wounds, or ways to get those hits and wounds a lot lower. So like, again, I think Flawless Blades is the best example. Flawless Blades have the whole hitting on twos. They have the potential to reroll ones if they're within the right detachment, and then they can choose to crit anything on threes, granted they remove a model, right? So that that is very strong, the crit on threes, if they remove a model, because against our army they are going to kill a model. But the difference is that they don't really need to wound on threes against us because we're already a T3 army. So a lot of the rules are wasted against them. Same with damage to attacks. Damage to attacks does nothing when you have a bunch of one wound units. The only thing that it could potentially fuck up pretty hard is Taxi Jail and whatchamacallit, Taxi Jail and our Infiltrator Rust Stalkers. But I don't think you'd ever pit Rust Stalkers against them, considering that they have ways to get fight first. I don't think you ever want to even try to go against them in melee because you're just going to lose. But a lot of the things that make them really good are things that let them hit up, like being able to wound on threes no matter what, or, you know, X, Y, or Z. A big one too is like Cataphrons. They have 3 wounds each, but the Flawless Blades only deal 2 damage, so they need to get an extra attack to kill 1. Granted that they're probably able to wipe a unit because they have so many attacks and can reliably hit, but yeah, like a lot of the things that make them strong are not strong against our army in particular, because we have a lot of low toughness and 1 wound bodies. It's just a lot to get through, right? And they don't have a lot of ways to deal like wide array of damage. They have a lot of ways to hit up. So, and then our they have a lot of AP as well, but we have a 5+ invuln save, so that helps us quite a bit. I was very surprised they didn't have D3 damage weapons. They do in the Noise Marines, but they have to be within 18, so that puts them at risk. Granted that they get damage 3 with their Blastmasters, but the Blastmasters are only 2 within a squad, and that's just shy of our rapid fire range for our Cataphrons. Another good thing is that while they are T4, it is a lot of infantry, and they don't have a lot of like mechanized support or a lot of like heavy anything that isn't infantry. So Vanguards go really well into them. Yes, the Vanguards have 18-inch range, so they're likely to die if they don't manage to wipe. But with the anti-infantry 4+, they're able to trade into an army that is massively taking a lot of infantry. So, and again, a lot of their wounds are wasted. I think the best things against our army is probably their battle line, because they're a lot like legionaries, except better. They are more reliable to get into us, and they can close that gap for our Vanguards. And they deal exactly 1 damage with 1 AP, and they can reroll wounds on objectives. So that way, that they can fuck up our army if they spam them. And looking at their battle line, they're pretty good. But I think that this army is going to be a lot like Dark Angels with Deathwing Knight spam, where like Deathwing Knights are really hard to shift, right? But they also hit really hard, and that's what makes them bad against us, because we can't shift that unit because they already like are really hard to remove, and our shooting is not great. Whereas these guys, they hit just as hard as like something like a Deathwing Knight, but they're a lot easier to remove from the field. The only difference is that they can close in on us really, really quick. And if they do, depending on what that unit is, it's either a really good trade or a really bad trade. The other thing that I noticed that can kind of fuck us is that one that allows them to ignore modifiers to hit, wound, ballistic skill, weapon skill, because that can fuck up any -1 to wound strats that our army has, and it can also fuck up one, the stealth and Skitari Hunter cohort, and two, the protectors -1 to hit in melee. So that's the only thing that I can see. I wanted to check. I thought Skitari Hunter cohort had a way to get -1 to wound. I might be wrong there though. Let me see. Program, no. Shroud, no. No. That's okay. No, we have a way to add to wound, but not to subtract. Yeah. So they can get around the stealth of this army. They can't get around Feel No Pain, which is nice. But if you're playing Rad Zone, not that you would ever use the stratagem really, because it's like a really bad rate. But something like the way I clicked Halo's Creed. Rad Zone, Baleful Halo, what is it? Right here. 2 CP, not great. Granted, you can give this to two things and subtract one from the wound roll, but they can get around that. So if you're like using this on top of Protector, they can just completely ignore it. I'm thinking of Castellan pick into the elite infantry and Ruststalkers take battle line T4 stuff. I don't think that the baseline battle line has a way to fight first, so maybe that is a good idea. Because Ruststalkers could cut up T4 infantry. Let's take a look at them real quick. Where are they? Hold on, guys. I'm gonna get a cough drop because my mouth is dry. I've been talking for quite a bit. Where did I put them? I got like 5 of them. All right, never mind. I guess I just don't have cough. I could have sworn I grabbed like fucking 5. Anyway, I'll just drink some water. Okay. So, what time is it? Because I have something to do at 6, which is right now. Oh, shit. How are we looking? Should be home in 10 minutes. I'm sorry. Okay. So, I do think that Ruststalkers will be... So the only problem with Ruststalkers is that depending on how they play, right? Because those guys have a lot of ways to get Infiltrator and stuff. Yes, they start up front, which is a lot better for our Ruststalkers to go and slice them up. And yes, they can do that pretty easily. The only thing that I can see is the Ruststalkers will be stuck in the side of a map that they don't want to be stuck on. So like, if we bring up this example... Where's Ruststalkers? Infiltrator. Where are my Ruststalkers? What the heck? I always lose these guys. Here we go. So if they start the game, I know that they don't have a lot of shooting, which you're right. These guys could kill like a lot of their baseline infantry. But if they like are infiltrating, shit. If they're like infiltrating at this point or something, you could go and charge these guys and cut them up and probably kill them, right? And probably kill them. They do have a lot of ways of getting -1 to hit on like melee and stuff, as we saw in the main detachment. The only problem is that if they're starting up here or something, then Ruststalkers are either going to, you know, kill them here, be off the point, and the next thing you know, Noise Marines can come up and fuck these guys up because they're out in the open. And then they aren't dealing with things like more over here, right? Like say if they do have Noise Marines that are just kind of pelting the shit out of you. The only other thing I can think of is that while they do have infiltrators, if you're not running scouts, there's not much of a reason for them to be all the way up here unless they're trying to fuck you up and they're playing offensive, right? But if they're just using scouts to try to deny points, then what they can do is like set up an inch away from the wall here so that your Ruststalkers would have to be either over the wall or they would have to sit here and get pelted by other range attacks, which at that point you're kind of leaving them, they're kind of like anti-charging you. And then if you're out here to try to catch this point because you can't charge them, then they can come and charge you out here because they have more room to set up their models. That's the only thing that I can think of that Ruststalkers would be bad. But if they are playing like aggressive infiltrator, like being up here, absolutely, Ruststalkers will fuck these guys up. I have replaced my voice box and I can yell at Octus. Is there a reason to not run arc rifles and plasma rifles on the Vanguard or Rangers? With their stats, I feel like you don't lose anything by running them, but I might be wrong. Normally, no. It's free war gear, and it just gives you more options to hit up. The only time that it's good to take more rifles, like radium carbines, is when there's like mass infantry lists going around, like Orca Boys, right? Orca Boys are strength 5. During Green Tide, they were really hard to wound. Granted that plasma would probably still wound them on 3s, or would wound them on 3s as opposed to 4, like your anti-infantry rifles have, but they have less shots, right? That's the problem. So if you lose the plasma, the arc, and the transionic arquebus, you're getting 9 extra radium shots, which can kill like 3 Orc Boys or something like that, right? But that depends on the meta. For the most part, more often than not, it's better to bring the extra weapons because the extra damage, right? The extra range for things that you can't hit. Our army already has a really big problem dealing with beefy units like whatchamacallit, like tanks and shit, because our weapon skill is so low. So that just makes the plasma and the arc rifle a lot better, right? The only other thing too is that the transionic arquebus base is wide. It's one of the few infantry units that has an oval base inside of its battle line, and that could be good for, say, like setting them up in places like this sideways so that people can't go through here, right? Because they can deny more area than a normal unit can. That's why you need 3x Rust Stalkers. You jam the first one good because I have 2 more. Yeah, I think Rust Stalkers will be good for dealing. They are made to deal with T3 infantry. The only thing is that, like, one, you would have to be running them in a detachment that really supports them. So either Skitari Hunter cohort or Rad Zone, or not Rad Zone, or fuck, what's the name of this thing? Halo's Creed Battleclade. But you probably like them less in Halo's Creed because they have this army's gonna want to be in your face. The only thing I can think of that will really benefit them in Halo's Creed is either the +2 move to try to get around things because they might be move blocking you with their infiltrators and stealth, or infiltrators and scout, or +1 toughness to try to survive things a little bit better. But that just depends. Because I think stealth is going to be kind of a wasted keyword. I think protector is going to be good against them. Because you don't really need much AP to cut through them, I don't think. But there is one detachment that has Armor of Contempt, so that might also be worth to put them in Conquer. Also, the fact that they hits on 3s and you hit on 4s might actually be a better argument to put them in Conquer as opposed to Protector. It just depends on how you want to play the game. Because IMEC was my first army, but it took me a bit to realize how weird the Oval Arquebus base is. Yeah, it's one of the few things, like, people take it a lot of the times just because it's allowed to move block better. It's just like a little extra thing. It's not like it's not like game changing, but I wish I could bring up the data sheets for the Emperor's Children, but they're not here yet. But I don't think we're too scared of them. I think the flawless, because like the only thing you have to worry about flawless blades is that they want to match into other elites. But like us having 3 wounds and them having damage 1 is not, it doesn't really matter. Strength 7 or toughness 7 versus, I think they were strength 6. We do a little bit better, but they can wound us on 3s if they choose to sacrifice a unit. I think what you do is if a flawless blade charges you and you have a manipulus, you immediately pop field protect the divine work and give him the 4+ invuln, because the flawless blades have a lot of AP, and if they don't kill a model, then they lose 1, right? So that could be a great way to try to kind of circumvent the fact that you're getting charged by them. If you're getting charged by a 6 brick, you're probably fucked. But if you're getting charged by a 3 brick, I think you can definitely try to trade 1 model and you can maybe survive, because them having damage 2, they have to get 2 attacks through. And with a Cataphront, if you're playing them correctly, you should be overwatching them as they charge you. And you should be able to remove at least like 2 or 3, because I think they're 3 wounds each and our damage do 3, right? So your Overwatch is very deadly. You have reroll hits. You should be able to remove some, especially with the AP that we have. And then when they close into you, pop the Divine Work. Say if there's a stack of 6 and you kill 3 of them, if you survive one of those, then they also lose a model on top of that. I think Breachers are really, really good against them, provided that they don't kill your Breachers first. You have to make sure that you Overwatch them correctly. They might be the least scary CSM Legion for AdMag. I think so. Yeah, I think so. The thing that I think is strongest against them is the Tormentors and the Infractors. I also think that kind of I'm really starting to like these things. I wasn't really impressed with them at first, but Onager Doomcrawlers might be really good against them with the Twin Phosphor Heavy Blaster. This thing might completely fuck them up because it's 2 wounds each and 12. Sure, you don't hit exactly great, but these things are also ridiculously cheap and ridiculously strong. Again, they have a lot of ways to try to wound you, right? Which is fine because you have an invuln save. They have a lot of AP, but 4+ invuln save is actually kind of insane. And they don't have a way to get past this. And then if you survive, you have this to fuck them up, especially as an infantry army that would benefit from cover a lot. This is basically AP -2 with the ignore cover, AP -3 if you're in Conqueror, and this will kill 1 Marine each. You probably don't aim this at Flawless Blades. I think that those guys were 3 wounds, but you definitely do aim this at Infractors and Tormentors, and I think that they should fuck them up. Same with Noise Marines. I think Noise Marines are also 2 wounds each, and this has definitely the range to get into those Noise Marines. It also outranges them and kills 1 per shot, so... Noise Marines are probably going to be the ones that are benefiting from cover the most because they're ranged. They're going to want to be behind buildings, and they have to get within a certain range to even try to get past this 4+ invuln save. The only thing is that if they do hit you, they kill you in 4 shots, right? No. It depends. If they're hitting you with the Blastmaster, it takes 4 shots. If they're hitting you with the other one, it takes 6. So I think Doomcrawlers are actually going to be pretty good into them, surprisingly. Doomcrawler with an Engine Seer would be a hell of a roadblock for EC. I think so, yeah. Especially with because they give Engine Seers give 5+ feel no pain, right? If I'm remembering correctly. Lone Op, not that matters much. Yeah, 5+ feel no pain, and then they heal D3 wounds. I think Onagers are going to be actually pretty good against them. Because a lot of the things that we take in our army are things that hit up. So Breacher Bricks, because they're flat 3 damage and usually take them in 6s. And then a lot of people right now are spamming the Disintegrator because of the Pharamite Cannon. It's one of the few things that we have in our army that actually does this damage while able to hit reliably. Dollar GI, thank you for the follow. Hello, friends. I love your stream and being... Sorry, I barely pay attention to Twitch chat. I really have to do a better job with that. Hello, friends. I love your stream and enjoy being with you and your community. If you're up for it, I'm happy to chat with you on Discord. My Discord name is KingDollar30. A lot of people have been asking for Discord. We just had a couple people ask today. I think at this point, I'm probably going to pull the trigger. I can't promise that I'll do one relatively quick because I want to make it at least somewhat relevant. But I think I'll make one for you guys. And when I do, I'll definitely announce it, since a lot of you guys seem to be interested in wanting one. As much as I love the unofficial AdMech Discord, it is one that barely focuses on the tabletop. And my channel is completely focused on the tabletop, so... I will say, though, there is some really talented players in that Discord. If you really want some advice, that Discord is really good. But considering that you guys want one for this community in general, I'll go ahead and make one. I can help you make it when you want to set that up. Yeah, it's just that a lot of like those like really impressive Discords have a lot of bots and shit like that for like, you know, cool stuff like profiles and all that, and I don't know how to mess with that, but I think I know a couple people that do. So, but like things like Scorpius Disintegrator probably won't be necessary into this army. I don't think we'll ever need this, which frees up more points considering that Disintegrators are more expensive. See, so let's say for the sake of argument, right, a lot of people do take the double to triple Disintegrators. Here, let me remove allies because this thing is fucking worthless. A lot of people take double to triple Disintegrators. We probably won't need that here, so triple Doomcrawler is 465, right? Triple Dissies are 525, so you save some like 50 something points, which is like enough for like an Engine Seer or two, roughly speaking, right? So you save 50 points, take 3 Doomcrawlers, take them all, maybe I would say 2 with the heavy Phosphor Blaster and maybe 1 with the Neutron Laser, because you might see these guys in stacks of 6. A lot of their units are in stacks of 5 to 6, surprisingly, so Blast might be pretty good here. It's not, no, you don't care about this one. If they do start bringing Helldrakes, because for whatever reason Helldrakes are like super stupid in EC, they're not exactly the best, but they are better. And if people start doing that, then we have the Icarus Array and the Missile Launcher. These things are actually pretty good at anti-fly. But Eradication Beamer is the one with Blast, right? Yeah. So I think what you do is take double with Phosphor Blaster and one with Eradicator Beamer. That with the heavy stubber, and yeah, I think you're going to be dealing with the Tormentors pretty well. Now, as a matter of whether you want to play a Protector versus a Conqueror list against them, it's kind of hard to say because that's I think the problem we're going to have the most, like we do with most Marines, is you're trying to fight your ballistic skill of you missing your attacks, but you also want the AP because these aren't like demons or anything, right? They don't have exactly the best save, but they do have access to armor and contempt, and what I think is one of their better detachments. So I don't think you really want to get in combat with them unless you're using Rust Stalkers, in which case you do have a good argument of Conqueror. I just don't know. It depends on how they play, right? It depends if people are like really pushing infiltrators in your face, then you probably go Conquer and answer that with Rust Stalkers with these guys as support. But if people are using the infiltrator battle line as a way to deter any sort of charge or anything like, or to deter contesting objectives or anything, then these guys in Protector are probably better as you slowly move up your guys and start shooting them out of the way. Considering that yes, they can close into you, but they do have that problem where they can only charge certain things or shoot certain things that they didn't already charge. I will say that's also another downside, I think, now that I bring it up. Since our army has a lot of units, they do have a lot of things that they can continuously fall back and target, right? Because their army rule doesn't allow them to do it to numerous unit or to the same unit, but it does allow them to do it to numerous units, and we do have a lot of things on the table at any one point. So you have to be careful about giving them too many targets to be able to continuously fall back and charge, right? I think that's probably one of the biggest problems that we're going to have to face against them is we're going to have to be very careful about how we set things up, or else they're going to take advantage of their army rule and they're going to get in your face very, very quickly. I think Vanguards are going to be good because the anti-infantry 4, and we have a lot of shots here, and they should be able to clear up what I think is probably the strongest thing in their army, which is infantry spam. Maybe Electro Priest? Not really. I don't think so. They have to get dangerously close, and that's not great. You can give them like inloaded sanctified ordnance in Halo's Creed and increase the range to 18, but at that point you're just matching them with Noise Marines, and the Noise Marines are far deadlier than these things, and these guys benefit from being a good range and melee unit, and you don't want to be within either 18 or in melee of these guys. Yeah, I think the best thing to do against these guys is like really take that uneven wound count into account. Maybe Iron Striders are gonna be good here. I don't know about the fuck are they? I don't know about Dragoons. I don't think Dragoons are gonna be good against them. Dragoons are better at hitting up into like vehicles and walkers or elites, and they don't have many. And yeah, damage 2, you're not dealing with flawless blades. I think Cataphrons are better at dealing with them. I think Cataphrons are going to be the best thing against them. Oh, they're strength 8. Oh shit. Emperor's Children versus Guard would be awesome to watch. They're going to be dancing all over them. Dune Riders are probably not the best. They do have a lot of shots, but 2 wound bodies are really bad for these things. Especially with no AP. No to -1. Yeah, I don't know. I think you just kind of answer them like a normal infantry spam. I wonder if we're ever going to get a special detachment to work with knights like Emperor's Children have one with demons. We do. Technically, it's the knights players that have it, but they are able to take AdMech units, I believe. I could be wrong. Let's check. Imperial Knights. I don't know much about Knights because I think they're very uninteresting. Quest or Forge Pack. Yeah, Forge World allies. You can include the following Adeptus Mechanicus units in your army: Dominus, Type Priest, Manipulus, Katari Marshal, Rangers, and Vanguard. You can take up to 500 points. That's actually not a lot. I thought it would be more like 1,000 like the Demons players had, or the Emperor's Children had. They can take 1,000 of Slanesh units. Adeptus Mechanicus from your army have the following ability. Each time this model makes a range attack, reroll a hit roll of 1. This would actually be great for our fucking army. If they're within 6 inches of Imperial Knights to get, if they're within 6 inches of Imperial Knights to get to reroll wound rolls of 1 as well. This would actually be great in our actual army. But there are ways to take Mechanicus with Knights. It's just under the Knights and not the Mechanicus. And then the Tech Priests actually heal. It's not just the Engines here, but it's actually all of the Tech Priests that heal in this detachment. This is like more like how we played in 9th and 8th. Which is kind of crazy because it's not even part of our fucking army that has that. Because none of our Tech Priests heal except for the Engines here, if I remember correctly. I'm almost positive. Dominus doesn't heal. He just gives Feel No Pain and has fucking Data Spike, which is terrible. This guy's the only one that heals D3. Techno-Archaeologist does not heal. He has Deep Strike Deny and AOC +1. The only other thing that heals technically is Belisarius Call, and he only heals himself. Yeah, this model regains up to D3 lost wounds. He only gets battle or lone operative if he's within 3 inches of any Mechanicus. So, all the Tech Priests can heal in the Knights attachment, but they cannot heal in our army. Make it make sense. Okay, but that's kind of all I wanted to go over with today. It kind of took just as long as I thought it would, which is how long have we been going? 4 hours. Okay, maybe a little bit longer. But I think we'll wrap it up there. I have another obligation that I have to go deal with. So, I don't know if I'm going to be on tomorrow, but hopefully you guys enjoyed the last episode of the Voices in the Code. If you haven't, go check it out. It's a 2-hour podcast basically about us talking about the detachments that we play in our army. I kind of had the vision of something that you guys can listen to a little bit more long form while painting or driving, because that's usually what I use those videos for. But, you know, it's obviously more focused on this channel. So I kind of go over a lot of the things that I like about Chaos there too. So if you don't know any of the comparisons I'm making with Chaos, that might be a very good place for you to start. What is it actually at right now? I don't know. I haven't checked the video. It started at 183 this morning. Let's see how many views it has now. 247. Okay, so it's almost gotten a little bit less than 100 views. Well, a lot less actually, 60. But yeah, this video's out. Came out yesterday. I kind of put it out in the middle of the night because I wanted something that people could like kind of do as they're unwinding, getting ready for either bed or just to draw in the times that they have available. But yeah, it's almost 2 hours exactly. I should have left an extra 40 seconds there to make it exactly 2 hours. That would have been awesome. But yeah, if you haven't, go check it out. I've kind of been working on it for a bit now. Again, these, if you don't know, these will be out, I want to say maybe once a month, unless the subject kind of dictates it. If I'm correct, there should be a data slate either next month or this month, because they release them quarterly. This will be the last one to come out was in December, which was a lot sooner than usual because they were releasing Grotsmiths with it. But one should either be this month or next month. So there will probably be a Voices in the Code episode going over the data slate changes and if it affects us in any way. So please look forward to that. Next video is probably going to be something a little bit more loose, and then it's going to be 2 weeks to make the next video after that, because it's going to be a longer form content. So I might be on tomorrow on stream. I'm still trying to figure out whether I want to or not. If I really have much to talk about, it's probably just be more Monster Hunter. But yeah, that about wraps it up. Add Micro's cheapest chips, so 500 points is still a good amount of Skittles. You're not wrong, but you're taking a lot of Tech Priest there too, so it's 50-50. Alright guys, with that, I'm going to hop on out of here. It was nice talking about Emperor's Children for 4 hours, even though it's not really an army that looks all that impressive to me. But it's worth kind of looking over what you might be facing in the future, considering that it's a new army. They might be on the table quite a bit, but we'll see. I thought it was going to be a lot more devastating. There are some insane units in there, but they're insane to other armies and not so much our army. So that's at least some kind of good news to hear. We'll see. I could be completely wrong, but I'm looking forward to seeing how they perform. That being said, I hope you all have a good night. I'm going to try not to get sick. And hopefully I don't get sick, because that'll put a hamper on the videos. All right, guys. Take it easy. Have a good night.